send it my way. Thanks for your help, guys. Means a lot. Left-right game, draft 1, 12/02/2017. Silence used to be an absolute. That's something I definitely miss. Back in the real world, it would stand as self-evident that a group of people saying absolutely nothing, by definition, could not be saying any less. Maybe things are different on the road, maybe I just never encountered it before, but it's clear to me now that there are degrees beyond silence. A pervasive realm of deafening quiet, which, following the loss of Eve and Apollo, our group has unreservedly embraced. Constructed out of our collective trauma, cemented with a cruel mixture of grief, guilt, and harrowing self-doubt, it quickly becomes apparent that the silence is stronger than all of us. The challenge of breaking it remains unmet for the rest of the journey. We spent the next few hours burrowing through a featureless corridor of maze. The stalks rise far above the Wrangler, leaving only a thin strip of clear sky visible, like a painted ceiling on a Renaissance church. I find myself glancing intermittently at the CB radio, half expecting, half hoping for Apollo's voice to crackle through the speakers, bringing words of comfort or a much-needed attempt at levity. After I catch myself staring at the radio for the 5th time, I decide it might be best to get on with my work. I plug my headphones into my notebook, bring up the audio files I've recorded thus far, and set about creating a very rough cut of our first day on the road.
Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the guy.
I listened through Apollo's first interview, making notes for closing paragraphs, and I'll now be forced to write about him. When I have everything I need, I listen to the interview again, and then once more. It's not lost on me that I just want to hear his voice, to lose myself in a pleasant digital echo, far removed from the frantic screams that followed him into the asphalt. I listen to Eve's interview next. She bristles with excitement as she talks about her upcoming visit to Roswell, steadfastly attempting to recruit me to the effort. She had no idea what she was heading into when she stepped out onto Rob's front lawn. The thin strip of sky is turning deep orange as I reach our encounter with the hitchhiker. It's chilling to hear his voice after the fact, to revisit the conniving, veiled pleasantries he employed against us. I cringe as I hear Rob's hand grasp my arm, ashamed that I let myself fall for the hitcher's trickery.
You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was going to... Yeah. Do you know what happens if you talk to him?
Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you and he thinks...
I certainly didn't notice that at the time. I'd been so shaken by the run-in with the hitcher and so curious about the abandoned car that I'd been completely blind to anything else that had come my way. Maybe Rob misspoke. Maybe he meant to say weeks or months, but it wasn't a mistake. If it was a truth carelessly uttered, then Rob has some explaining to do. The left-right game was posted online in June 2016. I glanced sideways at him, a wall of corn rushing past us as we approached the rest stop. Throughout this trip, every emotion Rob's displayed has seemed genuine. The sadness, the anger, the concern, they tell a story of a man who cares deeply about the welfare of those around him. Yet at the same time, it's strikingly clear that there's something he isn't telling me. With every new piece of the puzzle, the car, the text message, the faceless creature with the ringing phone, I'm left with the dilemma of when to confront Robert Gutherd with what I know. I feel I've gathered enough to bring before him, enough to demand an explanation, but there's no way I'd be able to truly verify his answer. I have a collection of strange, perplexing notions, lacking in the common thread that could bring me to any workable conclusion. If I'm going to confront Rob, I need to uncover that thread. Much like the greatest journalist of our time, I should know the answer before I ask the question. The Jeep pulls up onto a large green space, staring straight ahead. I find myself puzzled by the way the ground seems to stop, as if the horizon lies only 20 meters away from the car. As soon as the engine cuts out, I unbuckle the seatbelt, climb out, and walk toward the grassy verge. The rest of the convoy pulls up behind me as I go. I stop a few steps short of the edge, realizing we found our way to the top of a sheer cliff. A sudden swaying vertigo takes over, forcing me to take a few steps back. It doesn't feel like we've been heading uphill. The road has been level since Jubilation, yet somehow I'm standing at the edge of a 400-foot rock face descending straight downwards. The distant earth shrouded by stalks of corn. That's the truly strange thing about this monophobic precipice. On the other side of me, the maze runs to the very edge of the cliff, and at its base, the needless harvest continues until it stretches beyond the darkening horizon in every direction. It feels like I'm standing on the cliffs of Dover, staring out over a golden ocean, its waves governed by the evening breeze. I wonder for a moment where it ends. Then, taking consideration of the world I now occupy, I start to wonder if it ever does. A belligerent scream rips me from the view. The source of the noise is blocked by the Wrangler, and the first thing I see as I circle around are the shocked, wide-eyed faces of Bonnie and Clyde. Once I make my way past the Wrangler's hood, my expression mimics theirs. Lilith has pinned Blue Jay up against the side of the Jeep, a locked forearm pressing her chest against the door. Her other arm has been grasped by Blue Jay's hand, desperately stopped before it can strike her across the face. The two of them yell through gritted teeth as Lilith struggles furiously against her. "Get the fuck off me, you bitch! Get off!" I take a few quick steps over to Lilith as Blue Jay attempts to kick her away. "Lilith, we can't do this. Jen..." Lilith doesn't even register my presence as she continues her assault, deafened by the bubbling vitriol in every growling breath. "Jen, we are not doing this. Not after..." Before I can comprehend what's happening, I'm staring at the sky, my head knocked back by the force of Lilith's flailing elbow. A hot, raw ache radiates across my lower lip as I stagger back, raising my hand over my mouth. Before Lilith can continue her assault, Rob swings open his door and takes 2 short strides over to her. He puts one arm around the girl's waist and picks her up, carrying her safely but firmly over to Bonnie and Clyde's Ford and planting her back on the ground. I seem to always forget how strong he is. "Damn it, this is not the time."
Take it back!
Blue Jay has lost her usual snide demeanor, yet her aura still radiates in unbridled scorn. In response to Lilith's demand, Blue Jay walks back to her car and sits on the hood. She takes the Marlboros out of her pocket, along with her lighter, and ignites a cigarette. I imagine the burning embers are the only company she's comfortable to accept right now. By the time I look back to the rest of the group, Lilith has stormed away. What did she say? I didn't hear it all. What did she say, Bonnie? I heard something about... She said Lilith was... that we were complicit. God damn it. Crystal, can you... I watch Lilith as she sits on the grass and looks over the cliffside. She begins to cry, yet I get a strong notion that it's not something I should interrupt. It feels like something between her and Eve, a final act of reactionary mourning reserved for them, and them alone. Yeah, don't worry, I'll handle it. Okay, I'll cook us up something. An hour passes. Lilith grows slowly calmer, drifting from cathartic release into a cold, wordless melancholy. Finishing up my dinner, I make my way over to her. It's a strange view. Lilith looks up at me. Her face falls.
I cut you. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. You should see the other girl.
Yeah. I bet she looks like shit right about now.
I help myself down onto the cool ground, staring alongside Lilith into the ocean below.
Blue Jay thinks I'm complicit in what happened to Eve.
I heard.
She used to think we were morons. Now she thinks we're all in on it. Doesn't make sense.
I think she has to believe this place is a lie. She needs it to make sense, and the harder it gets for her to rationalize, the more she... Anyway, she shouldn't have said what she said. She's just... I guess the word is troubled.
She's a fucking thunder cunt.
Okay.
She's right, though. I killed her. And I killed Apollo, too.
I took to Lilith, concerned, not quite sure what she means. Her eyes remain locked on the impossible horizon.
Sarah... She wasn't cut out for this, and she knew it. She wanted us to turn back this morning, but I didn't want to.
That wasn't just your decision, Lilith.
Yes, it was. She followed my lead, always, through everything. And I knew why she was doing it. I knew. But I let it continue because it was convenient, because it was easy, because deep down, I liked having someone around who jumped through fucking hoops for me. God, it's so fucked.
Lilith rests her head on her hands.
She was weak. She was anxious and shy, but that should be okay, right? You're allowed to be weak, But I made her come here. I dragged someone who couldn't swim into the fucking deep end. And the last thing I did was lie to her. And she fucking knew it.
What do you mean?
I didn't. I loved her, you know, as a friend. It was always this fucking one-way street, and I don't think she minded, but then suddenly she's vanishing right in fucking front of me, and she said what she said. I mean, how else was I supposed to respond to that? I had to say it back, right? I could see it in her eyes that she didn't believe me. Fuck. I wonder how many people have died while being told, like, comforting lies. How many of them fucking knew?
I think you did the best you could, Jen. I think you did better than most.
You don't need to tell me that, just... Are you tired? Do you need to go to bed soon?
I don't need to.
There are some beers in Apollo's bag. Is that like looting, or is that okay?
I think he'd want us to have them, as long as he got a toast. Lilith laughs briefly and finally smiles. She walks over to Bonnie and Clyde's car, returning a moment later with a 4-pack. We spent the next hour and a half slowly drinking them. Lilith can't muster the right words for a toast, so we just say thank you to Apollo, raising our cans in the open air. We talk about his tireless humor, his attempts to keep us all up during our first night on the road, how caringly he spoke to everyone, even at the edge of death. We talk about Eve, about the pair's misadventures, award college parties, and the future of Paranomicon. Lilith smiles and tells me there's always a place for me once radio dies out. After everything that's happened on the road, the night can't help but feel bittersweet. But for once, on a solitary cliffside in the middle of nowhere, it's more sweet than it is bitter. That may not be much, but at the end of an awful day, it's more than either of us could have hoped for. The next morning goes quickly. It's amazing how efficient a group of people can be when none of them feel like talking. Not only that, but breakfast has become a noticeably brief affair. I manage to get through half a bag of trail mix before I find myself uncomfortably full. Rob's words about the road's sustaining properties ring in my ears as I look around the group. Everyone leaves their bowls half empty. Lilith hasn't eaten a bite. By this point, the launch protocol has been drilled into us. Despite our precautions and the fractious rifts developing between us, the cars line up like clockwork as they merge onto the road. In fact, the mood of the group seems strangely procedural. All radio contact starts with the stating of a call sign, followed by that of a recipient. The cars maintain an even, careful distance between one another. We've seen all too clearly what happens when the rules are neglected, and no one wants to take chances anymore. How far are we? From where? You haven't gone to the end of this road, right? I mean, you're still charting it. That's right. Well, how long until we get to, to uncharted territory? To be honest, not too long. What's going to happen once we reach that point? We're going to keep driving. Until we get to the end? That's the plan. I won't judge you if you want to turn around. I'm sure you can talk someone into it. Can I talk you into it? Rob smiles. Afraid not. This trip ain't like the others. Road's kicking back like never before. I think it knows I'm coming all the way this time. What is this place, Rob? Rob sighs as he slowly takes the next left on a quiet, rural T-junction. I think it's a stray thread running off of the spool. The radio cracks. Rob, you just took the wrong turn. An instant drum of fresh panic hammers in my chest. I stare at Rob. He stares right back. I know he's feeling the same thing I am, though he's doing a much better job of keeping it off his face. He thinks carefully for a minute. No, I've been down this road before. We took a right last time. Yes. The turn right before this one was right, I remember. Yeah. Ferryman to all cars. Thanks, Bonnie, for giving us the fright of our lives. We're on the right. We're on the correct road. No, that can't be it. That's wrong. Martin, tell him. Our mistake, Rob. Let's keep going.
Bristol?
There's concern in Lilith's voice. I lean over to my wing mirror, attempting to gauge the atmosphere in the car behind me. There's clearly some commotion between Bonnie and Clyde, with the latter attempting to gently remove the walkie-talkie from his sister's hands. There's something else, however. Past Bonnie and Clyde, past Blue Jay, an old dilapidated road sign made of weathered timber stands by the side of the road behind us. I can't read all of it, as its peeling letters grow ever smaller, but I can piece together what it probably once said. Wintry Bay, 5 miles. We're going to turn around, right? Yeah, one sec, Bonnie. I'll check the map. I promptly switch off the radio. Are we not passing through Wintry Bay? Rob turns to me, a puzzled look in his eyes. Through where? In the wake of those two innocently inquiring words, my mind reels back to the morning of our 3rd day on the road, watching Bonnie and Clyde wander over to Rob and confess their transgressions with the hitchhiker. The quiet conversation that passed between them. Rob's seemingly comforting response. I felt wretched in those moments. A few minutes prior, I had tricked and deceived Clyde, yet I never once considered he might have done the same to me. Is it safe to pull over? What? Why? Is it safe, Rob? Yeah, it should be. Then pull over. I switch the radio back on and grab the receiver. As I make a connection to Bonnie and Clyde's car, it's clear that an argument is brewing. Lilith is asking for me, a helpless passenger caught in the middle of something she doesn't understand. Bristol to all cars. We're stopping up ahead. Rob seems acutely aware that I'm not messing around. I throw my door open and jump onto the dusty roadside, striding over to the rest of the convoy who are just starting to get out of their own cars. I'm conscious of the driving anger behind each step I take. You didn't tell him? Bristol, What's going on, Bristol? Rob marches up behind me, more than a little restless to get a grip on my motives. Clyde? Clyde looks around a circle of expectant eyes. When he delivers his answer, he is unable to meet any of them. Bonnie talked to the hitchhiker. Rob's expression shifts, his confusion degrading into a solemn understanding. God damn it. You knew about this, Bristol? I told them to tell you the morning of the 3rd day. I saw them go over to you. I thought they did. Bonnie thought you'd turn us around. Well, she was damn right. You seen what happens when the rules get broken. You should have told me as soon as you saw me and headed right back home. That was before Ace, before everything. I didn't know what this place was. The rules are the rules, Clyde. Is anything even wrong with Bonnie? You said she gets confused. Was that a lie? Clyde doesn't answer, avoiding Rob's glare. As I process what Rob's just said, I have to say I'm surprised by the deviousness of the two siblings. When I thought they were telling Rob about the hitchhiker, it appears they'd instead told that Bonnie was, to some degree, senile. It was a simple lie, but one that would adequately explain her odd behavior, draw sympathy from Rob, and most ingeniously, prevent him from telling me about their conversation. A truth buried beneath an unpleasant lie, its subject matter just uncomfortable enough to head off any chance of discussion. Still, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. We can head home if you want. No! She speaks in a tone more decisive than I thought her capable. You've been talking about it a lot, Bonnie. Rob stares at them both. His position has been made crystal clear. We're stopping a little early today. Come the rest of the way with us. Rest up, and tomorrow you both go home. You should count yourselves lucky you get the chance to turn around, signaling that the discussion is over. Lilith, you're with us. Lilith doesn't even try to hide her relief as she shuffles away from Bonnie and Clyde and climbs into the back of the Jeep. It's a little heartwarming that Rob still has the awareness to look out for her, angry as he may be. As well as his surprising strength, I also tend to forget how perceptive he can be. Bonnie, Clyde, and Blue Jay climb back into their respective vehicles. I catch Bonnie's eye. The moment before she returns to the Ford, she appears truly disappointed, but otherwise resigned to keep going, satisfied to let the wintry bay fade into the distance. It's comforting to hear that she's ready to put the place behind her. It's just a pity I don't believe a word of it.
It was fucking weird, Bristol.
Lilith seems happy to be in the Wrangler, enjoying the sense of security the modest behemoth affords, and also greatly relieved to be away from Bonnie and Clyde. She spent the last 5 minutes detailing the 30-second argument that unfolded between them, charting its disturbing nuances as well as its eerie conclusion.
But I swear she was basically like crying, like she didn't understand how we could be going the wrong way. But then, like, as soon as you pulled us over, she just stopped. Like, I mean, stopped.
That must have been disconcerting.
You have no idea. So, Rob, when are these cornfields gonna fucking end?
Soon, we're gonna rest up for the night in a few turns. And tomorrow, it won't be long until we're on the track through the woods.
The fucking woods? Are you kidding? Are we talking like Sleepy Hollow bleeding trees or what?
I wish I could tell you. I ain't been that far yet. It's new territory. Lilith goes quiet, transfixed by something in the rearview mirror, before quickly turning around to get a better look at the back window. The car behind us is out of control. Bonnie is fighting to wrest the steering wheel from her brother. The Ford swerves erratically behind us, driven mad by the dynamic power struggle taking place inside it. Rob sharply accelerates out of the way as the car behind lurches drunkenly to and fro before skidding to a shuddering halt. Rob hits the brake hard, and by the time I've turned in his direction, he had already slammed the door of the Wrangler, storming across the tarmac to Bonnie and Clyde. "Cut the engine!" The Ford's engine goes silent, and in the absence of the rumbling growl, new sounds emerge. The sound of struggle and wild, desperate screaming. Stepping out of the car for the second time today, I jumped out into the road and cover the distance between us. Rob is attempting to pull a screaming Bonnie from the car. Even with his impressive strength, it seems to be a challenge. Bonnie claws at the walls, trying with all her might to regain her grasp on the steering wheel. Please let me go! Rob extracts Bonnie from the car and attempts to subdue her amidst a flurry of flailing hands and elbows. She writhes and kicks as he pins her arms to her sides. Bonnie, calm down, okay? Let's talk through this. He told me it's on our way. He said we'd pass through it. He lied, Bonnie. No, we're going the wrong way. Bonnie lashes out again, striking at Rob's legs with her own. Rob holds her firmly, his teeth gritted through every impact. It's clear that Bonnie isn't going to let up. They run back to the Wrangler and open up the trunk. After a few minutes of rummaging through my bag, I find the first aid kit and pull out an unopened pack of zip ties. Clyde, open the back door. Rob sees me standing with the zip ties. Even in the midst of Bonnie's incessant struggle, he looks at me with an almost questioning air, as if he's wondering how we ever arrived at this point, as if he's asking whether we can really do what I'm wordlessly suggesting. Bonnie answers the last question for me. In the slim few seconds of distraction, she slams her head back into his nose, eliciting a disgustingly loud thud and a pained growl from Rob. Dazed and confused, his nose immediately fountaining blood. Rob manages to keep his arm wrapped around her, but it's clear that this isn't going to be sustainable, and that she isn't anywhere close to calming down. Clyde has opened the door, stepping back and looking on like a frightened child as we carry Bonnie over to the back seat of the Ford. I lean in before him, adjusting the headset until it's pressed against the ceiling, ensuring that it can't be removed from the bracket. I then loop a zip tie around each bracket and fasten them. What the fuck is going on? Blue Jay has stepped out of her car, making her way towards us, and I realize that to someone who is fighting to not believe any of this, the following scene would appear at best as a melodramatic farce, and at worst as the attempted detention of an innocent and distressed woman. Sadly, I don't have time to field her questions. I climb into the car, Bonnie working constantly against us as Rob eases her in after me, his hand on her head to prevent it from bumping the top of the doorframe. Once she's inside, I loop a second zip tie around the one I've already fastened on the right bracket, forcing her right hand inside it. I pull the plastic tab over the sleeve of her jumper. I hope it's not too tight, but at the very least, it's secure enough to keep her in place. Bonnie continues to pull against the zip ties, but it's clear her strength has been sapped from her spirited battle with Rob. Not quite able to look her in the eye, I push a pile of luggage out of the way and climb out the other side of the Ford. Rob and I are both getting our breath back, the former pinching his nose and adjusting stoically to the fresh pain. What the fuck are you... You're not going to leave her like that, are you? Get back in your car, Blue Jay. I walk back to the Wrangler, tuning out Denise's coarse protests. Rob reaches into the Jeep's still open trunk and pulls out a pile of blankets and pillows. In the rearview mirror, I can see him placing them on Bonnie's lap, giving her a place to rest her elbows. She leans forward against the back of the headrest, Even with her face blocked from the view, I can tell she's crying. We arrive at the rest stop some 20 minutes later, the vague outline of a deep green forest blooming on the horizon. It's earlier in the day than we usually stop. Rob tells us he wants the entirety of tomorrow to chart the woods, as well as good time to turn back before nightfall should the need arise. I'm not complaining. I'm glad of the chance to rest up following today's events. For the rest of the day, we take it in turns to keep an eye on Bonnie, making sure she has everything she needs. When the Ford pulled up alongside us, Lilith, Rob, and I expected to see a quivering wreck, tugging ceaselessly against her bonds. We were all surprised and a little more disturbed to find her smiling. By the time my turn comes around, the sun is already dipping in the sky. Rob has prepared a small pot of miso soup in case anyone can bring themselves to eat. I finish my bowl, all too aware of how unnecessary each meal now feels, and pour out a helping for Bonnie. And I find her in good spirits. How are you doing, Alice? I'm fine. How are you doing, Linda? I'm okay. Sorry for giving you such a fright earlier. I feel terrible. It's fine, honestly. I'm sorry about all this. I gesture to the zip tie restraints, fastening bandages underneath the straps to afford Bonnie a modicum of comfort. Still, the scene rings with a sinister barbarity which no consideration can make up for. It's okay. It's okay. I wasn't myself. I brought you some soup. I know you might not be hungry. No, I'd love some. Thank you. Everyone's being so lovely. Well, we just want to make sure you're all right. I submerge the spoon, drench up a measure of warm broth, and begin to raise it towards her. No, you don't have to. I can feed myself. She gestures to her bound hands, the implication hanging in the air. No, I don't mind. I think it's... Bonnie throws her weight sideways, her elbow jabbing outwards and hitting the bowl out of my hand. Soup spills over my fleece, just a little cooler than scalding hot, and soaks immediately into the fabric. I back away reflexively and watch Bonnie's expression flicker like a faulty light bulb from a kind tranquility to utter, burning contempt. It's gone as quickly as it appears, just in time for the rest of the group to look our way. What are you doing with her? Blue Jay storms across from her car, angrily drawing a Marlboro and forcing the smoke draconally back in the air. Nothing, it was just an accident. It's okay, Blue Jay. It was my mistake. Did she get any on you? Blue Jay leans in, placing her hand comfortably on Bonnie's, before turning to fix me with a murderous stare. It's almost impressive how, even when caring for someone, Blue Jay still manages to be simultaneously venomous to those around her. No, it's okay. It was my fault. I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing trouble. Blue Jay laughs at Bonnie's submissive apology, unable to believe what she's thinking. Her eyes remain fixed on me. You're a fucking coward. Look what he's making you do. Look. My eyes follow where she gestures. I have to admit, the helpless figure of Bonnie, restrained in the backseat of a Ford, rings with an innate inhumanity, and being forced to stare my actions in the face makes me feel utterly ghoulish. The choices I've made must seem insane to Blue Jay, but that doesn't mean hers are not. Despite her pretensions of rationality, I can't help but feel that Blue Jay's actions are simply being governed by a different insanity. An insanity born out of a desperate need to explain the unexplainable, which has morphed into an ugly cocktail of paranoia, self-grandeur, and a fervent antagonism. Blue Jay notes my silent expression, most likely taking it as a personal victory. Without another word, she turns to her car and shuts herself inside, festering silently and alone. Do you want to know what's wonderful, Alice? Bonnie leans towards me, lowering her voice so no one else can hear. He told me there's a house waiting for me, my home by the sea. I'm sorry, Bonnie, I don't think there. It's going to be such a beautiful place, such a beautiful place. Bonnie flashes me a broad grin. It's been lovely knowing you, Alice. Bonnie turns away from me, placing her forehead back on the headrest. The grin doesn't fade as I turn away. I walk back to the Wrangler, faced with the choice of changing into new clothes or my thermal pajamas. After removing my fleece and lying down for just a moment, I end up sleeping in the clothes I'm wearing. When I wake up, the Wrangler is moving. The air mattress reverberates and my body rocks as we make a sharp U-turn. I sit bolt upright, Lilith waking up next to me, similarly bleary-eyed and confused. Rob is behind the wheel. The gear stick shakes as he transports us down the road at incredible speed. Rob, what's happening? Bonnie got herself free. She's headed for the turn. I pull myself in the passenger seat, suddenly wide awake. Is she with Clyde? She hit him over the head, dragged him out of the car. I couldn't wait for him, but he's catching up. Lilith and I turn around. Blue Jay's car is gaining on us, a distant pair of high beams steadily drowning the rear window in light. Why is Blue Jay helping him? She probably wants to keep an eye on us. Rob, do you think we'll catch up with Bonnie? I'm working on it. The Wrangler continues to rocket through the darkness. We keep our eyes fixed forward, scanning the very edge of the horizon for any sign of Bonnie's Ford. When Blue Jay pulls up alongside us, I get a look at the pair. Blue Jay is not, but steely determination, dedicated to reaching Bonnie before we do. Clyde looks mortified, rocked by her sister's actions, a small contusion on her head to mark her vicious betrayal. Rob screeches to a halt once we arrive at the junction. Blue Jay's headlights are already illuminating the road to Wintry Bay. The road's lighting rig coats the entire area in an artificial twilight. In the middle of all of it, we see Bonnie, standing next to the car, smiling. She's already beyond the threshold of the turn. Linda, please, come on back now, okay? You can all come with me. There's a place for all of us, he told me. There's a place for everyone. Please, Linda, you have to come back. A strange trail of black dust is streaming off Bonnie's skin, rising into the air and dancing in the breeze. After a moment, it becomes clear that the edges of Bonnie are slowly degrading, converting quickly into dark ash and drifting into the atmosphere. I love you very, very much, Martin. You're always welcome. No, please. Bonnie turns around and climbs into the car. Without looking back, she pulls away down the road to Wintry Bay. The trail of black particles rise from the Ford as she goes, with greater and greater volume as the entire car starts to wither away before our eyes. Less than a minute later, the Ford, with Bonnie inside it, gradually dissolves into dust and scatters to the winds. Clyde doesn't speak. His entire being is quiet. Lilith immediately runs back to the Wrangler. Rob waits a while, staring at the dancing clouds of dust, before putting his arm around Clyde and gently escorting him to the Jeep. As I turn away from the road to Wintry Bay, I take note of Blue Jay's reaction. She looks absolutely petrified, more so than I've ever seen her. She impulsively removes the pack of Marlboros from her pocket and holds them in her hand, before quickly returning them, unsmoked. The night passes slowly after we return to the rest stop. All of us are exhausted and more than willing to surrender to the escapism of sleep. Rob rests in the driver's seat, giving up his space on the air mattress to Clyde. Everyone drops quickly enough into a quiet slumber, leaving me awake with only my thoughts for company. I find myself thinking of Blue Jay and how she could possibly hope to rationalize the disintegration of Bonnie and her car. I wonder how I'd feel if the left-right game were exposed as some unparalleled magic trick. Would I feel foolish? No, I don't think so. Impressed, maybe? Relieved? Most definitely. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I miss the innocent days when I believed the game was a hoax. I suppose I see why Blue Jay was so adamant about dismissing this place. Trickery, however elaborate, is almost always a preferable alternative to genuine horror. The Jeep doors open and shut. Part of me tries to ignore it, to wash my hands of any other developments of this harrowing night. However, exiled as I am from the kingdom of sleep, I slowly find myself sitting up, quietly putting on my boots and letting myself out. I step out into the cold night, observing the figure before me. Where are you going, Clyde? Clyde turns to face me. I initially interpret the look he gives me as one of resignation, but the word doesn't quite fit. Resignation is a defeat, the world exacting compliance from you against your own wishes. The man before me is as calm as the night air around him. His wishes are clearly his own. There's no defeat in his eyes, but something else entirely. Peace, maybe. You know where I'm going, Alice. Clyde speaks softly, a quiet conviction behind every word he says. I briefly glance towards the Wrangler, wondering if I'm really equipped to handle this on my own. Don't call Rob. I made a mistake coming back to the rest stop. I shouldn't have done. Please, just let me go. Clyde, just wait for tomorrow, okay? He'll understand. He'll turn us around and take you home. It won't be home anymore. Clyde's gentle stare renders me silent. Linda had a husband once. He was a good man. He died young. She could never bring herself to go looking again. I never found who I was looking for. We've been by each other's side for 60 years. 60 years. We gotta be honest, even after all we've been through, everything you and I have seen, I never felt like I was in a new world until now. I don't think I can let you do this, Clyde. I'm sorry, Alice. It's not up to you. Clyde breathes in the cold night air, exhaling through his nose. I yelled at her to come back when she ran off to rob the ice cream parlor. I kept calling out and calling out. I spent so much energy trying to get her to come back to me. After a while, I realized she wasn't coming back, but that I'd have to follow her. I should have realized it earlier. That's all I can do. Follow her where she goes. Clyde looks at me, almost apologetically. Goodbye, Alice. He turns away from the convoy and wanders back down the road. Clyde. He turns around one last time. Do you want company? It takes roughly an hour for us to walk back to the junction. In the time we have, I'm treated to the story of Bonnie and Clyde. The warmest fragments of their life together, the moments that built them, the waves that rocked them, the places they once called home. I don't think I'll ever agree with what Clyde is doing, but the more he talks, the more I understand. His story spanned more than half a century, supported by a transient cast of acquaintances and friends, but at the core of each tale is a pair of siblings who meant the world to one another. The pair existed as two relative souls, quantifiable only in relation to each other. In the absence of one, the remnant was indefinable, a drifting point, unanchored in space. The story ends just as we reach the junction. I hope she's out there. I hope so too. Thank you for coming with me. I know it's late. No, it's never a bad time to see a friend off. Clyde smiles at me one last time before turning to face the road, past the old wooden sign. In the silence of the night, I hear nothing but his soft footsteps in the quiet breeze, which, after a few minutes, carries the last of him into the open sky. It's a long walk back to the convoy. My mind is numb to fear as I make my way through the dark, the corn rustling in the wind beside me. It's been 4 days since I arrived at Rob Guthard's house, sat down at his table and listened to him speak about the new world he'd discovered. In that time, I've seen things I can't hope to comprehend, signs that exist beyond the spectrum of our reality, things I wouldn't have deemed possible. For all I know, there is a wintry bay, and Bonnie has already arrived at her house by the sea, standing at the door, waiting with a quiet confidence for her brother's arrival. I may never know, but I do hope they find each other, wherever they are. Hi guys. Apologies for the delay in getting this post up. The events conspired against me, it seems. Please let me know if you have any information. The left-right game. Draft 1, 13/02/2017. I'm followed back from the junction by an overture of birdsong. I'm grateful for the company. In the wake of Clyde's departure, I'm welcoming of any sound that distracts me from my own solitary footsteps, grasping for any conceivable antidote to the palpable silence he's left behind. I am not, however, as welcoming of what the shrill, melodic warbling represents, the first symptom of impending daybreak. I'd only been up at this hour a few times before, stumbling back from Nidgery Street and down Sweet Market after an unexpectedly heavy night out. My housemates, Molly, Craig, and Tom, would spend the walk joyously discussing the evening's scandals, leaning against one another as we all stumbled away from a night of horrific excess. This time around, the circumstances couldn't be more different. I'm quite alone as I make my way up the road, and the only excess in my night has been a relentless torrent of stress and melancholy. There is one similarity, however, resting in the back of my mind as much now as it did then, the nagging feeling that the day ahead will be one of bitter and immediate consequences. As somber as the night has been, I find myself clinging to it, reluctant to witness the harrowing developments that sunrise will bring. In a few hours' time, the convoy will wake up to find that we have suffered yet another loss. It won't be the brutal, heart-wrenching feeling that they experienced with Apollo or Bonnie, who perished in front of our eyes, but a muted sensation of gross unfairness, less immediate yet all the more insidious. As much as we hate to face the horrors of our lives, it can be far worse when they strike us without our knowing, to find out only the next morning that you have been affected by cruel forces acting in complete disregard of your presence and taking without concern for you. It's not going to be a pleasant morning. Nevertheless, I'm glad to see the convoy when it finally comes into view. The hulking Wrangler rests by the roadside like an old relic. Right now, I can think of nothing more comforting than climbing into its secure, rugged shell. For a moment, I find it strange how an object built for transit has become the one fixed point in my life. Then again, it's not exactly the strangest thing that's happened on this road. Blue Jay's car is parked sideways on, laid out across the tarmac. The windows are shrouded in darkness, yet for the briefest moment, I think I see the red dot of a smoldering cigarette, igniting behind the glass, glowing momentarily before dropping out of sight. I fix my eyes on the Wrangler and keep walking, resolved to ignore the ominous flicker of embers and attempting to ignore the uncomfortable implications. I shudder to think of the grim conclusions that are being drawn within that acrid, smoke-filled echo chamber. I rest my hand on the Jeep's passenger side door, pausing briefly to gauge the sun's progress before I'll be expected to step over that nascent horizon to let Rob carry me into unknown territory, onto the unexplored section of the left-right game. Whatever lies at the end of this ordeal could very well be 2 roads over. Then again, it could take a whole lot longer. I suppose there's only one way to find out. I climb quietly into the car and gently position myself next to Lilith. It's cramped, and now that she's had space to move around, it takes a modicum of contortion to properly lie down, but it still feels more comfortable than the prospect of resting on the open spot that had been reserved for Clyde. For tonight, at least, it would feel a little too much like resting on a fresh grave. The morning does come quicker than I'd like. Surprisingly, once I awake from a blissfully dreamless sleep, I realize that I'm not tired at all. Perhaps it's going to hit me later in the day, or perhaps the need to sleep is yet another casualty of the road's odd sustaining quality. It's unsettling to think how the road is exerting some metaphoric influence over me, however convenient the effect. After losing most of my need to eat and drink and now starting to require less rest, I can't help but feel that something wants us to continue on the road, removing everything else that might distract us from the journey. It's a notion that intrigues and terrifies me in an almost equal measure. When I open my eyes, I find myself staring directly at Lilith, who has turned to face me in the night. I can tell that she's already awake, quietly resting her eyes, understandably reluctant to face the morning without someone at her side. Hey.
Hey, good morning.
How'd you sleep?
Yeah, not too bad. This place isn't so comfortable.
Yeah, you get used to it. A moment of silence passes between us. I'm already aware of an empty space on the other side of the Jeep, hidden just beyond a pile of luggage and jerry cans. It would be easier for me to act surprised at Clyde's absence, to say that I had slept through the night, to throw myself into a fruitless search effort to realize the truth alongside everyone else. Part of me wants to avoid the weight of recent events, to step aside and let all blame fall against the road. Yet, even if I wanted to, I know it wouldn't be right. I'm not going to contribute a new set of secrets to this journey. Anyway, for all I know, Blue Jay saw me return from the junction, I wouldn't want to give her the satisfaction of catching me in a lie. If I'm going to tell them what's happened, then the conversation will need to happen immediately, certainly before they have a chance to discover Clyde's absence themselves. The words don't come easy, they're impossible to form into a delicate order, and I quickly realize that any attempt is just delaying the inevitable. In the end, all I can bring myself to say is, Clyde's gone, Lilith. It takes a few seconds of quiet comprehension before Lilith sits bolt upright, alarmedly peering over the luggage to Clyde's side of the Jeep.
Rob! Rob!
Lilith, what's going on?
Something took Clyde.
Rob is suddenly wide awake as he twists around to view the back section of the Wrangler. I can see the realization dawn on his face as he understands what's happened. He turns back around and fumbles with the ignition. His eyes in the rear view are burning with desperate intention. He still thinks he can catch up to Clyde before he crosses the threshold. Nothing's taken him, Lilith. Hold on. Rob, he's gone. We don't know that. We just gotta... He's gone. He already passed the junction. Rob's eyes flick in the rearview mirror, meeting mine. The ignition stays running as he turns around to face me. How do you know that? The urgency is drained from the car, replaced by a palpable air of inquiry. Lilith and Rob are both looking at me intently, and for the first time on the road, I feel like a figure of legitimate suspicion. I was with him when he crossed over.
What the fuck? When was this?
It was last night, around 3 or 4 a.m., but he said that he... In response to my words, Rob swings the driver's side door open and leaves the Wrangler. I watch him march out into the center of the road, his entire body tensed and strained by a swell of anger. I quickly climb out behind him. God damn it! Damn it, Bristol, why the hell did you let him? You weren't there, Rob.
We were fucking yards away, Bristol. You didn't think to wake us up?
Of course I did. He told me not to.
Okay, well that's just fine then, is it?
He'd made his decision, Lilith. None of us were going to stop him.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have let him just fucking kill himself. You tied Bonnie to the fucking headrest, but you let Clyde waltz over the road without even telling us?
That's a false equivalency.
A false... Are you serious?
Yes, of course it is. Bonnie wasn't herself. Clyde was capable of making an informed decision.
His sister had just died. Of course he wanted to join her. That doesn't mean you let him fucking die. You might as well have helped him blow his fucking brains out.
Lilith! Rob speaks the name harshly, forcing its owner into an immediate silence. After letting the group breathe for a moment, he speaks calmly. Bristol, are you sure there was nothing we could do? I look Rob in the eye. His words hit me harder than Lilith's impatient tirade. Standing before the both of them, at the intersection of their expectant stares, I feel a first inkling of doubt creep into my mind. What would have happened if we'd talked Clyde back into the Wrangler? If Rob had forced him to stay? Could he have found some reason to move forward if we had kept him for a night? A day? A week? All I can do is hold on to my recollection of the night before, reminding myself of the sense of calm, finite, that radiated from Clyde when I confronted him. All I can do was trust that I made the right call. No, there wasn't. Okay, well, then there ain't nothing more to say. Rob walks back to the Wrangler, cutting the conversation short through the quiet resumption of his usual morning routine. Lilith storms back to the car and shuts herself inside. I'm left standing in the center of the road, wondering if I could feel any more wretched. I know what you did. Well, at least that answers my question. It seems that while I was struggling to defend the validity of my actions to Rob and Lilith, Blue Jay had very quietly climbed out of her car, waited patiently for the rest of the convoy to scatter before directing a victorious smile at me. Can we not do this, Blue Jay? She responds to my words by ignoring them completely. I was up in the night, watching you all. What a surprise when I saw you leave with Clyde and come back alone, calm as a fucking grave. I don't know if Clyde was in your little game, but he sure as fuck wasn't happy with how far you've taken it. I don't want to dignify her words with a response. Yeah, to the point of fact, I'm not entirely sure what I'd say to such an absurd accusation. Her statement rings with all the trademarks of a paranoid conspiracy. The unnatural confidence, the vague language, the frantic conclusions which are so obvious to her yet seem impossible for me to grasp. In the end, Blue Jay doesn't wait for my response. I just want you to know that I'm not falling for your fucking game, but you will not turn me around. And if you try anything like that with me, I'll fucking kill you. I stare at the woman before me, her pupils two dark pools of venom, her smile curled into a crooked smirk of unadulterated contempt. Why didn't you talk to the hitchhiker, Blue Jay? Blue Jay's brow furrows, the smirk degrading from her face. I don't wait for her response. I mean, now, we've seen what happens to people who spoke with him. It's fair to assume you didn't, or am I wrong? Blue Jay presses her lips firmly together, glaring at me, the veins at her temples imposed against her taut skin. It's all right, Blue Jay. I was scared too. I walk back to the Wrangler, where Rob has pulled out the stove and 4 camping chairs. After helping him set them up in the middle of the road and allowing him to cook me a bowl of steaming hot rice, I sit down next to him and eat what I can. We can't think of anything to talk about, and the 2 remaining cars stay empty for the rest of the meal. When I climb back into the Wrangler, Lilith seems quiet. She's less angry now, and as I've seen before with her, is now being forced to confront the feelings her fury has been overshadowing. She shares a look with me in the rearview mirror, a look of being genuinely lost. I find myself reflecting the same expression as I stare back at her, and in that small sliver of glass, I think we both find a glimmer of understanding, an understanding that there have been no easy choices on this road, and that we should forgive each other and ourselves for the decisions we've had to make. After all, I wouldn't be surprised if there are harder choices ahead. It takes us less than an hour before we reach the woods. The drive has been predictably bereft of conversation. However, as the cornfields merge into deep green woodland and the thin opening we're supposed to take draws near, Rob breaks the silence with a customary all cars address. This is Ferryman to all cars. Just want to say that it's an honor taking this next corner with you all. From here on out, we move slow. Report anything unusual and stay on the lookout for the next turn, okay? All right, here we go. Rob twists the steering wheel, and we turn in a slow, deliberate arc towards the gap in the forest. The tarmac disappears below us, giving way to a rough dirt track. A towering legion of knotted trees eclipse the convoy, the sun all but disappearing behind their thick canopy. The significance of this small turn in the road isn't lost on me. We'd finally crossed the threshold into unknown reaches of the left-right game. For all we knew, we were the first people to ever have come this far, the first explorers of an entirely uncharted world. I'm not surprised when I realize I've been holding my breath. I examine my compatriots closely. Lilith isn't even looking out the window, lost in her own tumultuous thoughts. Rob is reacting exactly as I would have expected, looking out of every window with an air of mystified wonder. We'll all be. It's beautiful, ain't it? As I look away from him and back out the windshield, I find myself smiling. Even after the stressful morning we've all had and all the uncertain days that lie ahead, Rob's statement rings with a joyous sincerity, which I can't help but appreciate. I also can't help but agree with him. In its own eerie way, it's a beautiful place. The Wrangler moves at a crawl for the rest of the day. The woods are vast and untamable. Thin swooping branches hang lazily over the road, clattering against the light rig as we pass beneath them. Many of the trees stand at strange, crooked angles, their various disparate inclines making it impossible to see too far in either direction. Rob spends every moment scanning the side of the road. The trees that flank us are so thick, so tightly packed together that it's easy to denote an upcoming turn. I suspect Rob simply doesn't want to take any chances. Paranoid as he is about the road's deceptive qualities, he needn't have worried. There are only 4 turns across the entire afternoon. Each one is identified far in advance and navigated perfectly. Before I know it, we've entered the early evening, with no discernible end to the woods in sight. We've been traveling uphill for a short time, plateauing onto a thin stretch of road, an endless expanse of forest to our left, and a dangerously steep bank to our right. With one less side on the road to look out for, Rob seems a little more comfortable holding a conversation. So, what are you going to do if you get to the end of the road? Document it, bring it home, hand it over to the world. And after that? Guess I might go on vacation. Maybe I should visit London. Hey, you want to show me around? You've never been to London? I just passed by, carrying packages. Never liked cities much. Try to stay out of them when I can. I'd go if I had a tour guide, though. Okay, well, that's my next story then. Rob Guthard takes on London. I don't think folk would want to listen to that. I don't know. I think people would tune in. Or are you just worried you'll grow to like the place? Junior would have never let me hear the end of that. Fair enough. Wait, sorry? My son wouldn't let me forget it. He's always been a city boy. I stare out into the pitch-black forest, suddenly thinking back to my arrival in Phoenix, Arizona just 5 days before. I recollect my formative meeting with Rob Guthard, and how I'd been treated to the briefest overview of his life. I hadn't pushed for too much detail, wanting to hear the story in his own words and under the assumption that I could get more background after a short stint on the road. After 4 days of intrigue and horror and stress, I haven't had time to follow up. In all honesty, it's only now that I think back on it when I realize just how little ground we covered in our first interview, how eager he was to get past the formative details of his existence. I didn't know the names of his ex-wives, or anyone who wasn't directly involved in his work with the paranormal. For example, I didn't know he referred to a son as Junior, often used as a general nickname for a child. It can, and every so often, mean something much more specific. Does your son share your name? Rob turns to me, confused. Yeah. Did I never...
Look out!
Rob snaps forward as a fleeting blur darts across the road, before tumbling down the steep verge to our right. Over our engine, we can hear rustles and thuds as it disappears down the steep hillside and into the deep forest below. What was that? Was that a deer? That's what it looked like.
It went straight off the edge. Why would it do that?
It ain't too bright is all. Guys, can we get moving? I'm interrupted by the sound of faint rumbling emanating from the woods on the left side of the road.
What is that?
Well, we ain't waiting around to find out. Rob kicks the car into gear and pulls down the track. Less than 5 seconds later, he slams on the brake once more, stalling the car as a small group of 3 or 4 deer burst out in front of us. A few more can be heard skittering behind the Wrangler, slamming against the back of the Jeep as they hurriedly negotiate the gap between us and Blue Jay. As Rob works to restart the car, I stare out the window and into the forest, finally aware of what I'm hearing in the trees. A thunderous sound of hooves hammering against the earth, brushing past the undergrowth, struggling over rocks and branches on their way toward us. In no time at all, the forest erupts from the empty darkness into chaotic, violent life as an unbroken horde of frenzied deer burst out from the trees. Rob tries to tell us to hold on, but he doesn't have time. The path ahead floods with hundreds of stampeding deer, an unbroken torrent that blocks out the headlights beams. Lilith jumps back from the passenger door as deep thudding nails vibrate through the Wrangler. The door, locked in a desperate sprint with little space to maneuver, are running headfirst through the side of the car. One of the small deer bolts out of the forest and hits the deep green metal just below my window, the reverberation shaking the glass. I think I hear its neck snap. The ones that get past the car aren't faring better, locked in a frantic state and forced along by their equally desperate cohorts. I can only watch as they spill over the edge of the steep hillside. Countless bodies crash into the darkness, carried down into what I can only assume is a quickly developing mass grave of twisted, interlocking bodies.
Rob, get us out of here!
We ain't moving through this, just stay calm. What the fuck? Somebody help! Blue Jay sounds terrified. The Wrangler is taking a beating from the onslaught of desperate creatures, but is still managing to hold firm. When I look back towards Blue Jay, I see a different story entirely. The car is lying at an angle, pushed toward the edge of the hill by the sheer force of the herd's collective impact. The passenger side is on display, riddled with slick red mark, heavy craterous dents. The creatures rush past her, clumsily clambering over the hood and hammering into the doors of the car. Blue Jay screams into the receiver, placing a hand over her eyes as one of her front tires passes over the edge. The car is...
Hello. What אתה יודע איך מתוך הסיפור הוצאת אותי, כזה משכת אותי משם.
מתוך הסיפור.
מתוך סיפור של 6 שעות. אני ב3.5 שעות מתוך 6 שעות.
אתה אשכרה 3.5 שעות כבר בתוך מיינקראפט?
לא, זה מאתמול.
זה מאתמול.
כן.
וואו, אני ראיתי התקדמת המון שם, דיום. תגיד, עשית איזה משהו המרה ל-1.17 או ש...
מה? אני לא ב-1.17, אני בסנאפשוט.
לא זוכר למה, נראה לי ראיתי אותך אתמול נכנס לאופטיפיין מוריד.
לא, נכנסתי לאופטיפיין, אבל לא ראיתי אופטיפיין.
הבנתי אותך. כן. לא זוכר איזה שעה, זה היה מאוחר נראה לי. כזה קמתי לשתין וראיתי שהטאבלט עדיין מתנגן. פתאום קלטתי אותך כזה...
כן, זה נראה לי בסוף, שנכנסתי לאופטיפיין. ממש בסוף.
בלין.
אני רוצה אופטיפיין רק בשביל C, זה הכל, זה הדבר הכי חשוב לי במשחק.
תכלס, כן, הזום ממש נוח.
מת
ממש
על זה.
עוזר. אתה יכול לראות פאקינג וילג' ממרחק קילומטר. יש לך הרבה כאב ראש.
כן, למרות שעכשיו יש ספייגלס במשחק, אבל עוד לא הכנתי.
ספייגלס? כבר משקפת.
כן. פתחות יותר עובד כמו אופטיפיין עם אחד כזה.
אוי, ג'יזוס. Why am I doing this? בן, למה אני משחק איתך באטלפילד 5?
בעיה.
לא יודע, אני לא ממש התלהבתי מהמשחק מתי ששיחקתי מה זה היה? בבטל רויאל שיחקנו, לא?
נראה לי.
היה לנו איזה טרייל כזה. מה קורה? מה זה פה? די פליקר, לא רוצה פליקר. הבנתי.
שהיית ממריא?
אתה שומע את זה טוב, אני מבין.
כן.
הוא נרגע. גאד. אני חושב שהמשחק ידליק HDR. לא נראה לי.
אם אין לך HDR דולק בווינדוס זה לא אמור להדליק.
כן. לא, יש משחקים שדווקא כן עוקפים את זה בצורה מטומטמת. You need to download and install this user interface update, אוקיי. עכשיו התקנתי את המשחק.
זה לא משנה. זה...
פאק אוף. אני יודע, זה
ששמו
אינטרנל.
של האונליין.
כן, זה אינטרנל, אבל פאק אוף. אוי, ג'יזוס. דווקא לא, זה פשוט התקן, אבל זה עושה לי איריפ.
לא, אני אומר.
אתה צריך, לא שמעתי. כי זה עושה לי איריפ. כנראה אני אצטרך גם אחרי שאני אשנה הגדרות פה.
כן. אתה צריך להפעיל במניו DX12 בשביל
לא.
DLSS.
אני לא מדליק DX12 במשחק של באטלפילד.
אז אם אתה רוצה DLSS.
אני אחיה בלי. אני הבנתי ש-DX12 זה הבעיה פה בפיתוח של המשחק בבטא. כאילו הסיבה לביצועים הגארבג'.
אבל מה הקשר בטח? אנחנו מדברים ב-5.
עדיין זה אותו מנוע. הם ירוצו עם המנוע של באטלפילד 2042 רץ כמו גארבג' ב-DX12, אני בטוח שבאטלפילד 5.
אתה אשכח אבל זה אנופטימייז בשיט. המשחק אנופטימייז.
איזה...
כן, לא קשור רק ל-DX12.
כן, הרבה אנשים אבל כאילו שיש להם היסטוריה עם באטלפילד אומרים שנראה להם שזו הסיבה.
זה מוסיף לבעיות, כן, אבל זה לא הבעיה הראשית.
זה משהו עם CPU Optimization, משמע זה לוקח אותי ל-API, אז זה הגיוני שחלק מהעיקרי.
בסדר, אבל אני אומר, זה לא המיין אישו של המשחק.
כן, היה הרבה באגים, זה נכון. מושן דור 0, לא רוצה דפרופיל, תודה רבה.
לא יודע מה אתם לא אוהבים דפטופיל.
זה פשוט נראה... איך אני אסביר? זה גורם לי לאבד פוקוס על רוב המסך אצלי. אוקיי? זה המטרה של זה, כן? אבל זה פשוט פחות אפקט, כאילו פחות טוב לוויזואליות.
אני אשכרה חייב להפעיל את ה-RTX ושישתמש ב-DLSS.
well, yes.
לא, להפעיל במניו, כאילו, אתה יודע, נגיד במשחקים אחרים אתה לא חייב להפעיל את ה-Ray Tracing של ה-DLSS. פה זה מחייב אותך. להפעיל את ה-DRX enable.
כן, הבנתי אותך. חייב להיות איזה משהו שאתה יכול לשנות אחר כך. הנה, הדלקתי דווקא עכשיו RTX ו-DX12 וזה עדיין לא מוביל לשנות DLSS.
כן, זה חייב לעשות, אומר לך, אתה חייב לעשות ריסטארט.
הריסטארט זה ל-DLSS?
זה ל-DX.
אם אתה משנה פאקינג DX12, מה נראה לך?
אחי, הקוויט בפאקינג מניו לא עובד.
כן, זה garbage, זה ידוע.
כן, זה לקח לזה כמה שניות, הוא...
כמה שניות?
כן.
אני לא אוהב כמה שניות בשביל לצאת ממשחק כשאני לוחץ על קוויט. אנחנו לא ב-2002.
גם 2002 זה לא היה ככה. לך ל-Half-Life 1 זה עדיין יצא לך קוויט ידני, מהר מאוד.
זה גם נכון. היי, הסטרים שלך ירד לי לפאקינג...
אני רוצה שיהיה לי כמה שיותר memory usage בגרפיק, נכון?
מה הכוונה?
כי יש פה הגדרה שאומרת ש...
unlock לממורי?
לא.
פיל.
סליחה שיפוץ יותר טוב וזהו.
אני הבנתי שזה מגביל לך את הממורי.
לא, זה לא מגביל.
זה עושה לו פיל.
כן.
You can't fucking read?
ריד?
יותר קל
אוי, אתה גורם למחשב שלי להמריא.
זה לא אני, זה המשחק.
תקבל את זה. זה פשוט מגביל את הממורי שהמשחק ייקח מהכרטיס מסך. זה לא משנה יותר מדי, זה... פריטי מאץ' פשוט מביא לך בר כזה.
לא, אתה נסות את זה אוף, איזה דפוק זה.
מה, את הלימיטר אתה יכול להגדיר את זה עידני. זה...
איפה אתה אומר?
בקונסול.
במוזיושן סקייל זה לא עדיין שם.
זה בקונסול אתה יכול להגדיר, לשנות דברים כאלה. בוא נראה.
בסדר, ככה המשחק לא נראה לי ערוץ יותר מ-100 ומשהו.
זה GameTime.max variable FPS, ואז אתה רושם כמה אתה רוצה. למה אני זוכר את כל הדברים האלה? אני לא יודע. היה עוד איזה פקודה.
טוב, מניח אותך כי הבנתי שאתה ממריא, אבל אתה לא רוצה להמריא.
הבנתי. שנייה, אני...
אני שומע את דודה שלך צועקת שם על כולם.
הבנתי. רגע... בוא נראה, אמור להיות לי... מה הווליום של המיקרופון שלי עכשיו? 89, אז זה אמור להיות צער.
אני יותר שומע כל מה שהולך אצלך בבית.
כן, בדיוק. אני משנה את הנויז.
אם תשים ווליום בסטרים אתה תשמע את זה.
אני בטוח. בוא נראה, ככה... אני לא יודע... לא, זה רוב הסיפים לחתוך אותי.
See, this is an absolute win.
בונה.
קסום זה ביטרוט.
נותן לי את כל הנשקים פתוחים? ה-Definitive Edition?
מסתבר.
זה יהיה ייתן להם $1.90 הם יעשו לך אוטומטיק ווין.
טוב, תכלס כן, EA.
איבאלה! שכחתי ש... פאק ימי.
אני רואה שנכנסת ל...
כן, נכנסתי לשם בלי הנגר מלא, אז לא היה לי ריג'ן. אני אוהב זה שאין דיליי בסטרים.
כן, זה ממש קטלני.
בסטרים?
כן, הוא עושה... לא בזה, ביוטיוב.
OBS?
יס. דווקא, באמת האולטרה לואו לייטנסי הזה? מרשים.
מה זה אולטרה לואו?
יש ביוטיוב הגדרה לאולטרה לואו לייטנסי שזה... אני מת.
כאילו בפחות... לא.
מה זה תוכנה כאילו? מה זה?
לא.
סליחה, זה אופציה
אופציה ביוטיוב של הדיליי של...
לא, באתי להגיד כאילו של OBS.
אתה יכול גם ב-OBS לעשות את זה, אבל זה יותר... כאילו, אתה יכול להוסיף דיליי ב-OBS, אתה יכול להוריד. יוטיוב, אתה פשוט... יש להם כמה...
זה אל תפער.
אבל השאלה אם זה שומר את האיכות.
זה שומר את העוד זה שומר את הכל, ההגבלה היחידה זה שאתה לא יכול לעשות... מה זה היה? 4K ו-2K?
כן.
1080 כאילו, זה סבבה באסטרים 1080 זה...
הוא עושה 1080 פי 60, זה סבבה לגמרי. וזה שומר לו וודים, שומר לו הכל. מה זה החרא הזה? זה מישן של ה...
אשכרה יש לך ספיישלטי לנשקים?
איזה קלאס אני אקח? אני לא יודע אם בא לי אסולט או מדיק.
מדיק!
מדיק! הריקון דווקא מעניין, זה להרוג עם הלי אנפילד ולעשות ספוט ל5 אנמיז. Firestorm forever. מה? אוקיי, טרייל ביי... דירטי וורק, let's go, זה קל. אתה יכול לשים כמה. אוקיי, זה קל. ריקון? מדיק!
שנים אותה.
מה, פה אני מכין את הטאצ'מנטים ופותח נשקים או מה? יש לי קליים. הארמורי זה סתם הפאקינג ג'וב שלהם. יש לי דווקא כמה רמות מסתבר. שיחקנו הרבה מסתבר, רום.
אני לא שחקתי הרבה.
טוב, לא הרבה. ויקלס. יגיק.
לא הבנתי, כאילו יש נשקים שיש להם קוסטומייז, יש כאלה שלא, כי יש נשקים ש...
you're asking the wrong guy.
לא, זה אין, עכשיו זה טען לי, זה פשוט לא טען לי.
אוי, ג'יזוס,
זה לפי
בכל
רמות.
פאקינג פקשן יש לך קלאס. אוי, זה ב... אין לי כוח להכין עכשיו מיליון קלאסים.
אתה יכול באינגיים פשוט, לפי זה שתהיה, לערוך את אותו רגע. אבל...
כן, זה נראה לי הכי טוב יהיה. אני פשוט רוצה לראות מה יש פה.
כן, אני גם סתם נכנסתי לראות. הדבר היחידי שתשנה לפני זה את הסקינים שהדמות אם אתה רוצה.
זה אני רוצה לראות. זאתי.
הלכתי לעשן.
הצלחה.
תעלה מתוק. אני אוהב את הסקין הזה. אוקיי. Face weapon. הרבה נשקים.
יש לך גם ספיישל אופרטורס, כאילו סקינים לג'נדרים מוכנים מראש.
מה הבא? לא, זה הפורט. אני אהיה ברברה.
לא, תכנס קרקטר.
כן, אני בקרקטר כנראה.
כן, שם...
למעלה יש את הלג'נדרי. אבל אין לי אותם כי אין לי את ה-Definitive Edition כנראה. אמרת $5?
כן.
אולי בשביל ה-DLCים אני אקנה את זה בסטים גם. יופי, רשמתי סטים.
סטיב.
סטיב.
ווריו. סטיבי וונקה.
יש כאן את כל הבנדל של הבטלפילדים ב$11. איזה... חסר לי את כולם, זה גם 4, גם 1, גם 5. אבל רגע, זה לא ה-Definitive Edition. נכון. שזה כן? זה כן. אוקיי. יש לי פייספין. יא. אוקיי, אני מוכן.
עוד רגע.
אני אבדוק את ההגדרות. ג'יזוס, איזה מטוס זה. הנה, אין לי DLSS.
אפשר להפעיל את ה-DXR.
DXR היה דולק.
מה, אז עשית ריסט למשחק אחרי שהשית ל-DX12?
למה ויסינק נעול? מה יש לי ויסינק?
מוזר. אחרי נעשה ננסה מחדש.
מה? טוב. בוא נראה. יש משהו בבייסיק שאני צריך לשנות? למה ההגדרות האלה התאפסו? DXR, אוקיי. אוף, HDR, אוף, resolution scale 100%. זה. בוא נראה אם זה עשה משהו, נעשה משחק. אם זה יביל.
אצלי אבל הרזולושן סקיין נעול ל-100.
זה תבדוק, מה ההגדרות ששמת בגרפיקה שם למטה? זה advanced? כאילו זה custom? בפריסט.
כן, כן, זה קסטום. לא קשור גם הפריסט, אבל לא קשור לפריסט.
אצלי הפריסט נעל הרבה דברים. הוא נעל לי את
לא, אבל הרזולושן סקייל הוא למעלה בהתחלה.
נו, לי זה נעל את הוויסינק, והוויסינק למעלה.
לא יודע.
זה...
לא מכיר, אני בקוסטום, זה לא משנה, אבל עדיין.
בוא נראה, אני עכשיו בדיוק...
DLSS נעל. לא יודע את זה ל-100%. כאילו...
כן, זה הגיוני.
הוא מבטא את האופציה, יעני.
כן, כאילו. בוא נראה אם עכשיו זה יביא לי לשנות DLSS או לא. אני רואה שה-FPS חזר להיות 240. נשאיר את זה כמו שהוא לרגע.
נכון, הוסיפו לזה קו-אופ.
נכנסתי לאופן בטא? לא. לא הבנתי.
זה מציג לך את זה.
כן, לא הבנתי מה זה מציג לי.
נכון, שאלתי שהוסיפו קו-אופ. קומיוניטי גיימס.
DLSS נעול לי עדיין.
וה-DX12 דלוק,
הוא דלוק.
וה-DXR
דלוק.
זהו.
memory restriction קיביתי, hard scaling לא צריך לשנות את הגודל, ההגדרות האלה אין משהו שמשפיע. אין לי אופציה ל-DLSS משהו. פיסינג קבוי.
פיירסטורם זה הבטל רויאל? כן.
נראה לי שכן. DLSS אופשן.
לא.
לא.
איך אצלך תמיד יש בעיות?
יש בוגים בכל דבר שאני עושה.
לא, אצלך רק אצלך.
הנה, יש כבר עוד אנשים. תודה רבה.
בעיקרון האופציה אמורה להיות פעולה עם ה-DX12 וה-DXR בעיניהם. מוזר שזה לא נותן.
נו, תמותו. אין משהו שהוא לא workaround ב-GeForce fucking experience כי אין לי כוח לעשות אופטימייז.
אז תעשה אופטימייז משם?
זה הפאקינג workaround, כן.
תעשה את זה כדי שיבטל לך, וזהו. תשמע.
אהה. רגע, מה? לא, אתם רציניים? הם רוצים... רגע, מה? הם רוצים שזה רק לפי כרטיס מסך מסוים.
אז איך אצלי זה עובד ל-6070?
כי אתה נמצא בקטגוריה שאני רואה פה.
באמת?
2060, 70 ו-80 נמצאים ב-2K, שאתה יכול להדליק DLSS. כולם נמצאים ב-4K, ו-2060 ו-2070 יכולים להיות ב-1080p. זאת אומרת,
הכרטיס שלך לא מופיע?
לא, ו-2080 לא יכול להדליק DLSS ב-1080p מסתבר. לא שזה משנה, כן?
זה לך DLSS, בסדר, בשביל מה אתה צריך DLSS? הכרטיס שלך מספיק חזק
לא אכפת לי, תביא לי את האופציה! I paid for it, bitch!
לא, אתה לא.
רגע, חכה פה. תביא לי DLSS!
You don't need this shit. או בחום לערוץ שלך?
לב המנוב?
אם אתה יודע, כף תחתון אחד, כף תחתון.
דקה, אני אשלח לו לינק.
הבאתי לו כבר קישור.
לא, אני נמצא לבד.
זה כבר אצלו בסטיפ צ'אט.
אני נמצא לבד.
הנה. כל האנשים עם 30-80 בוכים כמוני. הוא משתמש ב-DLSS אחד.
לא, הרסתי לך, אתה עכשיו 70 סובסקרייברס ולא 69.
כן, 69, תוריד.
למה עשית את זה? תוריד מהר, אני לא מוריד את הסאב שלי.
You ruined everything. We're on this verge of greatness.
שומעים אותי?
כן.
Yes. אוי, ובאמת הרסת את זה, לא.
You ruined everything.
יש לי סאב אליך מאוד ערוץ במקרה? אני חייב להוריד אותו. יפ. הסיבה שזה לא נדלק פה זה DLSS Gen 1, זה garbage. אוקיי, who cares.
אבל בכלל שתרצה להדליק את זה.
אבל כן יש לך דיליי של 3 שניות, לא?
ברור שיש דיליי, אחי.
מן הסתם, כן. אבל
אתה אמרת אבל
מינימלי, אחי. מינימלי בהשוואה לסטרים אם תעשה לטוויץ' או לאיך שהיית פעם עושה. זה היה איזה 10-11 שניות בכיף.
מה שאני עשיתי לך סטרים בדרך הסוני היה לך דיליי של 10 שניות?
זה שונה, זה עבר הזמן מאז. עבר הזמן, רגע, נתחיל מהסוני. ביוטיוב?
סוני 5, כן.
היה טיפה אני משער, אני לא זוכר בדיוק.
היה, מן הסתם, אבל כאילו...
אני לא זוכר כמה, אבל אצל רוב זה ממש אינסטנטניוס.
הוא התאבד?
כן, הלכתי לחפש אייטמים שלי, אבל לא מצאתי.
אתה אשר, שי.
ים אותו?
אתה בפנים.
אני בפנים?
לא, אתה יצאת.
אוקיי, אני רק קיביתי את ה-DXR כי לא בא לי לקבל סרטן. וואי.
למה? עם ה-3080 אתה יכול לראות את DXR לראות את זה בהיי קואליטי.
לא יודע, נשנה את זה עוד מעט בתוך המשחק. אני לא יודע אם זה דולק או לא, כי אני שיניתי. וזה אומר שהוא רוצה ריסטארטים, אבל who cares. אחי, קוראים לי ברברה. אני ברברה, בתוך World War 2. World War 2? לא. כן, בעצם, בטלפילד 1, המלחמת העולם הראשונה. אשכרה אתה צריך עכשיו ליצור סט שלם מהכל, פאק.
זה הכניס אותך? שי,
מה אמרת?
זה הכניס אותך?
אני בקיו. תודה.
כאילו מה זה כאילו המקום מלא כאילו? תחכה שתפנה?
נראה לי.
תהיה לך חרדיס שרת שיש לך מקום בו. יוצא.
נראה זה, כן, גיים פול עם Q1.
היית הנה. שאלה אבל אם אני אצא זה יוציא אותך גם.
זה אמרו להוציא אותי מה-Q, כן.
שתיקחו איץ.
כן?
זה הכניס אותך במקומי, אה?
יכול להיות, בוא נראה.
זה הכניס אותך במקומי אם זה תקרא עיתון, אני יצאתי בדיוק.
כן, אני עכשיו אעשה DC. אי אפשר מהקונסול. אוף, זה לא קונטר.
כל הטים דדמט שהתמלאו. טוב,
מביא לי. רגע, לפני שאני עושה קוויט, למה אני ב-30 FPS? אוקיי, הלאה.
אתה מכיר את המודים? למה זה Outpost?
לא, אבל תן לי להיכנס, נראה מה רשום שם.
לא רשום.
לא רשום? דרך כלל הם רושמים לפחות משהו.
לא, כי אני בסרבר ברוז.
הבנתי אותך.
בואי נעשות את הבטל רע שלהם.
לא, לא.
לאשר. שלחתי לך.
לא נכון. עכשיו רק קיבלתי, וואו.
זה או סולו או סקוואד? וואו.
אין דוס.
אני הולך סקיפ, קורה. מחפש סקוואד להשלים לנו שני אנשים. אם יש סקיפ זה יתחיל רק שניהם. לא מחכה רגע, אולי זה ימצא.
אוקיי.
נראה לי אתה לא בפוש טו טוק, שי. במשחק.
מה?
המיקרופון שלך נדלק במשחק. אתה בפוש טו טוק? שזה אופן.
דרך הגדרות, בוא נראה. אני... וויפ און רשום פשוט.
אז כנראה לחצת על הכפתור.
כן, מוזר.
לא נקרא. סקיפ, יס. זה לא שם אנשים מספיק. זה 7. דקה מספיק. איך רואים כמה... קומיוניטי האב רואים כמה אונליין יש?
כן.
כן.
מדע, יש 23,000 רק?
זה רק בסטים.
כן. יש באוריג'ין גם, כמוני.
23,000 רק בסטים, ומשחק כזה, זה לא רע.
משחק די ישן, כן.
מה, המשחק שלו ממש תפס.
שלא תפס? דווקא 5,000 די תפס.
לא, הסלט שלו די דיסאפוינטינג.
אנשים העדיפו את 1 דווקא מעל 5 בגלל שהם הוסיפו... ב-1 לא היה בחורות, נכון? נראה לי ששם...
לא נראה לי.
כן,
לא זוכר.
ב-5...
אבל במלחמת העולם השנייה כן היה לך נשים מעטיות, אבל היה.
0.5%.
בדיוק.
בסדר, זה לא היסטוריק דיסקורקשן.
זה כן.
הרבה אנשים כאילו התבאסו מזה, התאכזבו מזה.
זה בשביל זה עוסק משחק, משמע.
יש אנשים מיוחדים בעולם.
טוב, קנסל.
ביפ ביפ.
בק.
יואו, בא לי ללכת ליד הבית שלך לצפצף שם.
וואו, זה היה מהר. הבית שלי או של...
שלך. שאתה יושב שם על הזה. על החלון.
יש פה חלון.
וואי, תראו מה עשיתי היום. טוב, נכון, מה הג'יפ שלי עשה היום. או מה עשיתי עם הג'יפ שלי היום.
מה עשית?
מה עשית עם ממש שלך?
ג'יפ.
פירקתי עץ.
איך?
פירקת עץ.
יס.
How?
בשטח, כן?
לא.
לא בשטח פירקת עץ.
תסתכל בשיתוף.
How?
בסטרים.
אתה אומר בג'יפ, אני כזה, מה?
עם הג'יפ.
משכת עם הג'יפ.
יס. זה ענק נראה פתאום.
כן, העץ הזה לקח המון.
כשאתה עומד שם וזה לא בתמונה, אחי, זה מרגיש עצום פתאום.
וואו, הנה, התחלת עם השיפוצים. נייס. עכשיו
יאללה,
אתה
שי.
מוסיף... מה?
ועוד שואל.
וואי, קטלני. מתי אתה מתחיל אבל עכשיו עם הזה?
פעם שכבר הזמין את זה. את החומר.
נייס.
אני מקווה, שבוע...
אתה אמרת שאתה דוחה את השיפוצים אבל?
כן, דחיתי ואז אנדחיתי.
דחיתי ואז דחיתי.
זה יותר חשוב לי מאשר כל השטויות שרציתי לקנות.
תחליט, פעם אתה כל פעם אתה משנה דעה.
הוא לא בטוח בעצמו.
תשמע, בסופו של דבר זה שתי מיקרו, כן, אני בסוף גם אבנה את הבית וגם אקנה את כל הדברים, אבל...
פשוט אחד יגיע לפני השני. זה תכלס פריוריטייז נכון מה שעשית פה.
כן, נראה לי.
בוא'נה, למה יש לך 9 פינג פחות ממני? אני לא מאשר את זה.
אני עם סיב,
סיב בתחת?
יותר איכותי.
בכבל תת ימי יש לך?
בדיוק, זו השאלה.
גם 1000 מגה.
כבל תת ענה לי, יש לך?
יש לך 2.5 ג'יגה שאתה יכול לקחת? או אתה.
מה?
יש לך חבילה של 2.5 שאתה יכול לקחת כאילו? שזה בחברה אחרת, אני לא זוכר, יש חברה אחת שמציעה 2.5.
פרטנר יש להם, אני יכול לקחת, נראה לי, לא יודע אם זה הגיע, זה פתוח לכולם.
זה לא בזק עם ה-2.5?
לא, פרטנר.
מגניב 2.5. אם אני לא יודע גם זה 2, זה 250 אפלוד.
יש 2 ו-2.5 או...
לא, יש 2.5, או 1 או 2.5, את כל החילוק, חבילות מתחת ל-1.
הגיוני.
זה
זה
מגניב.
ברסטרפון. למה משהו שזה פול?
יש לך באמת 100 מגה אפלוד ברוב הזמן?
לא מעלה אז אני לא יודע.
אתה יכול לשים באמת איזה טורנט פשוט באיזה סיד ולהשאיר את זה רץ. ואז תראה בג'ים.
שלא נראה לי באמת שתקבל 100 מגה בשעות עומס לפחות.
יש לי משהו פאק. למה בחרתי לנסות להיות סנייפר במצב הזה? ולמה יש לי מושן בלור למרות שקיביתי?
כוס פאק מושן בלור.
מושן בלור, אני לא רואה את האופציה יותר.
בסדר, אני במתח מהסיפור. צייתם אותי באמצע שלו.
We are more entertaining than shit. We are not more
You're not.
entertaining than creepypasta.
וזה, וואי, טובה, אני מת עליה.
מושן בלור אוף, thank you.
טוב שאתה מונמך עוד יותר.
אתה לא אוהב אותי ממרי?
אחי, זה נשמע פאקינג נורא והיום.
איך אני לא שומע את זה?
אני לא יודע, אני שומע את זה טילים.
מה זה הבוט הזה?
אתה פאק אחי, יש לי...
כן, מושג.
למה זה קורה? יש כל פעם יש איזה invisible טקסטור שתוקע אותי.
You don't go there, you stay. אמא. פגעתי בו. די.
הבאתם לי חשק לנשר קנלס.
נושב כנליס. הלו טימייט, תנק יו איכו.
אתה יודע שאתה לא יכול ללחוץ... יש לי איזה כפתור זה, שאתן היל. F נראה לי? יש לך סלף מדקל.
יש לי? אין לי.
לא בצד שמאל למטה, סליחה.
לא ידעתי.
שערתי איזה כפתור זה אבל.
I didn't know it.
מה הפוינט בקלאסים? הבאתי שאתם יכולים לעשות היל לבד.
כן, אני...
כי זה היל קטן, אחד פעמי.
עדיין זה ריבייב כאילו.
זה לא ריבייב.
אתה מדבר על אשכרה HP היל.
כן.
זה C מסתבר. עכשיו לחצתי את זה. אמא! אאו!
וואו. מה? פשוט מתקמפר ליד... וואו. Hey, I saw the sniper. How the sniping here?
Oh no.
מה ניקח? בולט אקשן, זה הכי חזקים. בולט אקשן.
בדרך כלל כן.
יש פה קאר 98. זה אוריג'ינל.
איזה קאר 98 הוא לא אוריג'ינל קאר 98.
זה גם משהו. סייבים. אל תראו לי בפנים. אמא, מסתדרים.
ילדים ילדים.
בואו הביתה. פגעתי.
לא. תבוא אתה הביתה אבא.
הלכתי לקנות אבל זה חלב.
כמה זמן?
13 שנה.
חלב, סיגריות, אתה יודע, זה הופך להיות רשימת קניות.
אני חייב סיגריה אחרי החלב.
אחרי הקפה.
שאני מזיין את אמא של שי.
אמא! צריך נראה לי צנזור פה.
יא.
יא? הלו. זה הקיל שלי.
וואו אחי, איזה... נו. ריקויל יש לזה. וואו, מאחורה.
ראיתי, מת. אני מכיר אותך.
איזה ריקויל יש לזה? לקר? כי ירייה אחת דף לי הכוונת לדינה חוי.
אתה אמור להרוג בירייה הראשונה. זה הפוינט אוף בולט אקשנים.
מישהו שם שוכב, מה הוא מחכה לרגע?
כן, הוא... כן.
מה ג'י-פורס אקספיריאנס שאמר לי פה?
את הרווייב נראה לי.
לא, הוא פשוט...
מאחורה! אותו מקום. הוא עלה למעלה במדרגות עצמן.
מישהו הראה לי מאחורה. אמא! די לראות בי!
ליפט הקר. סטופר, פול ריקו.
He's too powerful to be kept alive.
רגע, מה?
קרה.
זה אמר לי איזה משהו על חיפוש שהצליח, האם אני רוצה להתבדח את החיפוש זה?
ואתה רוצה?
בדיוק. אחי, אני באמצע המשחק, מי רוצה לחפש עוד משחק? אחלה UI.
אחי, זה מולטיטאסקינג. צריך שתי משחקים בזמנית. יש לי טראומה מקריפרים. 17 דיימנד זה לקח לי הבן זונה הזה.
זה היה קריפר? זה היה הרבה
קריפר.
היי! he did, בו. צריך לא לקחת את המשחק הזה ברצינות כמו את וורזון. הפאקינג... אתה לא צריך לכוון גבוה בשיט פשוט.
לא, צריך קצת.
עכשיו כיוונתי בול על בן אדם ממרחק איזה קילומטר והוא ישר אחד לספר. עשיתי טרייד איתו, סמק.
זה קלאסיקה.
הורדתי לו 85.
זה קלאסיקה. עשו לי ריווייב.
צריך ריווייב.
בתוך אימון.
זה גם קלאסיקה.
למה אני רואה טיק דיפרנס ליין פאק?
כמה פאקינג ארורים, 5 דקות היית במשחק.
זה לא ארור.
אתה צריך לעשות אקססיזם במחשב שלך.
איך זה ככה מרעיש לך?
יש לו מעברי 3,000 RPM והמעבד שלו הוא מטורף, אז וואי! מטומטם הלך וקנה מעברי 3,000 RPM.
המעברר הזה קיים ב-2014.
מעניין את התחת אתה קנית אותו. מי אומר לך לקנות 3,000 פאקינג RPM?
אחי, המעברים האלה מחזיקים הרבה זמן איכשהו.
כל נוקטו מחזיק.
10 שקל?
לא, מעבר איכותי, פשוט 3,000 RPM במקום על הגרסה של 2,000. כל מעבר של נוקטו השי לא מת. בחיים לא היה לי מעבר של נוקטו מת. הדברים המקוריים של ה-NGD15 שפאקינג חתכתי להם את הכבלים וחיברתי אותם לספק כוח ישר עדיין עובדים.
לא יודע, אף פעם לא מת לי מעבר נקודה. של החברה שהייתה לי.
אונסטי גם אני, אף פעם לא קניתי מעבר.
קניתי כאילו באמת, כל פעם שהייתי מחשב קניתי מעבר אחד, כאילו פעם אחת מעברים וזהו.
לא קניתי אף פעם מעברים.
למה, שהרכבת מחשב חדש לא קנית מעברים חדשים?
never.
לא יודע, אני... לא יודע, אתה כבר קונה...
שקניתי זה באמת הנוקטו האלה, כשאני חושב על זה.
כל המחשבים שלי זה או מעברים משנים מקירורים, או מעברים שהגיעו עם קייסים. כן, קניתי 5 קייסים בחיים שלי, אז די הרבה מעברים הגיעו משם.
אני אשכרה חייב לצאת מהסקופ כדי שניתן לי את ה-next bullet.
אמור להיות attachment בבטלפילדים שמאפשר את זה, לעשות את זה seamless.
מו.
איך הם קוראים לזה?
טוב, אני מבין שזה לא מפה לסנייפרס.
אני לא יודע, אני אוהב סנייפר.
כן, לא, זה מפה קטנה. לא כמו הקודמת שהיה ממש אופן.
אם אתה יכול לעשות סנייפינג מנשר קנלס, אתה יכול לעשות סנייפינג בכל מפה.
זה מה זה שקנלס?
זה שנוער קנלס. בבטלפילד 3.
כן, לא, זה עם הקונטיינרים?
הנה, המפה היחידה שקיימת בבטלפילד 3. כמו שהמפה היחידה שקיימת ב-CSGO זה אינפרנו.
אם נזרייכט, תזרייכט.
דרייך has made it at
For the concentration camp you go.
אהבתי, הדמות שהיא מדברת אשכרה, נו, מדברת סיני. היא אמרה, נו, איך אומרים את זה? טסקטה.
ניהן.
טסקטה! משנה, יא פאקינג וויב. זה יפנים, אוי אוי.
אוי אוי אוי.
פאקינג וויב.
יפנית.
אוי, איך הוא הרג את שתינו? לא ראית פה בכלל?
הורדתי לו 25.
הורדתי לו 52, יא אפס.
אפס.
יפיס, מוזירו שיקולה. אחי, אני 1 פאקינג 3, אני גרוע.
אנחנו יודעים.
אתה גרוע? מה זה קשור?
אתה גרוע? מה זה קשור? אתה תמיד גרוע.
תפגע גרוע, תפגע גרוע.
תפגע גרוע.
מה, שאתה יכול לפגוע גרוע?
איפה יש אויבים?
שאתה מוצא אם אתה יכול להרוג אותם, מה זה משנה?
הרגתי.
וואה.
טסקטה קונסאי.
תסקטה! כל כך הרבה אנשים.
16 איש.
על הפרצוף שלי? הלו. נו, זה יעשה לי ספון עליך?
עליתי לפרייבט.
זה
אני
עשה לי
private.
כאילו אני עושה ספון עליך, אבל זה ביטל את זה.
כי בדיוק התחלתי קרב, אז זה מבטל את זה.
לא, אני ראיתי אותך יורה בהם. כאילו, עליך. היי! הצלתי. לפחות כדוק יש לי אינפיניט הילס.
F זה מיני פה, אוקיי.
ככה זה בכל ברציפים. תנו לנו פה. איפה הם?
מה? וואשה שוכב על ה...
או,
איזה...
אפס?
וואו. הוא אשכרה בפרון על איזה... אוטו.
מישהו ניסה להחיות אותי. כן, הם סננו. Stop getting cold, you're not Santa.
אני צריך חול, כי כל הקול שעסקתי עכשיו במשך שעה התפוצץ. צריך פורצ'ון גם. אני חושב שזה יש לך מסך שלי לראות אותי משחק מיינקראפט.
כן, זה ממש נחמד.
כן, אני גם מביא או מסך שני או את ה-G9, ואז אני לא צריך
אותו
את
אחד
המסך
הרג
שלי.
אותך, נכון?
אתה לא תצא.
הרגתי את שהרג אותך. את הקמפר המסריח הזה.
אשכרה, אבל באמת אתה לא תצטרך מסך שני עם ה-G9 הזה. Take me up. מאחוריי, אמא!
מה? איך הוא הרג אותנו ב... זה מישהו אחר. הוא הרג אותי. הבנתי איך הוא... הרג את שנו באותו זה.
Well, we did.
Did this fuck boy. עכשיו, אתה יכול שנייה להיות וילג'ר ולהביא לי פורצ'ון 3?
וילג'ר. הווילג'ר יותר יוספול משי.
הווילג'ר הרבה יותר יוספול משי, הוא פאקינג טריידים טובים. איזה טרייד טוב שייתן לך?
סאקי סאק.
זה לא טרייד טוב, הוא לא יודע לעשות סאקי סאק טוב. הוא לא מוכן לשים את השקית כל הזמן.
כי הוא בוחש, הוא לא נושם.
את השקית.
אני לא יכול לראות את הפרצוף הזה.
מאחוריך. עולה לך.
הבולבול שלי נכנס פנימה כמו איזה צב שנכנס לשל שלו.
הוא לא מבין שהוא לא צריך לנשום, הוא רק צריך להיות עם פה פתוח.
לא, הוא לא למד לנשום מהאף כמו שצריך. ככה עושים דיפות טוב.
רגע,
כן. אוי, זה טריפל קיל.
למה אתה רואה אויבים מקדימה ואני רואה אותם רק כשהם באים לי מאחורה? Hold up. That's gay.
אומייגאד.
r/suddenly gay.
זה פאקינג ריטארד.
וואי, זה מעסיק אותי לשמוע את אותה בדיחה שוב פעם בדילי בסטרים שלך.
למה לסטרים שלי יש ווליום אצלך?
בדיוק.
כי... why not?
זה אוקיי.
זה לא מבלבל לך את החיים?
לא, אני חווה את אותו רגע פעמיים.
דאבל פלייז'ר. DP. שמת... אני רואה את זה כאילו, אבל אני לא שומע למזלי.
הוא התחיל לצעוק מוקדם מדי.
הצחוק הביא לי את זה להסתכל למסך שלי.
הייתי צריך לעשות את זה.
מאחורה. זה בבית איפה זה מי?
מולנו.
מולנו! הרגתי. אני לא יכול לטפס פה. עליתי רמה. בוא לפה, קח HP. אליגטו! היי!
איפה הבדון הבא?
איפה אחד? רק אם מתערב. אמא למעלה, בחלום.
כן. ראיתי, פגעתי בו.
אני מת. אוי. לא אסס אותך.
ראיתי עליו RPG. שרפתי אותו, הוא... כמעט בלי חיים.
קוויספי.
לא!
ביי בן.
אחי, הורדתי את כל הבניין עם RPG.
את כל הבניין. נכון, הם עדיין עושים את החרס של ה-Evolution.
אחד הדברים הכיפים עם הדלפט, מה יש לך? הורדתי לו 98 עם RPG.
אוי.
כזה שי לפעמים.
מה?
מה מסגר?
הוורמן?
אמרו לי דיים דאונסייד ב-33%. נייס. בוא נתן רמה עם הנשק.
Very nice.
תראה איך אני נראה, כמו... נו. אולי... לא משנה, כי בדיוק התחילה זה. לפני זה במיניון. תראה אותי אבל. נו, איך קוראים לדמות הזאתי? וואי, תראה אותו, הנה פה מולך. נו, הולך לי השם שלו.
תפסיק לזוז רגע. אני לא תופס יותר מדי טוב. לא מבין. יש לנו הרבה חברים פה. אני מחכה.
גנב.
אני הורדתי לו 50. מישהו גנב לי אותו.
קיבלתי סנייפ.
למעלה. פגעתי בו הדשוט, מה? איך הדשוט הוריד לו 14?
זה לא היה הדשוט אז.
הדבר היחיד שראיתי זה פיצי ראש שלו. פיצי.
וואי, זה עקום יצאתי.
הרגתי.
עוד אחד מולך?
לא, השני הרג אותי, כן, יריתי בו. אוי, יש לנו פיניק פה. סתם 4 2, לא מת. היי.
אני אנסה רגע להריץ את המשחק. בלי... צריך לעשות לו ריסטארט אחרי המשחק. ביטלתי את ה-RTX. אפשר לדעת איך הוא רץ זה. איך הוא רץ בלי זה. אתה פילד מדיק?
מה הכוונה? אני פידמלי, כן.
זה למה אתה מחק כזה מהר? חייד אותי תוך שנייה.
כן, זה די מהיר. אמא? הרגתי. עוד אחד, מת.
כן, ראיתי אותו, בדיוק קטנתי.
כן, לא שמתי לב כי הוא היה בתוך השיח. טוב, בזמן הזה, הנה הוא יוצא מאחורי המשאית.
חשבת על משפט של חייך, הקאץ' פייס שלך,
היי, יורים לי בתחת.
זה גם קאץ' פייס שלך.
היי. זה גם קאץ' שלך.
הרימי בתחת.
זה כמו ב3 שזה מבטל את המוות שלך? כאילו זה מוות לא נספר אם אתה מחיה אותי?
היי.
טוב, אנחנו בספון.
לא יודע איפה אני הלכתי לאיבוד.
הגענו לסוף של המפה.
זה אין סוף פה. There is no limit. יורים בי!
המתכוונת של המפה היא Unlimited!
פאוור!
אני חושב שנמכור לי מימים של פלפטין, זה בעייתי.
זה לא בעייתי. רואה את זה כיתרון. I say it as an absolute die! absolute die.
אבסולוט איי.
איזה פגיעה הבאתי בו עם ה-RPG. דירקט היט הבאתי בו. מה? הדמות שלי תקועה פה. היי, תקוע בגליץ'.
זה משפט של שי.
היי!
גובי מאחורה.
זה גם משפט של שי.
מה זה הפך להיות בויל?
זה היה יותר ג'ייק, that's what she said.
אווי. הלו. אחד, מת. אמא. מאמה.
יורים בי מאחורה. זה שלמעלה מת?
יש עוד למעלה, פגעתי בו 50.
הוא מצד שני היה.
מה זה הספון הגרוע הזה?
זה ספון שלנו.
היי, צד שני של המפה, תנו מפה, רגע. עכשיו שאני חושב על זה, זה PDM. אוקיי. היי! מה? מאיפה?
סנייפר מאחוריך, יא דביל.
לא ראיתי אותו בכלל. אתה חי?
כן, ברחתי.
זה כי גוג'ו.
מישהו מחיה אותי. מישהו מת. יופ, מג'יק! מג'יק! היי. המשחק הזה זה אוטולין אם אני לא טועה? זה אמור לעשות לינק...
אוטומטי.
כן, זה טועה כנראה באזור בצורה מטומטמת. אני טועה שוט, הוא מת. מישהו פיצץ לו את הבניין.
בן זונה.
לא! למה הוא מתקמפר למעלה ככה? כמו חנוני.
היית לעצמך.
חנוני. I coming for you, Mariah. Come where you are. Let's go. לנו שמה. שמתי סמוק ככה שנוכל לעבור. מה? I just want a little peace.
Peace.
A little piece of Poland. A little piece of France. Oh god! Fuck you, bitch!
Fuck you, Kratos.
Son of a bitch. It's Kratos.
Fuck you, Kratos.
Fuck you. Hello.
איזה הדשוט. כן, גם בהתחלה ניסיתי לעשות סלייד. ראיתי את השני שם מאחורה. הם עברו, הנה הם שם, עברו לשם. כולם רצו שם, כפי שסימנתי.
אני רואה. אחד מת למטה. little bit of falling, a little bit of... היי, משהו מאחורי, אמא! קראוג ירגרנסן. פיזדץ.
איפה ירה בך?
מאחור, הוא מת. ריבוביה. ריבוע.
הם שמה.
פרק. יש גם מאחור, גבעת. פה לבית?
פה מחוץ לבית, פגעתי בו. הורדתי אותו.
אז הורדנו 2 אנשים שונים.
כן. וואי, למה סמוק כזה ברייט?
באמת ויתרו לנו על הבית הזה? הנה אחד. פאק סנייפר.
הוא מת?
יש 2.
הנה, שם אחד.
יש אצלי? אני מת. וואו. הצלחתי את המורפח.
לא, בטעות נשק שעבר לפאקינג סינגל, בטעות לחץ טבעי. שונא שזה קורה.
מה קרה? צ'יטים.
מתי פעם אני לא משתמש בדברים כאלה. שאלה אם זה בכלל יעבוד בסנפשוט.
כן, בגרסה הזאת. פתח הרדשוט. יש לנו הרבה אנשים פה.
מאחורה גם.
כן.
בסדר.
ליד אאוט.
שיט, 15 הרגות?
מסתבר. אני פשוט רץ שם.
גנב.
מה גנב? מה גנב? היה. אויב. לא! יש לך מישהו.
זה ביד שוט.
יפ. פגעתי בו 96 עם הרימון הזה? סיריוסלי?
מה? הוא בא מהחלון, נו באמת.
אני אחר אותך שנייה.
הרגו אותו, קיבלתי אסיסט.
תמיד זה קצת. יש אני חשבתי לראות בו.
מהצד גם בעולה. הורדתי לו 69.
הנה מאחורה, פאק.
נגמר.
הפסדנו.
ניצחנו.
ייי!
וואי, שהפינג נמוך ממך משמעותית.
עכשיו כן. אני באזור ה-60 ומשהו רוב המשחק הייתי. 66.
שהיית הומו. נתחיל מסיבה נראה. בסיבמבה?
מה, יצאת מהמשחק?
לא. יצאתי למניו. לוקח לו 200 שנה, זה, רוצה להחליף מוד. למה? למה יצאת מה...
זה לא מוציא אותי.
ועשיתי זה. מה? זה מוציא לבד? טוב. לא ידעתי שזה מוציא לבד.
I guess. This game stupid.
רוצה לשחק ב-The Pacific's War? What the fuck this is? אשכרה, איך זה נקרא? שחזור, נו, זה נקרא. שמשחזרים קרב.
רינקמנט?
מה נעשה? עלה את נפלי. לא. וואה. יש פה מוד שלוקח, שה-average time לסיים אותו לוקח שעה.
בוא לפה, בוא לפה, בוא לפה, בוא לפה.
זה מסיב סקייל, זה קטן. בואי נעשה את זה אז.
אני חוטף ויליג'רס מהבית שלהם כדי להיות הסלייב שלי לנצח.
אוי ביי.
אתה עושה להם קונסטריישן קמפ?
מה אני עושה?
קונסטריישן קמפ.
לא, וורקמפ יותר.
אתה רואה את הדמות שלי?
כן. אוקיי. אחלה רמבו, זה של זה.
היא בג'רמני סייד. היא אבל מאיזה מדינה היא? היא מיפן. טוקיו, יפן.
הגיוני? סך הכל.
אריגטו, טסקט, בקה, 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 איי? מה את מדברת? מה?
ביבי פלי אמא שלך.
ביב ביב.
יש לעשות ריסט למשחק. טוב, אחרי זה אני אעשה.
מה, לראות איך FPS בלי DXR?
כן. גם לבטל את ה-DX12.
זה מפה מהבטא.
לא יודע, עסקתי בבטא של 5.
לפחות זו המפה היחידה שאני זוכר במילה. אוקיי, דאבל קיל, let's go.
וואו, מאיפה ירו עליי?
לא, למה מאחורה?
לא, הייתי פרייבט 3.
איזה גניבה. הורדתי לו
כן.
1 HP.
גנב מסריח.
1 דמג' אחי.
הם כובשים את צי.
קל לי, was being taken.
וואו. וואו, מישהו מהצד שם.
אגב, קיפ פייר במשחק הזה אופי. אין טעם להיכנס לכוונת. אם כבר זה רק דופק לך את האקיורסי משום מה. קח לך סטן, רוץ להם לפרצוף רסס. מה? זה נתק אותי?
למה עזבת את הסקוואד?
זה נתק אותי.
טוב, אז אני אנצל את זה בלצאת סטריסטות.
מה זה רושם לי? בוא נראה. מה עכשיו? מסך טעינה אינסטית?
יכול להיות. סע על F4.
לא, אני רוצה לראות לאן זה ייקח. You have lost connection to the EA servers. Go online. Go online. Go online. Fuck off, אל תפאר בה.
This is why you use Steam. And not Origin.
זה עדיין מריץ לך את זה מאוריג'ין.
True Steam. מה אתה מחפש?
רגע, אותי שאלת את זה?
פום.
אני? מה אתה רוצה ממני?
ביד.
מה אני מחפש מה?
לא, סתם ראיתי אותך בסטרים, מחפש משהו.
כן, רוצים לראות אם עושים דיספון וילג'רס. הוא רוצה לעלות את השיין הקטן?
ל-69% יש את ה-achievement הזה.
נו, עלה כבר למעלה.
אוי זה דביל, אני לא ביטלתי את ה-DX12 לפני שעשיתי ריסטארט למשחק. יופי שהכל באשמתך.
אני גם רוצה את זה עכשיו.
הכל באשמת שי.
בן השם, בן גרם זו הצרה.
זו המציצה.
לא, 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 לא. אמא שלהם זונה. די עם הביפ ביפ, מה? אתם חיות?
פאקינג אנימל. אוקיי, ופה אתה תרצה ללכת?
כן.
בוא נראה. פה. בוא. בוא. בוא.
אתה חושב שהוא רוצה לבוא איתך?
בוא.
לא נראה לי, הוא לא אוהב אותך.
בוא. בוא. כל הכבוד, בוא, בוא, בוא. עוד. עוד טיפה. כן, תשאר פה. אני יכול רק להביא את הסירה? איפה הסירה שלי?
היא נפלה במים.
זה סירה שי.
היא נפלה במים, כששברת אותה.
איפה החכי הקטן הזה? עוד, בוא, כן, יופי. רק לפה, תעלה לפה. כל הכבוד, you're mine now bitch.
You're mine now.
That's what she said?
לא, אני לא אקבר אותך פה.
שיהום ושיהום שיה בן סונה. איך זה להיות בן של סונה?
זונה.
בן של סונה. של סונה. אתה רוצה צונאמי?
תן לא רוצה צונאמי.
תפעיל את האזעקות. We gonna have a problem?
You better put up the attitude.
לא יודע למה אני כל כך אוהב מירנדה. הוא עושה צרבות למות, אבל לא יודע.
כן, זו הסיבה העיקרית שאני לא שותף לעולה.
זה של פפסי, לא?
לא נראה לי.
קוקה קולה.
לא? זה של קולה? באמת?
כן. מירנדה...
לא, פנטה זה של קוקה קולה?
יכול להיות פנטה בעצם.
זה פנטה.
Yes, definitely פנטה.
זה...
כי אם אני
אתה
זוכר
מתאים
שזה-
לפפסי יותר.
כי איך קוראים לזה? גם ספרייט בבעלות קוקה קולה, לא?
הכל בבעלות קוקה קולה.
המג'וריטי, נסטי, קולה, זה נקרא פנטה, ספרייט.
פנטה?
אם אתה פנטה מוכן תוכן?
פנטה מוכן.
איי איי קפטן.
איי. איזה מד לא עשינו לב? זה מד.
לא, עשית טקטיקל קונקווסט הזה. או אם אתה רוצה לארג' סקייל, אתה סטרג'יטיק. קונקווסט. טקטיקה זה כאילו קטן יותר. רגע, אני מגלגל, יא בן זונה.
בן זונה.
מהר.
אני רק עכשיו שם את הטבק. לא, תירום. קראת קריפי פסטה עכשיו במשך 6 שעות או ש...
שמעתי.
שמעת? וואו. אותו סיפור כאילו או כמה סיפורים?
אחד.
איך זה כזה ארוך? what the fuck?
אני יודע, בחיים לא שמעתי אחד כזה ארוך. פאקינג מת עליו, אלוהים.
זה מעניין?
מעניין סטילים. לא אחי, סתם 3.5 שעות הורדתי על אותו סיפור.
לא יודע, אולי כזה אמרת כבר עשיתי איזה קומית, אני אשמע עד הסוף.
אם עכשיו לא הייתם פה, עכשיו הייתי ממשיך לשמוע אותו, אני מת להמשיך לשמוע אותו.
כן גו, אתה לא מאיים עלינו.
אני נראה, פשוט רוצה לשאול אתכם.
אל תלך לי.
לא, אתה בא אליי באיומים, אם לא הייתם פה יאכל...
אני אומר, אם לא הייתם פה עכשיו הייתי יודע, שומע אותו.
אז לך, אתה לא מאיים, אמרתי לך.
לך!
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 אתה, בוז. ילד חוצפן.
חוצפה.
אז תעיר לי אותו.
מה הג'וב סייט שלהם?
אהרון. המשחק התבטל.
איך אפילו את זה אתה יכול להרוס?
זה הג'וב סייט שלהם. Let's try to smoke.
מה סיג הייל?
סיימת? יופי.
לא. אז תפעיל.
בוא תגלגל לי גם אחד, אין לי כוח.
מה אכפת לי?
נו...
Daddy, I want it now. Shit.
מה?
Bullshit.
What, my dick?
Yes.
בואו.
או, איירון ווד, יופי, זה יש לי. ואיירון.
למה את שי בקושי שומעים בסטרים שלך?
כי הוא מונח אצלי.
ואני לא?
אתה לא.
I'm special.
Yes you are.
אתה חושב שאני מזיין את השכל עם הרעש אצלו, אבל בסדר.
הרעש אצלי לא מפריע אז אני מבין.
לא, לפעמים שומע מכונית, אבל אצל שי כל המשחק שומע את דודה שלו צועקת שם בבקראונד.
מה אתה רוצה? הוא מנסה להניע את המטוס. נעיף אותם קיבינימט.
אחי, פאקינג טחן לי את המוח.
רגע, מה יצא אותך פה?
כלא ל...
כלא.
לא, אני מדבר על מה שבניתי. כלא.
ופעם הוא אתה מדבר, אתה שואל אותי מה עשית פה בזה שאני בונה כלא, אז אני אומר לך, בונה כלא.
אני אמרתי, הקופסה הזאת בחוץ.
זה היה הג'וב סייט הזה שלו, זה היה upgrade פיפי פה. כן, אבל הוא בתוך. הוא לא רוצה לקחת את הג'וב משום מה. אולי כאילו לא לעשות פט פיינד לזה.
ג'ובסטן.
וואו, אני יודע יותר מדי דברים על מיינקראפט. זה עצוב.
מה, היה זווית מסוימת?
לא, הוא לא יכול לעשות פט פיינד לזה כי הוא תקוע במיטות. אבל פה כן יכול לעשות איזה פט פיינד, אז הוא לקח את הג'וב.
וואו.
אני זוכר שהם חייבים לעשות פט פיינד לוורק אריה הזה שלהם. עכשיו אני הולך 500 בלוקים לחטוף עוד אחד ולהתחיל לעשות להם ברידינג על הבמבה סטייל.
אומייגאד. אתה הולך להביא את פאקינג אח שלו כבר ליד?
הכי מצחיק זה, זהו, הם כולם נהיים גברים, כאילו.
בדיוק.
הם משתי המינים. יש פה טריידנט, איפה אתה?
אין להם מין, זה הקטע.
הם גם גבר וגם אישה.
אז איך הם מחליטים מי האישה בקשר?
תביא את הטריידנט! תביא את הטריידנט!
הם נזמנים עם עצמם, אתה יודע.
סעמק. אתה יודע שבכלל לא היה לי טריידנט לג'יט בסורווייבל?
יאללה, תתחיל שי.
איך לא היה לך עם כל הזמן?
בחיים לא היה לי, והיה לי איזה יום אחד שאיזה כמה שעות טובות פירקתי להרוג דראונד ובחיים לא קיבלתי.
עם כל הזמן הזה שראה מיינקראפט קיים, איך לא חשבו לעשות עוד מין של ויליג'ר?
ומה תעשה עם זה בדיוק שאתה צריך בגיר
לא יודע.
ובאישה, מה?
כן, דם שלה...
זה כאילו, אפקטיבית אנשים עדיין ייקחו את הגברים.
זה סתם
לא
לסבך בשביל
אפקטיבי,
לסבך.
שכאילו בשביל הברידינג.
זה נעשה שמונה לי ילדים, אתה לא רוצה ללמד ילדים על סקס.
אבל זה גם להקשות כאילו כביכול.
כן.
שדיינים חייבים למצוא את ה-right mate.
הונסלי, הוויליג'רס הם מספיק טובים שלא ייגעו בהם. כל פעם שהם נוגעים בדברים שכבר שדרגו פעם, הם הורסים. כמו
אז שיוסיפו עוד
קומבט.
מינים.
כן, אולי העתק הליקופטר.
וואי גישת.
אתה אומר שהעתק הליקופטר זה לא סקשואליטי?
אתה יודע שאתה מגדיר את עצמך?
כן? אני אפאצ'י.
הוא אפאצ'י.
אני
אתה
לפעמים
אולי
עושה בזה
אפצ'י.
העתק הליקופטר.
אתה אולי אפצ'י.
די, אתה לא ממריא לשום מקום.
אתה אומר ברגע שאני מכניס מישהי לרעיון אני עושה yeet out of there להקד העתק הליקופטר.
או שזה מוב שלך בזה.
זה המוב שלי במיטה, כן, the הליקופטר.
זה עתק הליקופטר. מראים, טלפון הבומבות של פעם.
לא אחי, זה... שי פה,
מזמין
אני לא
איירסטאר
יכול להגיד לך
כאילו.
מה זה כי שי פה.
יהיה לי ספוילר?
לא, אתה פשוט לא בגיל.
אה,
בוא. בן של זונה.
הלו. מה אימות קי פה? יש כאן אימות קי. חייב להיות אימות קי. מה? נלחצתי רגע. יש לי פטיש!
כן, אני יודע, אתה יכול לבנות דברים.
יש לך סיקל
יש
גם?
לי פטיש, אחי!
מה עם סיקל?
וואלה, המשחק רץ לי יותר גרוע.
דווקא לי לא רץ יותר. אותו דבר.
רץ לי באזור ה-70, 60 FPS. כאילו ה-DLSS ממש הציל אותי.
לא היה לי DLSS. אבל זה DLSS אחד, זה סתם גרם למשחק להיראות אצלך גרבג'.
לא, דווקא לא.
אתה לא רואה דילס אחד אחי, אז אתה פאקינג לוסט קוז. יש לי פה עוד חבר. לא הוזמן למסיבה.
אין לך חברים.
הגיע לך קריפרים שף?
לא!
הגיע לך עוד מה? תכף נראה. עוד ויליג'ר? לא. אני רואה. איך הוא הגיע?
אני בא מסדר פה משהו, מנסה לחזור, וזה לא נותן לעשות מאונט. כזה, מה דה פאק? הלו!
איזה מתוק הוא.
מה זה?
זומבי בתוך הזה.
זומבי בתוך הסירה ביחד עם הוויליג'ר כזה, אתה איתי.
It's so close yet so far away.
את הזומבי?
אני צריך לעשות סירה.
אבל הזומבי חמוד, הוא ילד טוב. היה. המכונית הזאת היא לא כיפית. פיצצת אותה?
וואו, מאיפה הוא בא?
איפה אתה באת?
איפה הוא בא?
נתת עכשיו... הלו.
איפה יורים עליי? מהגשר למעלה, לא מבין.
יולו. איי. לא עבד. מתחת לגשר גם. תעמידה.
בוא נעשה את הסנייפר.
פה שנראית מתאימה לך.
הפעם הגשר הזה באמצע, מכל ה-700,000 טריילרים. בטא נראה לי גם הייתה זו.
טוב, אובג'קטיב, טוב. נני.
גאט, פליס תעלה, אין לי כוח עכשיו את זה עוד פעם. בוא למעלה. הוא יעשה פטפייט לחבר שלו.
זה חכם.
או למיטה, או לג'וב סייט.
למיטה,
כן, עכשיו לילה, הוא הולך לישון, בטח. נכון? צודק?
he did.
יפ. אני לא יכול לעשות עליו רייט קליק.
אתה על הגג של הבניין. אני בונה. I am building, I am Bob the builder.
וואו, אתה קורית פה את כל הבתים.
בנאי.
כן.
בנאי.
די, שייסה.
בנאי.
בן.
בוב.
What the fuck cares about you?
בן.
בוב. לא סיימת את רבלינקה. Get back here. First I finish nailing this roof, then I finish nailing degenerates like you on a cross.
מאחורי מה כאילו? שייסה! התפוצצתי מהרימון של עצמי. ואני נראה כאילו יש לי סוואסטיקה על הפרצוף.
יש לך בדרך כלל משהו אחר על הפרצוף. כל פעם שאני חוזר לתקופת מיינקראפט אני רוצה להביא מצלמת רשת. כל פעם אחרי התקופה הזאת אני לא רוצה יותר כי אין לי טעם בזה. חייב יום אחד ללכת ולהביא וזהו.
אחי, קח את המצלמה כמו שלי, 200 שקל זה על אז.
כן, מה יראו את הפרצוף שלי בחושך משחק מיינקראפט?
מישהו הביא לי זריקה.
איזה הדשוט.
אמא. מאמה.
אמרתי למישהו תלוש.
איפה יוריד? אמא. אני לא רואה אותו.
סטופ.
אחי, אתה נמצא על הגג הזה כל הפאקינג...
לא, בוא לפה, קושח אותך.
יש כאן...
התאבדתי, מישהו עלה לי על ה-C4 וזרק אותי.
פה עד שלם על התחת שלי. טוב, אני גרמניה מסתבר.
אפשר להכיר אותך?
לא. Not want to, trust me.
I do. I really do. It's worth the risk.
You cannot say no to Yemen. What? איפה שמאחורי למעלה? קרוב אליך בן.
יודע, הוא מעליי, כנראה. או, הרגתי את הבן זונה.
Take me! Take me! Take me! מיש! revive me you piece junkie!
יש פה טנק, מה revive me?
לא, לא אתה, יש כאן שתי טימיץ מטיילים לי על הפרצוף. חזרנו לזה, יא בן הלם!
זה פעם ראשונה שצריך לשמוע את זה מהדיסקורד.
כן.
לא, אני חצי שעה אומר את זה פשוט.
וואו. אבל פשוט שמעתי את זה ולא... לא איבדתי את זה? לא, לא.
פשוט לא שמעת הקטע במשחק. איך עושים ברידינג? וואו, אני לא זוכר כלום, יותר מה נסגר איתי?
דלתות ואתה צריך הירוס.
דלתות לא צריך, מה פתאום? דלתות זה רק ב... זה... הילינג... סליפינג, פליינג... לא, זה גם... שאתה רוצה שזה יהיה טכנית ויליג' אתה צריך את הדברים האלה, שאתה עושה כל מיני פארמים. אוקיי, סקצ'ס, רייטס...
עם איזה אקדח אתה?
זה פלרגן. והרי עושה ריבי לכל האזור שהוא פגע ב... אתה רואה על המפה? זה מראה פחות או יותר איפה יש אנשים.
יש לי משקפת.
כן, אבל זונה זה הרע עליי.
הבאתי לו שתי כדורים לפרצוף. איי! איי! איי!
3 פרד.
ראיתי אותו. עוד סנייפר, יש עוד אחד באותה גבעה.
שנייה, כמו שעשו את ההגדרות האלה, עשו ה...
ה-DXR וזה DLSR.
לא זה... לא, לא זה.
איפה יורים לך? היי!
טרנס אולי? לא.
מה אתה מחפש?
איפה שמשנים את ה... לא, בקיביינס. יותר אני לא משנה. סולג'ר. The fuck, where is it? מסתבר שווי עושה ספקטית לוויפון.
אמא! ראו אותי. קדימה, תתרבו.
מסתבר שיש... נו... ספרינט. ספרינט סלייד, סליחה. איקס עושה ספרינט סלייד.
זה כאילו איקס בדיפולט?
כן. אבל זה לא עושה כלום, אז הבנתי מה הקטע. לא יודע, ראיתי שם שזה איקס.
אם אתה רוצה תלחץ Z בזמן ריצה זה יכניס אותך לפרו, זה לא סלייד אבל וזה... עושה לך דולפין דייק. ספייסי. מישהו עושה לי אנימציה. מילא.
ראיתי את זה.
תפסתי אז הלו.
וואו, הם שתנו על הכל. זה אפסים נכון.
No, we're not, we're pros. Okay, I spawn on you. Which isn't our spawn because... Yes. וואי, יש שם אנשים. אין סיכוי בעולם שאני אפגע כדור מהפאקינג ריינג' הזה. כמה מטר? 350 מטר? לא רואים כלום מפה. פגעתי!
מה? טנק.
הרגתי מישהו מהטווח הזה!
אם תיקח כוונת של 6x אתה תוכל...
נפגע ביותר בכדור. הדשוט. 210 מטר. נפלתי לבור.
יופי שם.
אני חי. איזה הדשוט בזמן ריצה מה 300 מטר. אוקיי, מסתבר שזה כן קל.
יש פנסר ב-F.
אני רץ לאף. זה פרנדלי פנזר פה. קפטולים. בוא נלך לאזור B. מה? אני ירד. אמא! שם.
זה אחלה ריביל לאזור.
אפלר?
כן. יכול להיות שאין אנשים על הגשר.
אוי, יש פה... Friendly Panza incoming. איי, אחריי איפה.
איזה הדשוט!
הנה בן אדם. מה? איך זה לא היה הדשוט?
תבוא אליי, אחי, יש פה אנשים.
אחי, אני מכוון על בן אדם על הראש שלו וזה לא פוגע. תודה לאל.
יש מלא אנשים באזור E, C.
E ו-C. איפה...
פגעתי בו. קשה קצת מהמרחק הזה, אבל...
אני יכול לעשות ספון לארטילריה.
פגעתי בו.
פגעתי! שיני.
מישהו צלף בי. מה? צד שמאל. אותו אחד.
יש שם איזה... כמה... על הגבעה כמעט.
כן, זה על הגבעה, רק אותי. בואנה שי תקום, הוא לא רואה אותך אפילו.
אני פגעתי בו פאקינג... הנה, גם בך אני אפגע. הנה, יש עוד. מאחוריי, מאחוריי! כן, בוא.
לא הספקתי להחליף לי אקדח.
הריקון שלי על הרמה 4.
ריקויל?
ריקון.
ריקויל?
ריקון.
ריקויל?
ריקון.
ריקויל?
ריקון.
ריקויל?
יס.
אמא! ריקו! אכלתי כדור. אני מת.
מה? מאיפה?
I am not the enemy. אני לא יודע איפה הם, אבל אני מפחד. הנה אחד. לא, פגעתי בו. 1 HP.
כובשים את דישו. לתקן עבור דיק.
Taking the objective. Dick. אני רואה אותם.
וואי, פגעתי בו.
עלינו.
הרגתי אותו. כן.
לא, יש עוד אחד, הוא יורד.
ראיתי, קוסמק, האוטו פרון הזה עשה לי את זה וזה פגע לי בפאקינג עמוד שהיה מולי.
היי, עמוד. אוקיי, let's aim at it. ייט!
ראיתי לו הדשוט.
אחד מאחורי הקיר, אבל אפשר לפגוע דרך קיר.
פגעתי בו. הוא מת.
אחי, אני לא...
דבדי דבדי.
היי! אני רואה שהתחלת את אופריישן פלטלנד.
קצת ספייס לעבוד פה.
דיאמונדה. רידך.
מסתבר שאתה יכול לרוץ שאתה בקראוץ'.
What the
כן.
fuck? אני... למה? אוקיי. אני פשוט אשאיר X דולק וארוץ.
I think this is the
מוזר
meta.
זה, אחי, אני מרגיש כמו הקרב. כמו איזה כזה...
יואו, אתה איך קוראים לו? אתה ג'נרל גריבס. אתה נגושי
הוא
איתו?
אומר, כן. הוא איזה הדשוט.
אומייגאד.
אבל פעם ראית אותו שהוא מתקפל? או שהייתה אותו רק במים הזה?
הוא הכי כמו התמים הזה.
כן. הוא לפעמים מתגלגל כמו איזה אח בראש, ספיידר כזה.
ארמדיל מוזר כזה.
כן.
מי זה? היטלר בא להזריק לי. פאקינג נראה כמו, איך קוראים לזה?
עשיתי ספון ואני תקוע. מה? זה החזיר אותי לבחירת ספון, כי מה זה בדיוק כשעשיתי ספון.
בדיוק, רואה? זה מה שקרה לי. הוא היה אמר, זה בדיוק מה שקרה לי. אין, החי אותי. כמה פעמים רוצים להחיות אותי למות? Fuck. We need to push harder. That's a good objective. לדחוף. לדחוף עם משהו לזה, תדחפי. ימינה מרגישה, ימינה.
ראיתי, כאילו הרגשתי.
הרגשת?
אאו, גם מולי.
הנה. תודה רבה, עוד פעם העפת אותי חזרה.
הוא בדיוק בא מולי גם.
וואי, דרמת, איי, 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 איי. לא, לא, זה יצא לי מכוונת. פגעת בוש. טוב, הפסדנו.
You went kaboom.
I went kaboom, indeed. Kaboom.
What is this?
Did you know? What does this button do? It's always the red button.
Why is it red?
Red.
Is it the Soviet button?
Soviet. Soviet. לא. Yes. לא. Yes. יש...
We lost.
יכול להיות שזה למה אני הפסדתי את כל הכדורים האלה? הזירואינג נראה לי היה uncalibrated.
מה?
יש זירואינג לסקופ, שאתה לא צריך כאילו לעשות קומפנסייט למרחק. הנשק עושה לך את זה, המשחק עושה לך את זה אוטומטית.
איך אתה יודע?
כי זה רשם לי ללחוץ ספיק ולשנות את הזירואינג.
אוקיי.
אוקיי. אוקיי. אוקיי.
זה למה זה היה קל לפגוע ברחוק ובקרוב לא.
פאקינג ריטארד.
אחי, למה הזירואינג היה גבוה אצלי? לא לחצתי על וי כל המשחק.
אני יצאתי.
הוא יצא.
איך אתה מעז?
מה?
How dare you? How dare you leave me?
Because your mom gay.
No. I told you this a million times.
We are not brothers.
Did we just become best friends?
No. What the fuck no you motherfucker.
רגע, למה לא ראינו באמת סטפ רולס?
צריך להוריד. יכול להוריד לזה.
תוריד לבלקס. שים לנו אולטרה מוכן טוכן אדישן.
אולטרה מוכן טוכן.
Edition?
You are going to get
Edition.
point.
We're going to get edition. Reg David, stop playing Battlefield V.
Yeah. Wait. אמרת שאתה רוצה כאילו לצאת?
יצאתי, אם אתה רוצה.
למה יצא אומר לך?
תודה חודשה.
בוא מוטו.
בוא.
בוא, נבקה.
בוא.
מוכנים תחתונים כבר.
לא כל כך אוהבים מכות, לא יודע איך אבא שלך לימד אותך, אבל לא כל כך אוהבים.
זאת הבעיה שאבא שלו לא לימד אותו.
אז מה שרום לימד אותך, מאבא שלו.
נותן את זה לעזרים מהם. וואו.
שלימדת שאם באים להרביץ מכות וזה מישהו יותר גדול ממני, אז להוריד את המכנסיים ולרוץ עליהם עם התחתונים ולהגיד לו די מספיק, זה עושה לי זקפה.
נשמע כמו אחלה דרך. בוא תעשה לי בולי יותר קטן.
בוא תאנוס אותי.
בוא תאנוס אותי. אני רואה את המדבקה של תאנוס.
כן.
רום בגרסה הזאת.
פרפקטלי בלנסט.
צ'יקן.
צ'יקן!
תעשה להם צבעים לצ'יקן.
צ'יקן זה אי אפשר.
אי אפשר?
לא, זה רק לשיפס.
אתה עושה את זה בשביל להשיג colored wool. וככה הם עושים...
לא, יבוא זומבי ואין לך טורץ'.
כאן, צריך להחזיר אותם.
What are you doing? No.
What are you doing? Oh, fuck you.
תכף אנחנו נראה.
פאקינג שונא אותם, אלוהים.
צריך לישון, רום?
נו!
אתה צריך לישון.
אוקיי, לילה טוב.
הומו. יחס, קישטה. יחס, קישטה, הומו. יחס. תיאליק.
מה אתה מביא את לישון משפחתי?
בוא, יא בן זונה, בוא. בוא, רד.
למה אתה אומר לו לרדת לך?
שפאקינג ירד.
פיגיז! פיגיז!
אוינק אוינק?
אוינק, motherfucker. smell bacon.
Spider pig. Spider pig. Does whatever spider pig does.
Can you swing off a web? Can.
He's a pig.
Look out. You can spot spider. אוי, אם אני לא טועה הוא גם בסרט הפך
אתה
אותו
טועה.
להארי פוטר, לא?
אמרתי לך שאתה טועה.
הפך אותו להארי פוטר, זה שקר. I
Who
never
questions my ability?
I never see.
He did froze שהסרטן הגיע.
למה? זה עצוב.
This is no place to die, he gets cancer and fucking dies.
Oh my god.
זה כל אשמת הקוריאה.
אסור להרוג יותר שחקנים בהוליווד, הם באמת ימותו בסוף.
בגלל זה קלינט איסטווד לא מת עדיין.
אוי.
מי?
קלינט איסטווד.
קלינט איסטווד! איסטווד!
מי זה קלינט וויסטווד?
איסטווד.
קלינט איסטווד! קלינט איסטווד versus קלינט איסטווד.
What have I done?
What have you brought upon this cursed land?
שחקן, בוא נראה, עוד אין בחיים.
מחר בבוקר הוא מת. קלינט איסטווד.
כל כמה חודשים אני נכנס לפחות לוויקיפדיה שאתה מסתבך.
יש לך כבר את הוויקיפדיה שלו באוטופיל. זה כזה wwikipedia.org/קלינט איסטווד. תפתח בוויקיפדיה קלינט איסטווד.
ייסטווד?
וויסט.
ייסט?
This bitch empty. Yeast? Oh, this field empty. Wheat?
איפה הוא שיחק במרוויל או שלא שיחק במרוויל?
לא במרוויל.
אחי, אתה רציני? קלינט איסטווד. פאק משחק מה-60s.
בסדר, יכול להיות שאני טעית אותו, אני יודע מי זה, בשם או לא?
אחי, איך הוא בסרט המערבון שלו? שהוא אומר do you feel lucky punk.
הטוב הרב ה...
כן. זה קלינט איסטווד.
זה של קווין, לא?
לא, זה לפני זמנו בהרבה. זה סרט מה-80s, late 70s אולי, לא זוכר. קלינט איסטווד זה רק מתחילת ה-90.
זה מ-65 הסרט.
מה?
הטוב הרב והמכוער.
65? מה אתה להתחיל לשחק ב-60s? לא זכרתי שעל הסרט הזה כזה ישן. לא, זה מבוגר.
מסתבר שיוצא סרט? יצא סרט לא השנה? יוצא. קראי מאצ'ו. פיצור טריילר רק לפני הפאקינג פודקאסט.
מכירים את זה שנגמר לכם הדירט ואתם צריכים הדירט?
לא, לא מכיר.
תכלס, זה קורה לך כל פעם שאתה משטח את הכל.
היי קלין, היי קלין.
You clean dirt, you get more dirt.
You're the dirt.
We use the dirt to destroy the dirt.
It's the dirt we need, not the dirt we deserve.
Oh my god. אשכרה אין... אוקיי, ספטמבר. קצר.
מה יצא?
הסרט של קלינט איסטווד יצא השנה. יצא ב-16 בספטמבר.
יש, נו. רוצים לעשות פרי-אורדר לכרטיסים לשבוע הבא? ספודרמן?
כן,
או לא
אפשר.
ספודרמן, סליחה, ונום.
סיפור מהתחת בשבילי להיכנס. זה סיפור מהתחת, אין לי תו ירוק.
גם אני. נכון, גם אני. חיסון שלישי, נכון.
אפשר, צריך להיבדק כמה 72 שעות נראה לי לפני. או במקום אפשר, אבל...
אני צריך לבדוק אם הם אישרו לי את שלי כבר. כי מי שהיה חולה והתחסן פעם אחת מקבל אוטומטי.
אבל זה... זה צריך גם על השלישי, לא צריך אותו?
כן.
למה זה לכם כנראה היה יותר נוגדנים?
הוויליג'רס האלה דופקים עבודה, הם חרמנים טילים, מה זה? אני כזה הולך בונה פה קצת דירט, יש לו עוד ילד.
יש לך כמו שתי ילדים.
אחי, מה זה? משפחה קתולית. נגמר לי הדירט. יודע מה אתה אומר למקום שבחרתי לבייס, אהבת את הנוף ממול? אני עכשיו מסתכל קדימה בסטרים. תחשוב את כל זה אני אסדר, אשים שם צמחים, אשים עצים. אני בג'אנגל ביום, פעם שאני נמצא בו. כן, ושם ימינה יש את הפלאוורס האלה, בקושי רואים אותם, אבל כשאני אבנה למעלה נראה לי יראו את זה יותר טוב.
אני אוהב את זה שחצי מהביום שם זה פאקינג גשם, חצי לא. אני אוהב את זה שמיינקראפט ככה מחשב את כל הפאקינג דברים.
כן. כי זה בטח דיפ אושן.
למה 30 איפה?
להראות לך מה יש שם, את הפלאוורס.
I see.
זה אופטיפיין.
זה אופטיפיין.
זה מה שאופטיפיין עושה דרך אגב.
אני יודע. זה הגיוני. כי רק לא מזמן הם הוסיפו את האופציה עצמה בתוך המשחק.
איזה אופציה הוסיפו לא מזמן?
הם הוסיפו לך את הזום עם הוואטאבר גלאס.
כן.
בדיוק. אז כאילו לפני זה לא היה להם אופציה לעשות לזה אימפלמנט בצורה נורמלית, זה חייב להיות אז...
רוב הזומים ADS ב-99% מהמשחקים זה FOV.
זה גם נכון.
אז שיטה אחרת זה סתם work around. אני חושב משחקים ישנים של... זה ואלב היה? לא זוכר איזה חברה שהם היו מזיזים את המצלמה קדימה, הם פשוט היו לוקחים את המצלמה עם הראש של הפלייר, עושים לו ראש אינביזיבל ולוקחים את המצלמה קדימה, עושים את כל הקאצין שלהם, כל המובנט, ואז מחזירים את הראש ועושים לה ומחזירים לך קונטרול.
אני?
זה הדבר הכי מטומטם לראות. נראה לי זה היה מקס פיין, שיש לך כזה, כל מיני קאצינס שזה כזה מסתובב, אז אתה רואה פשוט את הראש שלו עושה דיטאץ' מהגוף שלו, אבל עדיין יש לו ראש בגוף שלו, זה עושה סיבובים במצלמה, היא חוזרת לתוך הפרצוף שלו, ואז אתה מתחיל לשחק.
זה... איך קוראים לזה? זה גם לא ב-GT.
לא, אבל זה משהו פשוט לוקח מצלמה שונה מהקרקטר, אבל היית רואה את הפרצוף שלו פשוט להסתובב כזה. ואתה מסתכל על זה, אתה יודע, מכיוון אחר. אם אתה עושה נוקליב ומסתכל על הקאצין מהצד כזה.
כן, מקס פיין הם בנו את זה בצורה מאוד מוזרה.
זה משחק די ישן.
זה על סורס, לא? לא? זה על סורס?
אני לא זוכר. יש סיכוי שהוא גולד סורס. לא יצא בכלל. 2001?
אנג'ן רוקסטאר אדוונס גיים אנג'ן.
מה הקשר? מה הקשר רוקסטאר גיים אנג'ן? אבל הם לא היו רוקסטאר אז.
זה של רוקסטאר?
לא, זה לא. מקסמן 1 ו-2 לא. זה היה של רמדי.
לא, בדקתי את 3.
ברור ש3 זה יהיה רוקסטאר גיים אנג'ן! You fucking retard!
אנג'ן, רנדרוור, האבוק ומקס אפקט.
מה זה רנדרוור? רנדרוור זה לא זה של דום?
בסוף לא. כמה פעמים זה נשמעו?
לא, זה כל הפיזיקס, זה קיים בכל חור.
ונראה לי... מה? מקס פייס. זה אודיו? רנדר וולד, נראה זה מה ש... fucking pigs eaters?
כן.
יהיה לו קנדל על הפרצוף.
What the fuck? Hello there!
גולם.
זה ויליג' אחי.
רגע, מאיפה גולם הגיע פתאום?
כי זה ויליג' במרכאות. מיטות וג'וב סייטס וויליג'ר זה ויליג'. יצרתי איירון גולם פארם בטעות. מעניין שלא צריך דורס, בדרך כלל צריך דורס כדי ליצור את האיירון פיפי פופו פארם.
כן, זכרתי דורס בתהליך בניות. פיגי פיגי פיגי.
אין לי כוח להכניס אותו חזרה לכלוב. So I'm sorry little one. אני חייב סטורג' נורמלי, אני לא זוכר שום דבר איפה הוא. כמו יהודים עם כסף, איך אני אוהב את זה.
ברד? אני אוהב את הקטן על המיטה.
קטן על המיטה.
Perfect choice of words. אוי לא, איירון גולם, לא. poor guy.
כן, אבל אם אין אותו עוד אחד יכול לעשות ספון, אתה מבין? כאילו, אין לי אינטרס להשאיר אותו בחיים.
יש בזה משהו, הוא מוביל לך פרי איירון.
פאק יו. פאקינג יוסס פיס אוף שיט, מו באלוהים.
אלה.
פנטום מוכן תוכן. את הכי עצוב זה מוב שאנשים הצביעו עליו.
סיריוסלי?
יס.
בחרו יצורים מעופפים במקום משהו אחר.
לא, זה דווקא היה מגניב, אבל פשוט, הפרמטציה שלו פשוט מפגרת. זה לא, לך לישון, לא רוצה, לך לישון.
Go to sleep.
What the fuck is the point בחרא הזה?
Go to sleep, child.
הדבר היחידי שטוב בהם זה שממיר את הסלואו פולינג פיפי פופו הזה, את הממברין שלהם. מה זה מעצבנים? כמה ילדים יש פה? כן. שרים פה כמה, what the fuck are they?
כמה ילדים יש לי במחסן? רגע, אחד.
חסר אחד, היה יותר. אחד מת?
הוא גדל.
נכון! יש פה 3 אדולטס. נכון, אתה צודק.
He's a big boy now.
למה לא רוצים לקחת את הג'וב אבל?
לא רוצה לעבוד.
אני אשים את הג'וב פה. הוא יצטרך לעשות את זה פט פיינד. זה ג'ובלס הדבר הזה, כן. I refuse.
הוא מסרב לעבוד. זה שביתה, מזכיר לי מישהו.
עוד יכול לקחת ג'וב סייט ולהיות משהו, אתה לא?
שי הומו.
כן, אנחנו
I
יודעים.
called it. Say it first.
וואי! לא, אחי, לא נשמע, אתה כמו ריטרד בכלל. פסטה? תגידו, תרצ'ץ' את העולם.
קח לך MC אדיט ותערוך משהו בעצמך. תהפוך את כל הבלוקים לטורצ'ים.
נשמע לך משהו שאתה אוהב מלתרצ'ץ' את העולם. באלוהים.
כזה... He's equipped with torches and commands. He's going to change the world as we know it.
אם יש לך קומנטס אתה לא צריך טורצ'ים ביד. אם יש לך קומנטס ויש לך אייטמים ביד אתה כבר לא עושה את זה נכון.
אני יודע שזה פאקינג וודן... זה אקס?
אלסון?
כן, זה וודן אקס.
כן, בוא נדע זה ב-MC Edit. אתה לא ממש צריך MC Edit היום, יש לך הכל בילט אין במיינקראפט. יש לך פקודות שעושות לך אוטופיל והכל. סופר נוח לו מהפה שזה היה לפני כמה שנים.
אתה אוטופיל.
אני אוטופיל.
What are you feeling?
Whatever you require.
I require feeling. Wait, what?
I will feel it.
Required my dick.
Requirement, not met.
You're not met. You're alive.
Wait, what?
אז אתה קורא חיים?
אני קורא. I read into life.
שעה חיפשתי את הבאגט שלי, עכשיו אני נזכר שהוא פאקינג התפוצץ.
This one does not spark joy.
אני עושה טריידים בכלל. ביטרוט לאמרלד, ואמרלד לברד. דווקא ביטרוט שדווקא זה אין לי.
ביטרוט זה סלט, לא?
כן.
אחלה שם.
אתה אחלה שם.
ווטרמלון, אג פלנט.
You plenty egg.
פאקינג ריטארד. אני כזה... היטס בלנט, we'll call it אג פלנט.
אחי, סטרוברי. יש לך קש?
בסדר, סטרוברי זה סבבה, נשמע טוב, אבל אג פלנט? גם סטרו לא היה שעשו שמן צמח הזה. פאקינג אג פלנט.
יש הרבה ירקות שיש להם שם מטומטם ומוזר.
אין משהו יותר מטומטם מאג פלנט.
שי.
או שהיו לא ירק. וג'טבל. סמק ארס.
מה קרה, אתה רוצה את הבקט ואין לך איירון?
לא, אני רוצה שאלה ימותו.
ראיתי שחסר לך איירון אחד בתוך הכיס. יש לך 2 מתוך 3.
יש לי הרבה איירון אחי, מה אתה מדבר?
ראיתי כנראה סכום איזה בוד מסתכל.
אחי, אתה רציני?
אהה, here's the iron.
You're the iron.
היה לך שתי getaway irons ביחד.
גטאווי איירון?
כן, בקחו לך.
גטאווי איירון. Get back here you scum!
I'm not allowing you to run away from me, iron.
תסתכל עוד איזה חבר הגיע.
more iron? ייי! iron.
למה העפתי את כל הדירט שלי שאני צריך דירט?
Because you're stupid.
אתה לא מצליח להתרכז ולדבר באותו זמן. Multitasking is difficult.
Yes, I'm not a woman.
So don't go in the kitchen. Careful.
But he has no woman, so he must go to the kitchen.
Use your hope precisely.
אני שם מפרק אותה, פירקתי אותה. Trust me, I know how to use my hose precisely.
נראה לי אני אברח לי
הומו.
במיטה. הומו?
למה? הוא גאה. אז אני יכול לאכול קריפי פסטה?
יש לך את בן פה.
אני הולך לאכול קריפי פסטה.
לא. No, bad boy.
לא, הוא נותן בי כזה עיתון לאף.
לאף, ילד רע, לא.
לא.
יאללה, בכל אופן מתוקים.
ביי.
רום, תשאיר לי סטרים.
ביי. אז כיף שהוא הלך.
הולך לראות קריפי פסטה?
כן, עוד שנייה. אני אלך ישן ואז אני אלך לראות קריפי פסטה.
אז אני אעשה לך אנסאב.
לא! בעצם כן! תחזיר אותי ל-69.
אני הולך להביא לך עוד סאבים.
לא! תעלה אותי ל-6969 לפחות.
עוד 69,000, וואה.
כן, אני חייב רויאלטיז על הערוץ.
ועשינו את הערוץ ל-69. וכל הסרטונים שלך תמיד יהיה אבות ל-69.
זה לא ויו אחד יותר. כל הלייקים תמיד 69.
Everything is perfectly balanced. ואז מגיע אני.
כן.
The 70 sub.
הוא עשה הכל.
The man who ruined everything.
Everything.
The man who wanted to watch all of this burn. לא,
Just
אנחנו
want to watch the world burn.
כן. יאללה, חילה טוב.
ביי.
ביי.
אז כיף שאתה הלכת.
chassis dropping down into the dirt. Luckily for her, when I turn back to the forest, I can see it's emptied dramatically. The flood has subsided, and the last few deer are pelting through the trees and across the road, their position at the back of the herd providing them with more than enough space to maneuver around the convoy. Ferryman to Blue Jay. Get yourself over here. We gotta go now. What the fuck was that? It was just a herd of deer, Blue Jay, but they were running pretty hard, and I ain't looking to meet whatever they were running from. We don't have time to get you back on the road. Get over here now. Nothing could be heard from Blue Jay's radio except for static and a few intermittent gaps of breathless fear. Oh, God damn it! Stay in the car, you two. Lilith, hand me the rifle. I ain't taking any chances out there. Lilith finds the rifle and hands it to Rob. Grabbing some supplementary ammo from the glove compartment, Rob climbs out and slams the door, marching through the dirt to Blue Jay's ruined car. I clamber into the back of the Wrangler, struggling over a pile of empty jerry cans and surveying the scene as it unfolds. In an almost Herculean manner, Rob wrenches the passenger side door open and holds a hand out for Blue Jay to take it. I look on as she unbuckles her seatbelt, climbs out unassisted, and immediately launches herself at Rob, crying her eyes out and lashing at his chest with two clenched fists. She looks distraught, terrified, and violently angry. Rob stands there and takes it, whispering vague assurances to her as she unloads her terror and frustration into every waiting blow.
Come on, Blue Jay, we gotta go.
Lilith talks under her breath, willing Blue Jay's catharsis to speed itself along. I look at her, silently sharing her impatience. Then something catches my eye. Something in the distance behind Lilith, slowly making its way through the trees. I turn around and scramble to the front of the car, returning to the radio receiver. Rob, get back here. There's something in the forest. Hearing my warnings crackle out of Blue Jay's car, Rob turns in my direction before alarmingly staring into the forest, where a pale figure is winding its way towards the pair. From what I can ascertain, as it briefly leaves the obscuring undergrowth, it seems to be small, tremendously thin, and crawling unevenly on its hands and feet. The creature stops in a clearing ahead of Rob and Blue Jay, in view of me and Lilith, but shrouded from everyone in the shadow of the forest. Blue Jay separates from Rob, pulling a head torch out of her bag. Slowly, and with trembling fingers, she points the beam towards the creature and switches it on. The resulting sight is incomprehensible. The beam instantly illuminates the light from a thin, almost emaciated child. It's barely over a year old, deathly pale. It's covered in dirt, its skin stretched taut over its frail limbs. It stares up at Blue Jay, reflexively holding one arm over its eyes to shield itself from the bright LED light.
Oh my God, what's happening to it?
I know exactly what Lilith's talking about. My hand raises to my mouth as I watch the child struggle through the stream of harsh white light. With every step it takes, the child's form starts to shift and change. Its limbs elongate in jagged, lurching bursts of growth. Anything exposed to the beam develops with gross rapidity. It's as if the child is aging before our eyes. Letting out a twitch cry, the creature darts towards Blue Jay, angrily swatting the torch from her grip. Blue Jay screams in shock and pain as she holds her stricken hand, her attention transfixed on the child, who was seemingly aged almost 3 years in a matter of seconds. Even in the fresh darkness, with their head torch fractured on the ground, I can tell Blue Jay is paralyzed with an abject, consuming horror. Rob doesn't hesitate. He reflexively grabs Blue Jay and pulls her backwards into the path of her headlights. The creature reaches out for them as they go, one hand pressing after them into the light. It pulls back quickly, its eyes full of heart-wrenching juvenile tears, the fingers of its left hand aged beyond the rest of its body. Its cries begin anew. As ghastly as it seems, the child doesn't seem malevolent or demonic. In fact, it looks back towards Blue Jay. It seems genuinely upset, unable to comprehend the actions of those around him as it stares sorrowfully back at its newly malformed fingers. It's not much of a stretch to assume the transformations are as painful to endure as they are disturbing. Stay in the light, Blue Jay. Keep moving. Blue Jay breaks away from behind Rob and sprints towards the Wrangler. As soon as she begins to flee, the child lets out a high-pitched scream and strikes the hood of Blue Jay's car. The impact of the blow is impossibly forceful. In less than an instant, the chassis crumples into a mass of jagged metal. The one remaining headlight disappears from view as the car is launched off the path and rolls into the valley below. With Rob and Blue Jay now returned to the darkness, the child skitters quickly towards Blue Jay, grabbing her foot as it lifts it off the ground and yanking it backwards. With all of her momentum immediately halted and one foot taken from beneath her, Blue Jay has nowhere to go but down. She slams into the earth, her chin bouncing off a sharp rock. Blue Jay looks up at us with stunned, pleading eyes. Lilith and I have only a few seconds to meet her gaze before she is dragged backwards along the ground. She screams in pain, her ankle caught in the child's iron grip. It doesn't even break pace as it walks back towards the woods, pulling Blue Jay along like a rag doll. Rob reaches out for her, snatching from Blue Jay's hand as she writhes and thrashes against an unstoppable force. They connect, briefly, but Rob's efforts to keep the hold on her are futile, dashed immediately as she's pulled effortlessly from his hands. Blue Jay resorts to clawing at the ground, dragging thick, dark soil and pulling loose rocks free from the dirt. Rob somberly unstraps his rifle, swinging it around to his front. He reaches into the breast pocket of his jacket and chambers a single bullet. Blue Jay looks on as Rob raises the rifle to his shoulder and aims for the back of the oblivious child's head.
Oh, God.
Lilith turns away from the window, cowering away from the insanity outside the car. I can barely watch myself as Rob places his fingers on the trigger. The shot never comes. Blue Jay shrieks as the child reaches the tree line, pulling her into the undergrowth. Rob's hands are shaking, unable to do what needs to be done. Cursing loudly at the air itself, Rob lets the rifle fall to the ground. He stands immobile as Blue Jay's screams continue to emanate through the woods. His expression has been worn by everyone on the road. Like all of them, he's no longer present, lost in a realm of hopelessness and bewilderment. But unlike many others, he doesn't stay that way for long. Unlike the rest of us, Rob Guthard manages to bring himself back.
Bristle, there's a torch in the green bag. Get it now! I don't have time to hesitate. I scour the contents of the Wrangler desperately, Blue Jay's screams growing increasingly distant with every passing second. Locating a large green bag in the far corner, I crawl across the Wrangler, unfasten the straps, and spill its contents into the car. A heavy-duty LED torch clangs against the cabin floor, and I snatch it up before it can roll away. Returning to Rob, I swing the back doors open and jump out onto the dirt track, throwing the torch towards Rob's outstretched hands. As soon as he catches it, Rob sprints into the forest, leaving me and Lilith behind. The events that unfold amongst the trees are told to us in sound and light. After almost a minute of silence, the torch's rays burst through the trees. Blue Jay's distant screeching intensifies as the child breaks into a gut-wrenching cry. A large crash echoes through the night air. The sound of bark cracking as the very trees shatter into splinters. The light dances chaotically as Rob lets out a cathartic, damaged roar. Suddenly, the child's desolate wailing grows more distant, retreating deep, deep into the woods. Then suddenly, silence.
Bristol, what's happening?
I don't know. Stay in the car. We wait for what seems like an age, lost in worry, before the gentle rustling of undergrowth calls our attention back to the tree line. A moment later, Rob emerges from the trees, holding Blue Jay's arm around her shoulder. The pair stumble over to us, slowly and painfully. Blue Jay walks with a limp. Her ankle is already horribly bruised. Rob sports a serious cut across his face, but seems otherwise unharmed. He calls back to us, utterly exhausted.
Nothing to it.
An irrepressible smile grows across my face, a pained grimace of sincere joy. I raise my hand to my mouth as tears of unbridled relief start to roll down my cheeks. It's a brief, fleeting moment in an otherwise dark night. But for once, we've managed to pass through the storm, battered and broken, but at the very least, still together. Slipping free of Rob's grip and unable to hold her own weight, Rob turns around to look where she's fallen and finds her crawling slowly towards the steep verge. Blue Jay? Denise? You okay? Blue Jay stops crawling, places her hand on the ground, and rises unsteadily. I suppose she can stand on her own after all. When she's finally upright, she turns back to Rob, raising his rifle to her shoulder and fixing it on his torso. My smile vanishes. What are you? Put it down. It was a child, Rob. It was a child. What did you do?
Oh my God, Bristol, what's happening?
Stay in the car, Lilith. Denise, you saw just as much as me. You saw what it did. It tore at my... It broke my skin. How? Why are you doing this? Denise, you know what you saw, okay? You know this is real. We ain't done this to you. It's happening. It's happening to all of us. Rob stares at Blue Jay, then down the rifle. the sights boring into his chest. Okay. How about we turn the car around right now? I'll turn us around. I'll take us back home. I'll drop you off outside the tunnel, safe and sound. I just want to get you home safe. What do you say? Blue Jay looks into Rob's eyes. The rifle quivers in her hands. We all wait, scarcely taking a breath for Blue Jay's response. I don't believe you. The shot echoes around us. Rob falls to his knees, a look of surprise and disbelief carved into his face. A plume of dark red blossoms around his shoulder. There's no air in my lungs. My entire body is paralyzed by the shock, by the rank unfairness, the sheer impossibility of the scene before me. I still don't understand how it could possibly be happening.
Oh my god! Oh my god, no!
Blue Jay quickly paces up to Rob, snatches a handful of ammunition from his breast pocket, and reloads the rifle with practiced efficiency. She stops shaking. There's a calm conviction in her movements which convinces me, with shocking immediacy, that I might be about to die. I dove back into the Wrangler, slamming the door shut behind me. I find Lilith gripped by an immediate, immobilizing shell shock. We need to go, Lilith. We need to go, okay?
I don't understand.
Get out of the car. Both of you. I'll kill him. I will kill him.
Do you think she's going to kill us too?
No. She was going to shoot Rob in the chest, but she aimed away at the last minute. She's just bargaining.
Bargaining?
She wants us out of the car. I think she's going to take the Wrangler.
If she leaves us here, we'll die anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we can't fight her. One of us will...
Get the fuck out of the car! Both of you! I want your hands where I can see them. It's okay. Here, take this. I reach down and grab the walkie-talkie, pressing it into Lilith's hands. It's a short sprint to the tree line. We need to get round the hood of the car. And then we get into the woods as soon as there's an opening, okay?
I can't do this, Bristol.
I'm sorry, Lilith. You're going to have to. I gently opened the driver's side door, climbing out and edging along the muddy verge, keeping low to avoid Blue Jay's line of sight. Lilith climbs out after me, closing the door softly behind us, without making a sound, conscious of every rustling leaf that passed underfoot. I gesture for us to make our way around the Wrangler's hood. Lilith goes first, staying below the window, working her way to the front of the car and passing around the corner. From the hood of the Wrangler, we'll be able to make a beeline to the trees. Don't fucking play games with me! Before I can make my way around to join Lilith, Blue Jay's impatience boils over. I can hear her footsteps on the rough ground as she makes her way over to the Wrangler. The situation rapidly spiraling further from my control. There's only one thing I can do to stop her from discovering the both of us. We're coming out! I raise my hands and stand up, making my way to the back of the Wrangler. Blue Jay stops walking before she gets far enough to notice Lilith. She turns to face me, raising the rifle to her shoulder. A minute later, I hear Lilith burst from her hiding place, sprinting into the tree line. Blue Jay quickly realizes what's happening, and with a yell of violent frustration, turns the rifle to face the tree line. Lilith has already disappeared into the dark forest, out of range and out of sight. I choose not to attempt to rush Blue Jay in the midst of this distraction, and I'm right not to. Realizing Lilith is lost to her, Blue Jay quickly spins back towards me and levels the rifle at my chest. I knew you were all in this together, you fucking monster! Her eyes are practically bulging from her sockets, her entire face contorted in a malicious, sickeningly righteous hatred. After these days on the road, I've never seen something quite like this. You're not well, Blue Jay. No, I'm not listening. I'm not willing to fall for your fucking tricks. How could this all be a trick, Blue Jay? How? Apollo, Eve, Bonnie, you saw what happened to them. It's beyond our understanding. Mine and yours. There's no such thing as fucking magic. Only fools and fucking frauds. There it was. In one sentence. The trigger of Blue Jay's creeping insanity. The inflexible belief that had broken her mind against a maelstrom of contradiction. With every impossible event she had witnessed, every brutal death that had unfolded in front of her, Blue Jay's unwavering skepticism had barred her from blaming the supernatural, from blaming the road. Instead, she blamed us, a swiftly dwindling pool of conspirators, whose crimes had swiftly spiraled from the deception to reckless endangerment to outright murder. As far as Blue Jay was concerned, we were the only monsters on this road. This wasn't madness, it was self-defense. It doesn't matter anymore. You can go home, okay? But just At least take Lilith with you. Please. She isn't part of this. I'm not a fucking retard, Alice. Don't you think I've been watching? You're all complicit. And as far as I'm concerned, you can all fucking walk. I'm sorry. I don't think I can let you do this. She laughs. A sarcastic, ugly chuckle, holding the rifle tight against her shoulder. I can't see how it's your decision. Well, it's always been your issue, hasn't it, Denise? You lack imagination. I step backwards, allowing gravity to carry me over the threshold of the steep, dark slope. In the last few seconds before I topple into the darkness, I clutch the fingers of my left hand. When I'd been holding both my hands up, my empty palms faced vertically towards her. Blue Jay could have easily mistaken the band around my finger for jewelry. As I fall backwards, Blue Jay's eyes fix on my now closed fist as she sees what's attached to the other side of the ring. A bottle opener, a small LED torch, and the ignition keys to the Wrangler. I disappear over the edge, bracing myself for what's to come. With nothing left to do, I surrender myself to the long fall, followed into the darkness by the enraged screams of Blue Jay. Hey guys, apologies for the removal of the log a second ago. Not sure why that happened, and I should also apologize for the delay in posting recently. If I could dedicate all of my time to finding Alice, then I would. I need to work as many Christmas shifts as I can get my hands on, especially now I've decided I can't continue the investigation effectively from my flat in North London. I've been thinking about it for a while and decided that after Christmas, I'm going to be flying out stateside to follow up on the leads you guys have provided. Hopefully, once I'm there, I might be able to make some real headway. In the meantime, please keep any and all insights coming, however small. I really do read all of them. Okay, here's the next log. The left-right game, draft 1, 14/02/2017. In the brief interlude before I hit the ground, I find myself alone with the stars. As I fall backwards towards the slope, my gaze rising to meet the night sky, I feel a sudden weightlessness take hold, as if I'm being granted an audience with the heavens. The rich and endless firmament shines down through the canopy, with no earthly light to dull its glow. Despite everything that's happened, I'm unable to ignore how magnificent it all is, how gracefully detached from the ugliness below. Though, the moment lasts no longer than a second. It feels longer, like I've been gifted some fleeting respite, a transient sliver of time in which to appreciate the calm and quiet cosmos, a moment to escape, however briefly, from the events that are to come. I don't know how much longer the moment might have lasted. I suppose I never will. It's with a sense of genuine sadness that I turn myself away, twisting my body around in midair. The stars disappear from view, and I'm left staring down the slope into the valley's dark, uncompromising depths. My commune with the heavens has ended, and I'm returned to the cold, unforgiving earth. It doesn't welcome me back. I hit the slope, immediately bouncing off one shoulder and landing on the other, barreling forcefully and unstoppably downhill. My entire body is thrown into chaos, tossed into a frenetic, uncontrollable dance, swept along by the rushing earth towards the impatient valley floor. The back of my ankle flails against a hard, jagged rock. My face rolls into a small bloom of stinging nettles. Their caustic leaves scrapings against my cheek. I battle to bring order to my descent, my hands grasping at the undergrowth, clawing through the loose soil in a frenzied search for stability. Rocks and dirt cascade around me as I pull myself onto my back, finally managing to descend with my feet pointed downhill. I've regained control just in time, looking ahead to see a large tree bursting out of the hill a few meters below me. A split second before I would have collided with the thick, knotted trunk, I throw myself to the side, my wrist ricocheting against the bark and sending a shooting pain down my arm. The valley's base comes into view, hurtling towards me as I plummet through the rushing undergrowth. I can make out the bodies of the deer who made this hazardous journey before me. I can hear the painted braying of the survivors, moaning in hollow resignation as they struggle to stand on broken limbs. A moment later, I join them. The slope doesn't level out gradually, and just before the bottom, the sharp incline I've been hopelessly traversing drops off to a sheer rock face. Before I can stop myself, I'm launched from the slope, kicking dirt into the air. I spend the final 3 meters in free fall before landing on my hands and knees, my whole body subject to a complete bone-rattling halt. My body tensed and aching, I pick myself up off the valley floor. The second I stumble onto my feet, a harsh beam of torchlight strikes the ground to my right. My muscles groaning, I jump back against the natural rock wall as the light swings my way, sweeping directly over the spot where I just landed. Blue jays looking for me. I would have expected nothing less. The beam glides along the ground, scanning the base of the slope, lighting up the twisted bodies of countless deer. Fortunately, the shadow cast by the rock wall offers a measure of sanctuary, shielding me from the torch's restless glare. About a minute after it arrived, the beam rises through the trees and cuts out. I don't expect her to come after me. I certainly don't expect her to drop down the slope. Perhaps she could walk back down the road, taking a gentler route downhill, and pursue me through the valley once it levels out. But that walk would probably take half an hour each way. If I were her, I wouldn't want to leave the Wrangler unprotected for that long. Despite the fact that she's showing no signs of entering the valley, Blue Jay is clearly eager to locate me. The torch suddenly illuminates the damp soil ahead of me as she points it back down into the valley. I suspect she turned it off just long enough for me to feel overlooked, allowing me to consider stepping out into the open. I also suspect that, should the torchlight find me scrambling around on the valley floor, a bullet will quickly follow it, putting me down to lie with the deer. From that point, all she'd need to do was walk down and slip the Wrangler keys from my cold, limp fingers. Catching my breath, my back pressed against the rough rock wall, I run through my current priorities. I need to stabilize Rob. I need to lure Blue Jay away from the Wrangler, and most pressingly, I need to contact Lilith. I reach to the back of my waistband, my hand searching for my personal walkie-talkie. My fingers touch denim, finding an empty space where the transceiver should be. My stomach drops as I search along my back. It's gone. I'd had it with me when I dropped into the slope, but at some point during the furious descent, it must have gotten away from me. The torchlight swings back around once more. Though it's something I never thought I'd do, I find myself making a mental inventory of the convoy's radio transceivers. Before we set on the road, Rob handed a walkie-talkie to each of us. Since then, it's safe to assume that those belonging to Ace, Apollo, Eve, Bonnie, and Clyde are no longer in play. Lilith must have lost hers when her car sank into the ground, which is why I gave her Rob's before she ran into the forest. I just left mine, which could be anywhere on the hillside, and Blue Jay's. The torchlight disappeared once more. I cautiously lean out from the shadows, scanning the forest around me. Blue Jay's walkie-talkie had been in her car when the child pushed it from the road. If I'm correct, then her transceiver is the only one left that I can use to contact Lilith. The car itself doesn't seem to be anywhere around me, but as I turn my head to scan the dark hillside, I can see it resting on the slope. The entire car has been stopped mid-fall, resting precariously on its side, the vehicle's crooked undercarriage crumpled around the trunk of an old, battered tree. If I'm going to get in touch with Lilith, I'm going to have to climb up there. I edge along the rock until Blue Jay's car is almost directly uphill from me, turning around and running my hands against the damp, shrouded wall. I'm able to discern a few passable handhooks. Placing my fingers into a large groove above my head, I jam my boot onto a small outcrop just above the wall and push myself upward. It isn't an easy climb. My hands are cold, my arms are tired, and I'm certainly not wearing the right shoes. My boots repeatedly slip from their holds, causing my arms to throb as I force them to bear weight. After painstakingly scraping up the first 2 meters, I run out of places to put my hands.
my outstretched fingers falling roughly 10 inches short of the top. I take a quick breather, letting both arms straighten as I lean back and observe the wall above me. As the torch sweeps past overhead once more, it illuminates a small twisted root at the very edge of the cliff. I have no idea if I can reach it, and there's every chance it will give way immediately, causing me to topple helplessly back to the earth. However, I can already feel my grip weakening, a noticeable ache running up my forearms. I'm not going to be able to stay where I am much longer, and I suspect I won't have the energy to make it this far again. Scrambling the side of my boot against the wall until it sticks in place, I bend my legs slightly, poising myself to make the jump, gritting my teeth, and with a sharp, tentative intake of breath, I swing myself up into the air and let go of the wall. I feel grossly vulnerable, hanging in the air with nothing but a harsh fall below me and a harrowing climb waiting above. I throw my arms forward as I hit the peak of my jump and just manage to catch the root with both hands. A heavy jolt wrenches my shoulder, threatening to yank me back to the ground. Fear and adrenaline alone sustain my desperate grip, my arms on fire as I swing my leg up to the ledge, hooking my heel over the top after a few clumsy attempts. I force myself over the edge onto the soft soil, just in time for the torchlight to start circling back towards me. With one final surge of effort, I push my aching body upward and struggle over the nearest tree, falling at its base and pressing myself against the bark. The light travels quickly, the tree's darkening shadow swings over from the right, covering me, and fading again as it stretches out to my left. The light leaves me in the darkness, certain to return soon as Blue Jay continues her frenzied surveillance. It's just started to rain a little. A few sporadic droplets fall through the sparse canopy and land on my outstretched palm. It doesn't take long before these scouts are reinforced by a steady downpour, drumming against the leaves and grass, soaking through the loam. The already punishing incline is going to prove completely unclimbable if the rain has enough time to slicken the grass and pound the soil into mud. I also doubt I'll be able to make the initial climb again, especially if the rock wall becomes coated in a layer of cold rain. As much as I have to move quickly up to the car, I also need to move carefully. It's becoming increasingly clear that this will be my only attempt at reaching the radio. The vehicle is only a short climb away. I can see its undercarriage laying against a tree, the entire left side of the vehicle pressed into the ground. Only now I'm nearby do I hear the ominous creaking sound that emanates from the car as it rocks almost imperceptibly around a thin focal point. I wait for the torchlight to pass me once more before pulling myself out from the shadow of the tree, my dirt-covered hands grasping at any conceivable purchase. I crawl up to the bank towards Blue Jay's vehicle. My feet slip on the grass with every other step as the rain seeps into the ground, soaking through my fleece. I'm completely exposed as I make my way toward the car. Though it remains a constant concern, the torch seems to be exploring another section of the hill as I arrive beneath the chassis, the undercarriage looming imposably over me. I briefly glance up to check on Blue Jay's movements, and then, slowly, steadying myself against the incredible incline, I climb out onto the open once more and pull myself up into the line of the warped, twisted hood. Blue Jay's transceiver is still fastened within its dock. Despite the car's battered condition, the windshield is frustratingly intact, with nothing more than a small, jagged, irregular hole near its center. It will take a bit of maneuvering, but it should be just big enough to reach through and pull the radio free. Slowly and tentatively, I thread my arm through the center of the opening, shards of serrated glass encircling my skin. My hand reaches the dashboard, slowly brushing along its surface towards the walkie-talkie as I lean into the car. The torchlight starts to swing back across the hill. Blue Jay is walking along the ledge in a frantic mission to find me, in my current position, out in the open and trapped in a slow and delicate procedure. There's no way I can get out of the way in time. My hand grasps the transceiver as the light reaches me, though I'm ashamed to admit it. For a brief moment, drowned in the revealing glare of the torch's beam, I'm stunned into inaction. The light has stopped moving, fixed directly on me, casting my stark shadow down into the valley. I can imagine Blue Jay's triumphant glare as her desperate search is finally rewarded. Returning to my senses all too late, I grit my teeth and wrench the walkie-talkie free from its dock. With no time for grace or care, I retract my arm from the windshield,
inhaling sharply as an aberrant shard of glass scrapes across the back of my hand. It turns out I have greater things to worry about, as I hear a loud bang from up atop the hill, followed instantaneously by a disgusting zipping sound that flashes past my ear. I flinched instinctively from the noise, the sudden reaction causing my boots to give way beneath me. I slam into the earth and careen down the hill. What little control I have left over the slope, I give away in a desperate bid to roll into the car's shadow and out of light. I don't have time to right myself as I'm dragged chaotically down towards the valley and cast over the edge once more. The base of the valley flashes into view mere seconds before my body slams into it. The air is ripped out of my lungs, my pained cry forming a visible plume of steam that dissipates into the cold night air. I lay on my side, cradling the walkie-talkie. At the very least, I'd managed to keep hold of it. The torch dances erratically around my position. I picked myself up and dragged my body the last few meters, collapsing against the wall as the torch beams light up the ground in front of me. As I raise the radio, I realize my hands are violently shaking. I don't think I've ever been as close to death as I was when the bullet passed by me. And although the noise itself died quickly, its horrific implications echo in my skull. Blue Jay shot Rob as a bargaining chip. To drag us out of the Wrangler, it was a show of force, a power play. The bullet she just fired in my direction had no nuance, no pretense, no objective other than its primary function. Blue Jay's prepared to kill me, which means that she's prepared to kill any of us. I raise the transceiver and switch through the channels until I find Rob's frequency. This is Bristol to Lilith. Bristol to Lilith. Do you copy? The radio cracks as I release the button. I wait 20 interminable seconds for Lilith to respond. She doesn't. This is Bristol to Lilith. Can you hear me? This time I let a minute pass. Still nothing. Everything I've been struggling for since I jumped out into the valley has come up against the wall of silence. I feel a swell of frustration inside of me. It isn't fair. Jen, are you there? Another minute goes by. I sit in silence the whole time, watching as the radio I risked my life to collect transforms into a useless hunk of plastic. After a while, I loosen my grip and let it drop into the wet soil. I bring my legs up to my body, wrap my arms around them, and rest my head against my knees. In a moment of rest, my breathing becomes shallow. A set of fresh tears well up behind my eyes, spilling out down my face. The rain falls around me as I quietly cry, sitting in the middle of a dark forest, muddy, injured, and alone. I'm ripped out of my melancholy as the rain is blasted in every conceivable direction, whipping against my face and splattering against the rock with incredible force. The air is whipped into a furious maelstrom, and a familiar, booming sound crashes through the ether. I've watched you struggle. As soon as it arrives, the voice is gone. The wind quiets down and the rain begins to drop vertically once again. Hello? Who is that? The air is still, absent of everything but the rain. I wipe the tears from my face as I call out to the air. Can you help? Please, can you help? Just... The voice has disappeared. I suspect I won't be hearing it again anytime soon. Perhaps it just wants me to know it's watching. One thing is certain. If the voice is attempting to bring me comfort or make me feel less alone, then its methods are horribly misguided.
Alice, are you there?
My eyes fixate on the crackling radio.
Alice, are you still there? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Jen, are you okay? Are you safe?
Yeah, I'm okay. I thought you were... What happened to you?
I jumped down the hill. Got Blue Jay's walkie-talkie. She shot at me. How have you been?
She's gone fucking crazy. I made it to a clearing in the woods. It's straight on from the car, or at least I hope it is. I still haven't seen that thing anywhere.
Well, it's a big forest. Maybe it's gone. Can you stay near the clearing?
Yeah, I can keep hidden nearby. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna make my way to you, and we're gonna get Blue Jay away from the Wrangler.
How?
I'm still working on that. I'm about a half hour away.
Keep your volume down, but stay in touch, all right?
Yeah, okay. Okay, will do. I'm glad you're all right, Alice.
Yeah. You too, Jen. I fasten the radio to my waistband. My body still aches from the fall. Blood dripping slowly from my hand, and my fingers are almost numb from the cold. Yet, hearing Lilith's voice on the other end of the radio has brought back something I lost in the valley. A sense of resolve that jumpstarts my tired muscles, pushes me off my feet, and sets me off to rejoin the road. I'm still stuck in the middle of the dark forest. I'm still muddied, bloodied, and injured, but I'm no longer alone. It isn't long before my boots hit asphalt. I follow the road, sticking to the tree line as I work my way back up the hill. I'm reluctant to place myself within sight of the Wrangler, where Blue Jay will almost certainly be camped out and waiting. Unfortunately, it's the only point of reference in an otherwise unknowable forest. The only location from where Lilith's location can be divined. Once the road levels out, I take the precaution of heading deeper into the woods. The road is almost impossible to see now, but I'll need the cover if Blue Jay is still on the lookout. Even though I'm only a few meters deep, the woods fill me with a palpable sense of unease. Every shadow feels predatory. Every twig that snaps underneath my foot sounds like a crack of a whip. When the Wrangler comes into view, Blue Jay's nowhere to be seen. Curiosity getting the better of me, I creep closer to the road, observing the scene as the trees thin out. The place is deserted, with neither Blue Jay or Rob anywhere to be seen. I have no idea what could have forced her to move him. Perhaps he managed to get away. Something is wrong. Creeping up to the Wrangler, I find the passenger seat window broken, 1,000 splinters of glass spilled across the ground, trotted into the mud. The glove box has been left open, the box of ammunition either emptied or removed. The next thing I notice makes my blood run cold and forces me to curse my own stupidity. The light on the CB radio is on. When I'd reached the bottom of the hill, I had correctly calculated the number of active radios, arriving at the conclusion that only me and Lilith would be able to communicate. Technically, I'd be right. We were the only two who could talk, but that didn't mean we were the only ones who could listen. I'd forgotten that the CB radio in Rob's car had its own independent battery and built-in speakers. Most importantly, he had been using it throughout the trip to broadcast and receive across all of our frequencies. I switched the frequency of the walkie to a random channel, and lift the receiver to my mouth and hold the talk button. Press still to all cars. My voice cracks out of the CB radio. Blue Jay must have known I was going to contact Lilith, and she'd broken into the Wrangler to spy on the conversation. I can't believe I didn't think about it before now. I switched the radio back into Lilith's frequency. Lilith, you need to get moving. Blue Jay heard us. She's not listening now, but she knows I'm meeting you near the clearing. Get yourself back here, okay? Lilith, can you hear me? Bring me my fucking key, Alice. My heart sinks. Now it makes sense why Blue Jay wasn't guarding the Wrangler. She was eavesdropping onto the conversation, and instead of waiting for me to get back up the hill, she'd gone after Lilith. Despite all my efforts, all of my good intentions, I led Blue Jay right to her. Blue Jay, where's Lilith? She's here. I hear a refrain of quiet sobbing in the background of the call. I can hear Lilith meekly calling my name. Okay. Let me speak to her. What? No, you're not going to trick me again, Alice. You don't get to confer. You're going to bring me the key to my fucking car, and then you get to walk yourself back home. Now, what about that do you need to fucking discuss? Blue Jay, this is insane. We're not your enemy, Denise, okay? Please, you have to believe me. You think I'll ever believe a fucking word you say? Bring me my fucking keys, and if you pull any more tricks, I will put a bullet in your fucking skull. Now, do you believe that? She waits patiently for my answer. I suddenly feel that we've entered an entirely new realm. Blue Jay has the upper hand, and under the threat of fierce, unthinkable consequences, we've become the subjects of her domain.
Reason, diplomacy, and sanity no longer hold sway over her proceedings. As long as she has Lilith, remains at the end of that rifle, I'm beholden to her madness. Fine, okay. I'm on my way.
Good. You need to remember, Alice. I didn't want any of this. You brought me here.
Blue Jay lets go of the button, returning to the familiar silence. If I keep the keys from her, Lilith will be at her mercy, and although Blue Jay can't really afford to kill her bargaining chip, I have no doubt she'll be willing to hurt her as much as she needs in order to force my compliance. If I let her take the Wrangler, however, we're both dead anyway. I take a moment to think through my options. It doesn't take long. There aren't many left. My journey through the forest is uncomfortable and rings with an unsettling finality. Like a guilty child heading towards an unavoidable reckoning, I'm overcome by a pervasive dread which builds with every shuffling step. I do my best to keep the Wrangler behind me, carving a straight line through the woods. All in all, it takes less than 5 minutes before the clearing opens up ahead of me. Blue Jays planted in the very center of a large glade, leaving too much exposed ground in every direction for me to even contemplate an ambush. Rob's torches lie at her feet, as she keeps both of her hands firmly wrapped around the rifle. Lilith kneels beside her, the barrel of the gun placed against her temple. Her tear-stained face contorted by a mixture of despair and vitriolic anger. Her hands rest against her lap, her wrists bound by the same brand of cable ties I'd used to restrain Bonnie. I can imagine Blue Jay bristled with poetic justice when she ordered Lilith to fasten the bands around her wrists. And they both see me as soon as I step out of the trees. You're late. I got turned around. Lilith, are you okay? Stop walking! Stop walking! Blue Jay grips the rifle more tightly, sending me an unignorable message. She's keeping me at a good distance. She knows it takes her a second or two to reload the rifle, and she wants me far enough back to allow time for at least 2 consecutive shots. Everything she does, every action she takes, demonstrates that she's preparing to act swiftly against us, should anything untoward take place. Lilith, are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Hand over the keys, Alice. Blue Jay, take her back with you, please. You don't have to let her. You can drop her off at the police station as soon as you're home. Just take her home. Hand me the fucking keys. Fine. I have them in my bag. Let me, Hey, what are you doing? Blue Jay snaps at me as I reach into my bag, pointedly jabbing the rifle against Lilith. Lilith cries with distress as the barrel repeatedly prods her temple. I take my hand out of my bag and slip it slowly from my shoulder. Every move I make is being considered a potential act of subterfuge. Fine. Here. I swing my bag in a slow arc and throw it over to Blue Jay. It lands in the wet dirt about a meter in front of her. That's better. Blue Jay steps forward, momentarily letting the gun's barrel slip from Lilith's temple. She quickly bends down and places the bag over her shoulder, reaching in, extracting the keys to the Wrangler and placing it in her jacket pocket. In the fleeting seconds of distraction, I watch Lilith raise her hands high above her head and swing her elbows down to her sides in a single fluid motion. The zip ties snap open, and without wasting a second, Lilith launches herself at Blue Jay, grabbing her waist from behind and trying to force her to the ground. Shocked at the suddenness of it all, but aware that this may be our only chance, I find myself sprinting across the clearing towards the pair of them. Blue Jay is taken by surprise following Lilith's assault, but she adapts to the situation quickly, planting one foot in front to brace her sudden momentum. She stops herself from being brought down. At the same time, she swings the stock of the rifle down to her side where it meets Lilith's face with a sickening crack. You fucking bitch! Lilith is knocked onto her back, dazed and hurt. Without hesitation, Blue Jay swings the rifle down and fires a single shot into the girl's stomach. I find myself trapped in the moment, as if reality itself is stunned by the madness taking place before it, unsure how it will continue on. The sound of the shot thunders through my consciousness, yet at the same time seems distant, otherworldly. I can't bring myself to speak, my lips uselessly parted as Lilith's fitful cries resound, uninterrupted, throughout the clearing. What have you done? Blue Jay is backing quickly away from Lilith, putting space between the two of us while she struggles to reload. She's right to keep me at a distance early on. She's given herself more than enough time to drive a second bullet into the chamber and click the bolts into position. No more tricks, Alice! Before I know it, I've broken into a final desperate sprint, casting wet mud behind me as I dash towards the shelter of the tree line. I can imagine Blue Jay leveling the rifle, lowering her eyes to the sights. Another shot echoes throughout the cold air, flying wild and perishing with a distant thud. As I reach the edge of the clearing, I throw myself behind the thick trunk of the nearest tree. My back presses against the rough bark as I listen for any movement behind me. Twigs snap beneath Blue Jay's feet as she advances towards me. You did this to yourselves! You did this with your lies and your tricks and your fucking games! Well, I'm not fucking playing anymore! A shot grazes the tree, ricocheting off into the woods. I can hear her beginning to strafe around my position, poised and ready to fire as soon as she gets an angle. You kept lying right until the end. Everything you've done, everything you are, you fucking monster. I'll put a bullet in your skull and I won't feel a fucking thing. From the moment she'd first opened her mouth, spilling her bitter, dogmatic cynicism into our group, I'd been waiting for Blue Jay to realize she was wrong. Every so often, in a quiet moment, I'd catch myself fantasizing about the stark and esoteric phenomenon that would stop her tongue and force her to accept the truth. I realize now that there was never going to be such a moment, and nothing lies beyond her powers of self-delusion. She was lost to us, lost to the road, a twisted woman driven mad by her own rationality. My hand slips into my pocket. You know what, Blue Jay? I believe you. The next thing I hear is a faint, nostalgic ringtone. A sudden, deafening bang. In the brief time I was afforded following my tense call with Blue Jay, I had taken one of Rob's knives to the block of C4, cutting away almost everything around the blasting cap. The block was less than a pound in weight when I'd slipped it into the compartment of my satchel and buttoned it up. When Blue Jay had asked for the key, I had made sure to reach into my bag enthusiastically. I had a feeling that she'd see my eagerness as a potential trap, allowing me a chance to throw her the satchel. She didn't trust anything I did, and it made her predictable. I step out from the tree line and look towards Blue Jay, lying broken on the forest ground, a large section of her abdomen removed by the blast, her arm, shoulder, and upper thigh virtually non-existent. She struggles to breathe as blood fills her airway. I was right. I was right. I turn away from her and run towards Lilith, grasping one of her arms. She grips my fingers weak. Her eyes are starting to drift shut, opening again for briefer and briefer intervals. Hey, Jen.
Hey, Alice.
She speaks softly, her words hardly making it through the intense ringing in my ears. Try to stay awake. You're going to be all right, okay? We'll stop the bleeding. We'll get you patched up back at the Wrangler. We've got Roswell in the spring. Once you get better, we're gonna go there, okay? Okay, Jen? Jen? When she manages to open her eyes once more, the look she gives me is kind and heartbreakingly knowing. I can't help but think back to our time on the cliffside, overlooking the vast ocean of fields. She'd asked me how many people had died, being told comforting lies. She asked me how many of them knew. I can't speak for anyone else, but as she stares up at me, hushing me with a look, I can tell that she does.
I wish we could have been friends for longer.
I can't bring myself to speak. Every word seemed too small, too insubstantial, too wholly insignificant to be the last thing she might hear. All I can do is stare into Lilith's eyes as her faltering breath rises in clouds of pale steam. Clouds that grow slowly thinner and thinner until nothing rises at all. I lay her hand on the ground and let her fingers slip gently from my grasp.
My legs carry me over to Blue Jay. My hand reaches into her pocket and lifts out the key to the Wrangler. The metal is irreparably bent, with no hope of fitting back into the ignition. This was a potential outcome that had rendered the C4 a last resort, only to be used if my life was in immediate danger. It had done its job. I was alive, but I was also stuck in this forest. I can't bring myself to care about that right now. My mind is numb to the concept of future suffering, with no space left to contemplate tomorrow's potential trials. The horrors of the present are hard enough to face. My mind eclipsed by more darkness than I can process. The only glimmering shred of solace I can muster comes from the wistful belief that I've now seen all the terrors this night has to offer. As I turn towards the Wrangler, I find myself proven wrong once again. I stand stock still as the child's crooked form staggers out from the tree line. It looks markedly different. Now a patchwork malformation of adolescence, adulthood, and old age. The face, however, is still juvenile and filled with innocent sorrow as it lurches towards Blue Jay on uneven feet. It doesn't seem to notice me. I back away from Blue Jay and step slowly towards Lilith, where Rob's LED torch still lies on the ground. The child reaches Blue Jay, observing her silent, mangled frame. Through my dampened hearing, I can make out a heartbroken whine. I continue to back away as it lifts Blue Jay's limp arm, shaking it wildly as it attempts to imbue it with some semblance of animation. Frustrated tears dripping freely from its chin, the child throws Blue Jay's wrist back down against the ground. As it looks away from her broken body, it turns to face me. I watch as the soft, innocent features contract into a scowl of juvenile rage, signifying the inceptive throes of a tantrum that could eviscerate anything in its path. In the last few seconds of calm, I feel my boot brush up against the torch. Bending slowly, keeping my eyes on the child for as long as I can, I reach down with my right hand and lift it from the ground. My hopes that I wouldn't have to use it are dashed instantly. The child drops onto its hands and legs, letting out a tortured, furious scream, and races towards me with staggering velocity. I dodge out of the way at the last possible moment, hitting the soft dirt as the child skitters to a stop behind me. In the time it takes to turn itself around, I've already switched on the torch. Once again, the child is hit by a powerful beam of light. Its body lurches in spasms, its skin pulsing and stretching over elongated bones, crying out in pain, its voice deepening with every passing second. Its disjointed figure dashes in my direction, clasping my right arm with its hand and slamming me down onto the ground. The torch swings wildly as the creature climbs on top of me, tearing the fabric from my right sleeve, digging its nails into my skin just above my elbow. It doesn't stop at the skin. I feel the hot electric agony of scraped nerve endings, hearing the sickening snap of breaking bone. Before I lose my chance forever, I throw the torch weakly from my right hand and catch it in my left, pressing the beam directly into the child's face. It screams a scream of decades. The child's eyes roll back into its head, overpowered by the brutal onslaught the light has wrought. I look on as its face melts and flickers through adolescence, through adulthood and middle age. The tortured screams grow hoarse and weak as its skin wrinkles and sags, rushing beyond human years into an untouched realm of decrepitude. Eventually, its eyes glaze over, and its once powerful screams becomes nothing more than a grating rattle. I let the pitiful, lifeless creature fall to the ground beside me as I roll myself onto my knees. I stumble alongside the ground towards Blue Jay, falling repeatedly, a stream of red soaking into the soil behind me. Once I reach her, I use my left hand to unfasten the rifle's leather shoulder strap. I clumsily form the strap into a loop, passing it behind my right shoulder. My head feels light, struggling to maintain focus. I grab a stick from the ground and place it through a knot of a loop, using my teeth to draw the knot securely closed around it. My left hand twists the stick over and over, each time tightening the leather strap until it bites into my skin. The bleeding lessens, but not nearly enough. Picking up my tired frame, barely able to keep myself upright, I place one foot painstakingly in front of the other, struggling over the damp ground, out of the clearing and into the trees. I need to get back to the Wrangler. I can feel everything starting to fade. Even the ringing in my ears is dulled. My vision is blurry. I lock the stick under my armpit, freeing up my left hand to brace me as I start to stumble against the tree. The more I lose of my facilities, the less capable I am of perceiving their decline. But I know they're slipping away all too quickly. As I struggle further through the woods, a figure steps out from the trees, stopping me in my tracks. I sway on my feet as I try to identify what I'm seeing. The very act of standing now requiring constant dogged attention. I've never seen the figure before. It seems to be composed of a constantly shifting maelstrom of cracking monochromic sparks. An electric cloud of black and white and gray formed into a humanoid shape. As soon as it sees me, the humanoid creature falls backwards, scrabbling away from me across the ground, more terrified of me than I am of him. I don't know if the identity is malignant or benign, but I am in my current state, my mind softly screaming against the dying light. I can't make the distinction. As it backs up against a mound of earth, I try to ask it for help. The requisite words have already been lost to the advancing fog. All I can do is reach out my hands toward him, attempting to entreat some spark of humanity within the fizzling, shifting figure. In response to my vague plea, the entity scampers off into the forest, tripping over itself before disappearing from view. As I watch it leave, a single dim beam ignites in the far corners of my swiftly vanishing mind. A single light, whose implications kickstart my fading reason and force me on through the forest. I can see the Wrangler through the trees. It's close by, yet at the same time impossibly far away. There's something wrong with my eyes. The car's shifting in and out of focus, but every time it comes back into view, the image is less sharp until it exists as a pulsing dark green blur against a dull, slowly swaying backdrop. My boots kick up against one another, a final stumble that brings me down to the earth. When I try to get up again, I find that I am incapable. I'm completely unable. There's no strength left in my body, and no amount of resolve can raise me back to my feet. Though it may be my imagination, I think I can hear a steady rustling through the undergrowth, as if something were making its way toward me. Soon after, my senses start to die away, leaving me with nothing more than the cold and the silence for company. The dim light shines until the end, however, filled in the single strand of revelation, a solitary thought that I attempt to hold aloft from the all-consuming fog. It's a memory, a vague recollection from my first interview with Rob. It was the day we met. The day that he told me about his long and meandering life. Japan, Hiroji, Aokugihara, and the strange phenomenon we saw which sparked his obsession with the supernatural. The singular event that started him down the road to the left-right game, that led this excursion. The moment that he brought us here.
He walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost.
Almost?
It was missing an arm.
Sorry I've not been in touch, guys. It's been a busy month. However, I'm pleased to announce that as of yesterday night, I finally touched down in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm posting this log from my first American hotel room, which offers a gorgeous view of both the state hospital and a local prison. Auspicious times. Drop me a line if you're in the city, or if you have any information at all. The left-right game. Draft 1. 15/02/2017. As the darkness closes in, I find myself dragged deeper and deeper into the depths of my own subconscious, until I sink through the back of my mind into an indescribable place, a featureless, directionless, timeless void that exists at the weakest point of life. I can feel myself drifting away, surrendered to an almost imperceptible tide, carried slowly but inexorably from the world. The rest of the night unfolds in fleeting snapshots. I briefly feel my body lift up from the ground, gravity pulling at my limbs as I'm conveyed through the forest. An unknowable stretch of time later, I feel a distinct burning sensation to my right. In the world I currently inhabit, only an echo of the pain reaches me, but I can tell that it was once substantial. Unable to divine its purpose, I let the sensation fade away, before descending once more into the placid darkness. When my eyes finally work themselves open, the sun is beginning to rise. Without an ounce of strength left in my body, all I can do is peer through my eyelashes, taking in the vague scene before me. I'm in the back of the Wrangler, propped up against a soft pillar of luggage. There's somebody kneeling beside me, tugging at my right shoulder. When I try to address them, I discover that my voice is withered to a spectral whisper, so frail that it hardly exists at all. Rob? Hearing my voice, the figure shuffles round and kneels before me, staring into my eyes as they slowly regain their focus. You just lay back, Miss Sharma. I just finished patching you up, but I gotta make sure it's good work. What happened to you? And Denise had me at gunpoint. Had to act like I was all but dead. When she went into the forest, I got free, took the med kit into the trees, and fixed myself up a little. I was coming to help when I heard this awful noise. Went to check it out. That's when I found you. Is the engine running? Wanted to warm up the place for you. You were in shock since the battery doesn't run low anymore. I thought, no, I mean, how? The key, it got... You think I'd risk getting out this far with only one copy of my car key? Rob seemed almost insulted. And thinking back to everything I've learned about him over the course of this trip, I can see why he might be. Even in my weakened state, I can't help but laugh, though it admittedly comes out as a stilted wheezing, diffusing quietly into the air. No, that's actually very you. I think Blue Jay would have appreciated that information last night. Well, she didn't ask. I'm glad you made it, Rob. I'm glad you made it too. They build 'em tough down in London. I rest my head against the luggage. I'm from Bristle. Yeah, of course, that's... Sorry. Rob tries to recover his smile, but it slips quickly from his grasp. In its absence, his features cringe into sudden, uncontrollable sadness. Miss Sharma, I'm so sorry. Rob Guthard's weathered face bursts into a heavy mess of tears. He repeats those two words as he lumbers towards me, and resting his head on my left shoulder. My hand feels like lead as I raise it up to brush against his hair, holding him against me. As the man continues to sob, I let my head roll slowly to the right, observing the damage to my arm. Last night, lost in the muddled throes of shock, the harm had been unquantifiable, the details drowned out by an encompassing haze of severe blood loss and a blaring primal alarm which had forced me to move without questioning why. Now that I'm on the other side, bathed in the quiet warmth of the Wrangler, I'm able to fully assess the extent of my injury. Everything below my right elbow is gone. It feels almost like a dream. My upper arm is practically unblemished, save for a few dark bruises from last night's fall, yet it descends an impossibly short distance before ending in a blunt, surreal stump. The wound itself is hidden from view, swaddled in fresh white bandages. I can't seem to figure out how I should feel, and consequently, I don't seem to feel anything. It's okay, Rob. It's okay. I never meant for any of this to. I know. Rob pulls back, his eyes still watering. I'll take you home. Okay? I'll find somewhere to turn around, and we'll get you home. I can tell Rob's offer is genuine, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised. I still remember our verbal agreement, forged at the mouth of the tunnel, that he would not be turning his car around until he reached the road's end. I never expected he'd be the one to renege on the deal. I'm aware this could be my best chance to leave it all behind, to flee from the horrors of the road before they take even more of me. I know the way back. I know that it leads to safety, to family, to blessed normality. However, as an insidious voice in the back of my mind quietly notes, it doesn't lead to answers. I'm still game if you are. Rob sends me a heartbroken smile, which I would return if I had the strength. In that moment, a somber understanding develops between us. An understanding that after everything we've seen, everything that's happened, we're both still choosing the secrets of the road. The decision reveals something about us, exposing a driving force behind our actions that negates our concern for survival and overshadows the imagined protests of our loved ones. It's a decision only two broken people would make. Rob spends the morning packing up the Wrangler, giving me time to rest. The fact that he's walking around at all is remarkable, let alone conducting his usual routine at his usual pace. As I begin to feel life crawl slowly back into my veins, I wonder whether the strange force that has sustained us both, as well as the Wrangler's fuel tank, could also have a mild restorative effect. The notion should bring me comfort. Instead, it makes me feel like a lobster in a tank. A few hours later, Rob carries me out of the car, letting me rest in the door frame. In front of me lie 3 mounds of dirt, raised slightly from the surrounding earth. 2 are headed by crosses, formed from knotted sticks bound tightly together. The grave on the far left lies bare, bereft of any religious affiliation. Is that Blue Jays? Without the cross? I didn't think she'd want one. She wouldn't have done that for you, you know. Good thing I ain't her then. I buried what I can, but that was some state she was in. Did the child kill her? Rob goes to throw a folded spade into the back of the car. For a brief moment, I consider letting his statement go unanswered. No. It didn't. I did. Rob immediately marches back round, his brow furrowed in confusion. I hid a C4 charge in my satchel. When she took the bag, I gestured to the bare grave. Rob looks as if he's seeing me for the first time. Where did you? From your son's car. I watch as my quiet assertion strikes Rob's ears, as its meaning burrows through his consciousness, its implications contorting his features into a look of shame and damning revelation. I can tell from his reaction that I've got it right. We haven't had a chance to speak since I learned his son's name. That piece of information formed the crucial thread, stringing together the strange and seemingly incongruent discoveries I'd encountered on the road earlier in the week. I may have been worried to confront him with this information, but things are different now. We've come too far, we've been through too much, and if he's truly ferrying me somewhere with malicious intent, I'm powerless to stop him anyway. I raise a weak hand toward him, a quiet request for assistance. I think it's time we had a second interview. Following a tense and guilty silence, Rob simply nods and helps me into the passenger seat. It wasn't military, it was commercial. The Wrangler continues to crawl forward through the forest. I've stayed quiet for almost half an hour, letting Rob formulate a response in his own words and his own time. Commercial? Yeah. Explosive charges for controlled demolition. Bobby was in the business, had his own firm. He must have been proud. Yeah. He built that place up from nothing. Tour in his office was just one of the best days of my life. So how did he end up out here? Rob grows quiet, reluctantly accepting that he'll have to start from the beginning. Bobby was a smart kid. Smarter than I ever was. He could have run the farm at 15, but country life it didn't take. Instead, he moved away to Phoenix, picked up a college degree, got himself a steady career. A steady career? That's pretty rebellious for a Guthard. Well, we're pretty different people. I was still a courier in those days. I was always jetting off somewhere new. Of course, I went to Japan, stayed there for a while, then Aokugihara. That's right. Changed everything. Came home after 5 years with a new hobby. Bobby didn't care for the stories, but his mom had died sudden while I was away. We both wanted to start over, be in each other's lives more, so he came back with me to the Pacific Northwest, tracking down Sasquatch. Creature didn't show, but Bobby had a good time camping, so he kept joining me. Before long, he was doing the research himself, organizing trips, picking up rumors of strange stuff all across the country. Sounds like a nice time for you both. It was. So, was it Bobby who discovered the left-right game? He called me up one day out of the blue. This was about 3 years ago. Said he'd found a set of rules. Said we should try out. To be honest, I thought our tripping days were over. I was back in Alabama and he was starting up a family of his own, but suddenly he tells me to meet him in Phoenix. So of course I went along. And this time you both realized it was real. Bobby knew as soon as we reached the tunnel. He passed that way every day. Knew it wasn't supposed to be there, but there it was. He said that it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. We charted it over the next year, whenever we could get the time together. But we moved slow, mapped the place out, turned back on the regular. It took us a while before we got the courage to stay on the road overnight. Both of us were terrified the tunnel would disappear or something. I can tell Rob is replaying the events in his head. The reminiscence almost makes him smile. Bobby's wife was a real doll, used to work in his office. The kindest girl I'd ever met. Funny too. There was a decade between them, but you could tell that they were good for each other. He shared everything with her, including the road. In fact, once Bobby got a little more secure with the rules, they started to map it together, exploring their own little world. After a brief pause, Rob's expression sinks slightly. The reminiscence is growing darker. A few months go by. I'm hearing from Bobby a little less, but I expected that. Then one evening I get a call from the hospital, telling me my boy had walked into some ER in Phoenix. Was he okay? No, he was in a bad way. Leg all busted up, delirious, asking for Marjorie. They found her bag in his car, but she was nowhere to be found. Bobby lost her on the road. Yep, that's right. On our second night here, after we lost Ace, you told me the road had never hurt anyone before. Well, that wasn't a lie, at least. It wasn't the road that got him. What do you mean? They made it to the forest. None of us had got that far before, but this time they pushed a little farther than usual. Do you know why? They were gonna have a kid. Marjorie was almost due. Wasn't traveling so well. I think they knew that they wouldn't be hitting the road for a while. It was like a last hurrah, I guess. but only Bobby came back. They explored the woods till nightfall. When Bobby said they had to turn back, Marjorie didn't want to. He never told me why, never told me what happened. By the end of that trip, Marjorie was still out there, and he was in the hospital bed. Rob takes a moment to collect himself, to put the facts in order. The trees are starting to grow thin, sunlight bursting through the widening gaps in the canopy. It looks like we're nearing the forest's end. Bobby took a month or so to recover. The boy was desperate to get back to his wife. And of course, he'd become a suspect in her disappearance. Needless to say, the first thing he did was head out onto the road to find Marjorie. But he didn't. Nope. No, he found her. Just, a little sooner than he thought. I take a moment to process Rob's implication. Suddenly I feel a stone drop in my stomach. She was on the 34th turn. Rob nods solemnly. Wasn't the woman he knew, of course. Stood there all day just mumbling about the road. Didn't even recognize him. I remember he called me up right after he first saw her there. He was heartbreaking. He tried almost every day from then on, always stopping at that turn. He'd yell, he'd plead, he'd bring pictures and gifts, but she never responded. Don't know if it was really her, but whatever was on that corner, it belonged to the road. Bobby lost something of himself on that corner. After a while, his fascination with the game turned sour, turned to hate. He thought the road was something evil, that it had no place linking into our world. I was checking up on him at that point, every few days or so. One weekend he said he was doing better, even said he'd been into work. I thought maybe things would turn around, but then he went quiet. Didn't pick up his phone for 3 days. I had my place in Phoenix by that point and a spare key to his house. That's where I found the note, telling me that he'd gone back through one last bid to find his wife. And if he couldn't bring her back, well, he was going to destroy the tunnel, cut off the road from the world. I played the game in Phoenix, Chicago, a few different places, but that one tunnel is what links you to the road. I looked around his garage, found the box for a phone. A lot of electronics all over the place. Pretty clear what he'd done. So I jump in my car. We pass out of the forest, onto a long, narrow road. In the distance, I can see our route winding up a towering wall of sandstone, disappearing into a set of rolling mountains. He passed me on his way back, just before I hit Jubilation, thundering down the road at full speed, driving like crazy. That's when I knew he hadn't found her, that he was going to take out the tunnel, to end the game once and for all. But he never got that far. I tried to talk to him, called his cell, tried the radio frequencies. There was a number on the SIM card documentation that he had. God help me, I haven't messaged him on that, but in the end it was just me and him, racing back to Phoenix. He was faster than me, but I was driving better. After a few bad corners, I caught up. You ran him off the road. Rob stares out at the faraway ridges, his hands grasping the steering wheel. Cell service doesn't work through the tunnel. He knew that. He was either going to blow it up on this side or while he was in there. So, were you trying to save him or yourself? Neither. I was trying to save the road. Say what you want about this place, Miss Sharma, but it's a doorway out of everything we've ever known. It's a road out of reality. It may be the most significant frontier we've ever crossed. That part of me knew that was too important for one man to take away. For the second time today, Rob battles back tears. And for the second time, he fails. They roll silently down his cheeks as he continues on. He was more injured than I thought. He'd hurt himself bad before he reached me. That's why he was headed to the tunnel so quick. He wanted to destroy it while he still could. The road had taken almost everything from him, and then it took the rest. I denied him his hope. Took away his chance to leave the world on his own terms, and in the end he didn't even seem angry. He just asked for Marjorie. Asked me why she did it, why she left. I laid him to rest there. Visited the place often, but I never had a good answer for him. That's when I started prepping for the next run. So you posted the logs online and pretended to discover them. Thought people would ask less questions that way. And where did we all fit into this? Why did you bring us here with you? I guess, I thought it was time the world knew. Didn't want all this to end up an old man's secret. Honest to God, if I knew the road was gonna... I swear I never would have brought you here. Rob's features tighten, all of his shame and guilt rising to the fore. I can't say it isn't deserved. Despite his intentions, despite his penitence, the man had blinded himself to clear dangers, hurt those closest to him, and on a road where secrets had killed so many, he kept the most significant one of all. Well, perhaps not the most significant. You didn't bring us here, Rob. Rob turns to me, confused. I met someone in the forest last night. A figure, just like the one you saw in Japan. Looks like static you see on a TV screen. I think it was you, Rob. I think I saw you, and I think all those years ago. In my current state, the mechanics of the event and their stunning implications lie beyond my explanatory capability. In the end, I just raise my lost right arm and wait for Rob to make a connection. A moment later, the car screeches to a halt. Rob stares straight ahead, his knuckles wide against the steering wheel. I'm aware that beneath his stone-set features, every inch of gray matter is fighting to process the fresh revelation. If it's true that in those quiet woods, I somehow reached across the decades to a young Rob Guthard, then it changes everything. The twisting narratives that led us to this point, Rob's burgeoning obsession, his son's tragic fate, they all took root in that single moment. More than a decade prior to my own birth, I'd placed us on the path which would lead me to his door. As chaotic as the road often seems, that moment in the forest hints at something deeper, something intentional. Rob steps out of the car for a while, before wordlessly climbing back in and firing up the Wrangler. From that point on, we continue as two silent passengers, lost in thought, disappearing into the sandstone mountains. We travel across the thin mountain road for the next 2 hours, a wall of crooked rock hemming us in. When we pass onto the other side, and the outcrop falls away, the landscape below us is changed completely, and we're treated to a strange and breathtaking sight. The Wrangler is traversing the cliffs above a vast, flat desert, a tundra of vibrant orange stretching as far as the eye can see, and I can just make out the road, cutting a meandering path through the sand far below us. At the center of this otherwise featureless expanse, a collection of monolithic structures, towering columns of glass and metal rise from the ground, connected by a web of long, perpendicular streets. There's a city. There's a city on the road. Rob keeps his eyes forward, despite the epic majesty of the cityscape below us. I can tell that his mind is elsewhere, that he's still digesting the contents of our interview. In the end, I think it's best to leave him alone with his thoughts. We stay on the mountain for another 20 minutes, before finally winding down to the desert floor. The space ahead of us is two-tone, the sharp saffron of the desert and the deep blue sky, separated by a thin, even horizon. The only objects that cross this perfect boundary are the hulking gray towers of the city, rising from the sand and bursting through into the heavens. We snake along the desert road, the city looming even larger as we make our tentative approach toward the border. There's an eerie contrast to the threshold as we cross it. The cupreous glow of sand switches to gray, The scorching heat instantly cools. Perhaps most notably, what little sound there was is negated entirely as we delve down an empty, perfectly maintained throughway. As we delve down an empty, perfectly maintained throughway, I realize that I can't hear anything at all except for the Wrangler's steady rumblings. It's quiet. That's fine by me. Who do you think built this place? I don't know. Maybe whatever brought us here. Could be that no one built it. Maybe it just is. I wonder if he's right. It's hard to think such a place would exist for any practical purpose. The city looks off somehow, as if it was built from a conjecture by an architect who had only heard of cities through poorly translated rumors. All the broad features are present: skyscrapers, lampposts, window cleaning platforms, but nothing deeper. It's an empty shell, an ornament in the middle of the desert. As we turn down the next few roads, I stare up at the monolithic structures, each one standing at least 100 stories tall. My eyes track down the countless strata of dark windows as I contemplate what it might be like to live in such a When I reach the ground floor,
Alexa, turn the bedroom
I'm
off.
presented with my answer. There's a young man standing at the ground floor window, his hand resting against the glass. He's wearing a dark gray suit and a look of almost mesmeric shock, his mouth open, his hands shaking, his unblinking eyes staring past us as the Wrangler rolls by. My eyes quickly track back up the skyscraper's glass facade, scrutinizing each row of windows in turn. I'd naively hoped the building would be empty, that this place would be nothing more than a colossal ghost town. Now that I know otherwise, each pane of glass feels like a dark pool of water, still on the surface, but with sinister potential lurking within its depths. A few seconds later, more of them arrive. There aren't many at first, just a few scattered figures stepping up to the windows, pressing themselves against the glass. However, like a light sprinkling of rain that erupts into a downpour, the frequency of their arrival quickly doubles, then triples, until not a single space lies unoccupied. The Wrangler shrinks, subject to the scrutiny of countless individuals, on every floor, in every window, all of them clad in the same monochromic formal wear and staring down at us like the emissaries of a grand tribunal. As the Wrangler passes by, they continue to stare straight ahead, though it's clear that they're aware of our presence. Rob, there's... I see him. Rob puts his foot down, shedding the weight of 1,000 pairs of eyes as he leaves the buildings behind. As the final column of windows slips by us, I glance back, hoping to see them return to the depths of the building. Instead, in those last few moments, I witnessed their collective demeanor fracture into a desperate frenzy, their mouths opening in a silent scream as they slam their fists against the glass. Turning back around, I stare into the buildings that currently flank our vehicle. The figures have already arrived at the windows. Their calm is already fading. Rob, we need to go faster. I'm on it. The Wrangler growls with renewed ferocity as Rob plants his foot onto the gas. We lurch towards the next corner, accelerating down the road as Rob scans for any hidden turns. I achingly shift in my seat, keeping an eye on the scene developing in our wake. Shards of broken glass begin to rain onto the asphalt. Watching the shattered pieces tumble through the air, it's apparent that the quiet in this city is simply due to a lack of activity. The torrent of splintered glass is completely silent, even as it crashes against the impervious ground. Nothing in this city makes a noise. Nothing except us. The thunderous engine of the Wrangler has never sounded so loud. Looking up, I witness hundreds of hands gripping the shattered window frames, unable to turn myself away as thousands of polished black shoes step over the threshold. The figures stream out from every floor, forming an incomprehensible deluge of humanity. The first wave strikes the ground, and with more and more landing against them, a heap of tangled figures struggling to separate themselves, much like the residents of Jubilation and everyone else we've encountered on the road. They appear impervious to the fatal harms such an act should impart. Those who landed on their feet hardly even stop, turning toward us and sprinting after the Wrangler. It doesn't take long for the rest of the writhing mass to resolve itself, its constituent individuals joining the frantic stampede, their chaotic charge and desperate screams bereft of any perceivable sound, even in the midst of the frenzied pursuit. As a foreboding shower of glass falls from every building we pass, the world outside remains silent, the chaos made even more incomprehensible, framed against the ungodly stillness in which it takes place. Rob screeches around the corner, drifting onto the long and open street. The roadway ahead is flanked by skyscrapers, disappearing to a narrow vanishing point. As we race down this next stretch of road towards a large intersection, the ever-growing mob bursts onto the street behind us, taking the corner with supreme coordination and continuing tirelessly in our direction. A split second later, I'm struck with an abrupt and pervasive idea. It feels unlike any thought I've ever had before, like less of a notion and more of a prescient hybrid of intuition and deja vu, as if the course of action that we must take is obvious to me despite me knowing why. I force my voice above a grating whisper. Rob, we need to drop something behind us. We need to drop something behind us. Something loud. What are you thinking? You just have to trust me, okay? We still have most of the plastic explosive. Could you... Nah. If you took out the blasting cap, I ain't got time to make a new one. Rob glances in the rear view, then back to the road. I can almost hear the gears turning in his head. But that's the only That's the only explosive on board. Think you can drive? I guess we can find out. The car thunders across the tarmac as I clumsily grasp the wheel, shifting myself over and working my foot onto the accelerator. Rob lifts himself away and climbs past me into the back of the Wrangler. In my weak state, every shuddering motion makes my bones rattle. With each subsequent gear shift, I'm forced to take my remaining hand off the wheel and reach across to the stick. The effort is precarious and awkward, my aching limbs puppeteered by willpower and adrenaline, every passing second a battle to maintain control. The windows up ahead are starting to fracture, the noise the Wrangler is carrying, and the entire city is starting to preempt our arrival. Behind me, I can hear a ripping of duct tape, the tearing of fabric, and the clattering of falling luggage. I'm not sure what's taking place behind me. I just have to trust that Rob has a plan. I hear the back door swing open just before we reach the intersection. A metallic scraping along the Wrangler's floor, a pained grunt from Rob as he throws something out into the road behind us. Reaching the crossroads, I slide my hand along the wheel and twist it sharply to the right. As the car lurches round and onto the next road, I feel my heart sink dramatically. We've been overtaken. The windows ahead of us are shattered, and the building's desperate inhabitants are rushing towards us, blocking off our only means of escape. I slam my foot onto the brakes, and the Wrangler shudders to a halt. The engine stalling and cutting out. The streets are now spilling over, an overwhelming swarm converging on our position from 4 directions. I look back at Rob, and he meets my gaze, his eyes brimming with a dismayed finality. An explosion shudders through the air behind us. I look out the back window to see a shattered jerry can, one of Rob's now superfluous fuel reserves. Its dark green shell violently compromised, its contents spilled out across the road and cast a light. The echo of the blast and roar of the primal balletic flame fills the afternoon air. The trajectory of the maddened crowd changes instantaneously. The silent Wrangler has fallen from their collective attention. As they refocus onto the smoldering flames, those up ahead continue to rush past, streaming around the Wrangler as they scramble to the spilled pool of gasoline, digging their hands into the blaze, grasping hopelessly at the fire. Delicately, carefully, not to make a single shred of noise, I climb out of the driver's seat, joining Rob in the back of the Wrangler. He addresses me in a confused whisper. Why don't they care about us? What are they doing? It's the sound. They want it for themselves. I don't know how I'm so sure, but I know that it's the case. The jerry can creaks and screams as the city dwellers tear it into smaller and smaller pieces, frantically examining every jagged scrap. With each passing second, as the fire dies down, the crowd grows increasingly distressed, as if a precious commodity is slipping through their fingers. They don't understand it. They'll pull it apart trying to figure it out, and they'll never get any closer. And then it'll be quiet again. Where are you getting this from? I don't know. It's just a feeling. Well, pretty sure they would have pulled us apart too. I'd say we're pretty lucky. Yeah, pretty lucky. As the last of the gasoline is eaten up and the fire dies away, the city dwellers remained in the street, devoid of their momentary sense of purpose, the prize vanishing into the ether. The crowd's desperation fades into a hushed despondency. I watch them as they pass by, countless faces racked with sorrow, their aimless shuffling forming a loathsome sea, a grayscale ocean that spans the desolate city. The Wrangler is now adrift in the center of that ocean. It's clear that any attempt to start the engine would bring the entire city down on us, reigniting their futile hope, causing them to tear through the car and anything inside. For the foreseeable future, we're completely stranded. Don't worry about it, okay? I don't think they're going to leave, Rob. They'll leave. Okay, and what then? They'll still be everywhere. Hey, we're a smart pair. We'll think of something. In the eerie, pervasive calm that surrounds us, I sit myself down next to Rob and lean back against the wall, with nothing else to do but wait for our situation to change. After watching the figures outside for over an hour, the only thing that's different is a strange needling sensation that feels like it's emanating from my now absent forearm. My arm hurts. How is that possible? No, don't worry, that's, it's called phantom limb. You got some sensation, right? Like you still got something there. A lot of people get that after amputations. Here, Rob reaches into his medical kit and retracts a blue jar of tablets. Twisting off the cap, he shakes 2 pills free. You're gonna need these for the pain. I stare at the tablets for a moment. Before collecting them from his open palm, he passes me his canteen and I swallow them down in 2 weak gulps. You have a lot of experience with amputation? More than you'd think. My brow furrows, though. Had meant my remark as a passing jibe. Rob's response rings with a strange sincerity. It takes me a moment to realize why that is. I forgot. You were drafted. You never talked about that. Been thinking a lot about it, though. Bunch of strangers brought together under false pretenses, told that they were serving a grand purpose by some old liar. Guess it's interesting how time repeats itself, now that I think about it. He drove a Jeep too. Rob, I told you, you didn't bring us here. That don't change nothing. Don't change what I did. To you, to Bobby, to any of them. Maybe you were there in the forest, but I was the one who started this. The one who kept asking what was at the end of the road. What do you think is at the end of the road, Rob? Starting to think that ain't for me to know. I've been moving from place to place so long, seen everyone else settle down. As far as I can see, the end of the road is just wherever you decide to stop. I rest my head on Rob's shoulder. He gently places his arm around me. It isn't long before the medication starts to take effect, quietly overtaking my already weakened constitution. The pain subsides, dulled along with the rest of my senses. The sun is still streaming through the window as my eyes begin to drift shut. I watch as the figures pass the window, my eyelids getting weaker. I don't want this to end, Rob. I know, Miss Sharma. I know. The last thing I see before I fall into a dreamless, artificial sleep is Rob Guthard's hand reaching for the rifle. When my eyes work themselves open, the sun is beginning to set. I've been moved. As my vision adjusts, it becomes clear that I'm still in the Wrangler, my head resting against a pile of fresh clothes. A soft travel blanket laid across me. I glance around to find Rob's nowhere to be seen. Momentarily forgetting the situation outside the car, I attempt to call out for him. The syllable catches in my throat as a shambling figure passes my window, wringing its hand in despair and casting a long shadow through the car. With a renewed sense of caution, I slide the blanket to one side and slowly make my way up front. The cabin is similarly empty, except for a single scrap of paper torn from my notebook. It lies in the driver's seat, a small object hidden within the fold. When I open it, I find my headphones and 5 neatly written words. Channel 1 to all cars. My hand starts to shake as I rest the note on the dashboard, slowly climbing through and placing myself gently in the driver's seat, my heart in my throat. I insert the headphones into the jack of the CB radio, take a single, quivering breath in, and press the first button. Rob? I'm sorry, Miss Sharma. Rob, where are you? Got myself to one of the rooftops. I know I always hated cities, but once you're above it, the view's really something. Rob? Come back, Rob. Come back, please. I wish I could. I do. But we both know those things ain't leaving. You need the car to get wherever you gotta go, so best I can do is make some ruckus, draw him out of your way. I rest my head against the steering wheel, bracing myself against the weight of his words. I can't do this without you. I don't think that's true, Miss Sharma. I think whatever's on this road, it wants you to make it all the way. All I was meant to do was bring you this far. Now, you don't have to listen to it. You can turn around and head home, but either way, only one of us is driving out of here. So I guess the only question left is, which way are you gonna go? Well, are you ahead of me or behind me? I can be anywhere. It's your choice, Miss Sharma. In the wake of Rob's words, in the shadow of the decision, I'm cast into silence. Not because the choice is hard, but because I'm ashamed it's so easy. It was made the moment I first stepped into the Wrangler, and renewed in every perplexing moment since. The need to know, to comprehend, to uncover the truth has been with me my entire life, but I never knew its roots ran so deep that it would endure so ardently when everything else, everyone else, had been stripped away. I stare into the rearview mirror, seeing myself for the very first time. I have to admit, I'm scared. Stay where you are, Rob. Okay, Miss Sharma. You ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Alright then. Suppose it's about time this thing did some good. The shot explodes through the radio before a faint booming echo reaches me on the quiet city air. Its effect on the city dwellers is immediate. The collective melancholy shatters in an instant, replaced by a renewed fixation. Before I know it, the desperate crowd unites once more into a stampeding horde, rushing past the windows of the Wrangler and back down the road towards the source of the sound. They on their way? As the last of the city dwellers disappear behind me, I run my hand across the steering wheel and down the ignition. Yeah, they're on their way. Okay then. What are you waiting for? With a fateful twist of the key, the Wrangler roars back to life. The wheels kick against the asphalt, transporting me through the streets of the city as I barrel away from the intersection, losing ground against the Wrangler. I take the first left, then the next possible right, then another left. A few minutes later, I eventually find myself on the last stretch of road, leading back to the vast and empty desert. So, you gonna make it? Yeah, I'm gonna make it. That's good. That's good. Miss Sharma, if you find Marjorie, if you get a chance to let me know, well, it's more than I deserve, but of course I will. I appreciate that. Okay, they're gonna be here soon, so I'm gonna go radio silent for a while. If I call, you'll know I made it out. If I don't, you just assume I made it out, okay? Please tell me you're going to be alright, Rob. It's been a real honor driving with you, Miss Sharma. The sound of the final shots reverberate throughout the radio, its echo drowned out by the roaring engine of the Wrangler. The world shifts around me as I burst out of the city and back onto the desert road. The way ahead is laden with immense possibility, yet as I disappear into the vastness of the desert, I can only think of what I've left behind. Rob J. Guthard had his flaws, marked by loss, driven by obsession, his good intentions often paving the way to tragedy and heartbreak. As the tears begin to roll down my cheeks, I decide to remember him differently. As a valued friend, a good man, and above all else, a great story. No matter how you tell it. Well, here we are. Let's be honest. When I posted the first of these logs from my bedroom in North London, I didn't think it would go very far. After all, why would it? I wasn't a regular contributor to the site, nor a seasoned veteran of the paranormal. I was just a man who missed his friend, seeking a few words of wisdom from an online message board, open to the idea that it wouldn't lead anywhere. Suffice to say, I couldn't have been more wrong. Over the past few months, the incredible advice I'd received from this forum and the amazing leads you've sent my way have opened up entire worlds of possibilities. It's thanks to all of you that I'm where I am now, sitting in a rental car on a quiet street in Phoenix, Arizona, posting the last of Alice's records. I realize I've written more than usual for my part. I apologize for this. If you want to skip straight to Alice's section, that's fine. Otherwise, please consider this the prologue to the epilogue. It's very, very early in the morning here, with only the gravest of the graveyard shift out on the streets. By the way, I should be in bed, and not wasting petrol on an aimless drive through the city. The ritual helps me think, however, and I'd recently been given a lot to think about, courtesy of a young woman at a local bar. She was a forum member who had contacted me over direct message. When we met up earlier in the night, it was clear that she'd done a great deal of research, charting every mirror shop in Phoenix in an attempt to reconstruct the route Alice took on February 7th, 2017. We spoke for quite a while about the game, about Alice, and about life in general. Once closing time rolled around, she handed me a printout of the most likely route, with all the key locations circled. Then, in the final minutes before we parted ways, she nervously asked me 2 questions. The first put me in a rather sour mood. The second provided the fuel for my early 3 a.m. drive. Question 1. Are you sure she wants you to find her? I've been hearing the same query from a few of you recently, especially since Part 9 was posted. People commenting that Alice made a clear choice when she left Rob behind in the Silent City, that I was searching for someone who wasn't seeking return. I'd like to take a moment to respond to this, as I responded to it earlier tonight. To be clear, the Alice I know wouldn't do that. She was planning to come back. She told us as much. I'm not going to waste your time with my theories, but we've seen what the road can do to people's minds, how it can carry them away against their better judgment. I understand why it's being asked, but if those sort of questions are all you have to offer, I'd kindly ask you to find another way to help. Question 2 was less clear-cut. What are you going to do now? It's something you guys have also been asking me, but that was the first time that I'd heard the question out loud. In the awkward silence that followed, it became obvious to her, and in some ways to me, that I didn't have an answer. I decided to take a drive while I figured it out. I've been in my car for the rest of the night. After an hour of aimless meandering, I realized I was close to one of the marked locations, the alleyway where Alice first entered the underpass, the point at which she first disappeared into the road. Turning into the street, just after a large intersection, I was briefly relieved to see no sign of the tunnel. The part of me that still hoped this game was a fiction swelled at the sudden lack of evidence. My reaction was short-lived, of course, as I quickly realized that the tunnel wouldn't have shown itself to me anyway. Even if the game were real, I'd hardly been sticking to the rules on my way here. There was no denying that the place resembled Alice's description, however, and with a long time to go until I'd feel remotely tired, I decided to work my way back along the route, retracing Alice's steps towards Rob Guthard Street. Okay, so I have to admit at this point, I suffered from a momentary lapse of intelligence. In a fog of distraction, residual jet lag, and general dawdry, I drove for longer than I'd care to admit under the misconception that I wasn't playing the game. I thought this because I was heading in the opposite direction, and had started my run with a right-hand turn, when the rules explicitly state that you begin by taking a left. Of course, as I'm sure you all would have realized immediately, that didn't mean I was out of the game. It just meant I started playing with my first left turn. One road later. Alice was always a smart one. What I'm trying to say is that due to this fairly mindless oversight, I wasn't exactly looking out for the woman in gray as I drove past what should have been her corner. There wasn't a mirror shop this time, of course. That's only on the 34th turn, when you're coming back the other way. In fact, I'm not sure which of the many passing streets it was. It's strange, though. As I think back through my journey, I feel like I would have noticed her. The streets were practically deserted, so much so that any pedestrian stood out immediately. I know I should have been looking more closely, but if you asked my honest opinion, I don't think she was there at all. The moment I realized this, I felt it again. The faint, perverse hope that I'd been misled, that the entire story was nothing more than a twisted, elaborate fabrication. It wasn't long until I passed an old mirror shop, and 34 turns later, arrived on what must have been Alice's starting street. It was an inner-city neighborhood whose residents were all fast asleep. From the moment I'd realized that the game was in play, I'd been thinking less and less about this particular road, and more about the one directly after it, resting just beyond the crossroads. I'd come halfway across the world on the strength of Alice's account, but I'd seen no first-hand proof of the left-right game. This whole thing was a hoax, that the next road should have just been another street. If it was real, then I'd know soon enough. I crawled up to the junction with my heart in my throat. With every inch of road that passed under my tires, I found myself hoping more and more that it wouldn't be true. Let someone be playing a prank on me. Let the logs be counterfeit. Let Alice be anywhere else but on that road. I took the corner in a wide arc, parking myself in the center of the crossroads, my headlights facing down the next turn. Ahead of me was a quiet, residual street. Lines of neatly parked cars, rows of well-kept yards, and squarely drawn windows. Yet at its center, in utter defiance of the modest surroundings, the road sank into a deep and dimly lit corridor, cutting beneath the street, disappearing into complete darkness. I'd always known it was true. In the presence of grim confirmation, the question I asked earlier that night starting to ring in my ears, as if echoing out of the tunnel itself. After an entire night's driving, after 2 months of searching, I still didn't have a response. In the end, I just left the engine running, as if turning it off would somehow be a sign of retreat, and decided to type up the notes you're reading now. I thought maybe the process of putting it all down on paper would bring me clarity and leave me with either a note of farewell or a note of apology to Alice for not having what it took to find her. And now, here I am. Still undecided, still writing, still sitting in this rental car on a quiet street in Phoenix, Arizona. Though, perhaps the street's not as quiet as I thought. I've just looked back to the previous road, down the street where Alice began her journey. As I record this very paragraph, I can see a figure standing on the sidewalk, just outside one of the houses. It isn't the woman in gray this time. Though it's almost too dark to make out, I can tell the figure is an older male, well-built and imposing, the rugged features of his weathered face half lit by the moonlight. I've never seen this person before, yet he bears a striking resemblance to another man, a man whose description has been well recorded within the pages of Alice's logs. He's watching me in silence, staring through the window of my still-running car. I wonder if he can help. The left-right game, Draft 1, 20/02/2017. The left-right game was nothing more than a 9-page document, peeking out of a yellow envelope, resting quietly on my desk. I remember reading it on my lunch break. I remember it made me laugh. The submission had arrived with the first post, quietly making its way around the office, treated by everyone as a short-lived novelty of little journalistic value. The story was easy to dismiss, appearing all too similar to the rambling ghost stories and blurry UFO sightings that filled our mailbox on a daily basis, and which most of the senior staff had learned to instinctively ignore. Doomed by association, the document was quickly passed over, my desk merely a pit stop on its way to the rejection pile. I was curious, however, and after an uneventful few months in my new role, I had no compunctions about fishing from the scrap heap. Placing the envelope in my satchel, alongside a misfit crowd of similar rejects, I slipped away to a local coffee shop, reading it in an armchair by the window. Somewhere around page 3, between the description of the game's rules and the exhaustive list of required skills, my mouth started to curl into an irrepressible smile. They'd been gloriously wrong about this one. It wasn't some paranoid diatribe, nor a sensationalist plea for attention. Within these pages lay an introductory glimpse of a man's passionate obsession. As I read on, something about his earnest eccentricity, incredible thoroughness, and unquestioning confidence made it impossible to put down. When I turned the final page, reading the last of Rob Guthard's charming and refreshingly well-formed submission, I knew that this was a story I wanted to tell. Later that day, I found myself in the editor's office making a case for it. They didn't quite see what I saw, but I was intent to win them over regardless. I told them the story would be characterful, colorful, thought-provoking, and, at the very least, that I wouldn't be gone long. It's been 12 days since then. 10 since I entered the Wrangler in Phoenix, Arizona. 5 since I commandeered it myself, leaving Rob behind in the silent city. I haven't updated much recently, save for a regular set of notes made for my own benefit. In all honesty, after I finished writing up my account of the city, I was struck by an overpowering sense of needlessness. There was no one left to receive these logs, no friends to proofread, no editor to hand them to. It seemed pointless to maintain the same prosaic format as before. I still largely agree with this assessment. It's only due to a set of exceptional circumstances that I've chosen to type up the following account in full. Whoever this reaches, I want to thank you for reading up to now. I'm quite sure that this will be my final installment. The moon has broken, and in my entire life, I've never witnessed an evening so still. The air is cool and quiet, and the Wrangler cuts cleanly through it as I glide down a stretch of even tarmac. The scene is defined by calm and absence. Not a cloud in the sky, not a solitary whisper of breeze, not a single blade of grass stirring on the dark green banks beside me. Yet even on a night as peaceful as this, I cannot help but feel far away from home. The city has served as a turning point in that regard. Before we reached those titanic monoliths, the landscapes we passed through generally resembled the world I once knew. A few obvious exceptions aside, there was nothing about the environments that looked truly divorced from reality. That all changed now. The aberrant aspects to this new world are unignorable, constantly hanging at the corner of my eye, passively injecting a sense of wonder and disconcertion into the otherwise silent night. A few days ago, the moon started to crack like old porcelain. I hardly noticed at first, my eyes fixed on the road as it loomed above me, quietly splintering into 3 jagged pieces. As of tonight, the only empty space between each fragment has significantly increased. If I focus on the sky for a little while, I can see them falling away from each other, charting infinite and loneliness trajectories throughout the barren cosmos, against a backdrop of foreign constellations. The stars themselves fall further than they should. The night sky travels down past the horizon and continues below it, wrapping underneath the grassy bank. It's as if the road and the narrow plains on either side are suspended in the middle of a vast abyss, a platform in the middle of open space. At least that's what I thought at first. It didn't take long before I noticed the broken moon was appearing twice in the sky, both above me and below me. A pair of orbiting satellites, identical and in perfect alignment. That's when I realized that there were no stars below me. I was merely staring across a flat surface so flawlessly mirror-like as to cast a perfect reflection of the heavens above. I was driving through the center of a lake. The water is impossibly still. Since leaving the shoreline proper yesterday night, I've seen neither a wave nor a ripple across its placid surface. It's also undeniably vast, reaching beyond the horizon in every direction and continuing further still. Without being sure how I know, I'm aware that the waters carry on for an unspeakable distance, that I would no sooner reach the stars themselves before setting foot on its opposite shore. I lean over and switch gears. The act of driving the Wrangler was a daunting one at first, but after the first 2 days, I've managed to make do. An old scarf wrapped tightly around the steering wheel serves as a makeshift handle, allowing me to navigate corners one-handed. I don't have an elegant solution for the gear shift, but I've quickly grown used to the process. If I've learned anything from the road, it's that grace is the first casualty in the fight for survival. Adaptability, no matter how clumsy, outlasts it at every turn. A few minutes later, the Wrangler pulls up to a spacious verge, a large circle of land surrounded entirely by dark waters. At the far end, the grass seems to fall away, dropping sharply into the lake with a dead stop. The road continues, of course, but it's the only thing that does. With nothing on either side, it forms a narrow bridge of perfectly flat asphalt, raised on a bed of mud and rock. I press my boot on the brake pedal, easing the Wrangler to a steady halt at the center of the clearing. For the first time today, I open the car door and climb out of my seat. The dull tap of asphalt shifts to a soft rustling as I make my way over to the lakeside. There's something on the shore, a barely discernible object, almost entirely concealed by a shock of verdant undergrowth. It's a miracle I'd managed to spy it from the road, though perhaps something about the stark uniformity of the landscape has made it stand out. As I advance towards the water, the object draws near. Its indeterminate form solidifies in my mind. It's a human arm, reaching out of the water and onto the bank. I crouch down to examine the few pertinent details. The fingers are still embedded firmly into the soil. The thumbnail is broken, colored by a peeling coat of faded varnish. There's a pallid, emaciated quality to the skin, spreading down the arm until it disappears beneath a thick, woolen sleeve. At the point it meets the surface, the water soaks into the fabric, turning it black from the original gray. With a sad exhalation, I raise to my feet and lean over the water's edge. The body of Marjorie Guthard lies against the silt, her cheeks resting on the lake below, her wide, bewildered eyes staring out into the open lake. She's been almost perfectly preserved, save for the striking tautness of her skin and its malted, gray pallor. She looks exactly like the woman I saw on the 34th turn, who'd tried to repel me from the road, who'd spoken of the lake, drinking her wounds clean. It seems her ramblings weren't completely void of fact. It's clear to see that Marjorie has been exsanguinated, so completely, in fact, that the only evidence that blood ever flowed through her veins is a large dark stain across her shredded blouse. It doesn't take long before the perpetrator makes itself known. As I stare into the water, a steady stream of formless whispers sink up through the depths of the lake. The softly spoken murmurings drift up to my ears, taking root in the back of my mind and instantly blooming into a flurry of deeply pervasive promises. I find myself entirely transfixed by the still water as a myriad of generous offerings unfold in throughout my consciousness. The whispers suggest an end to the phantom pain in my absent arm, perhaps even a completely restored limb, stronger than I had had before. Furthermore, it shows me a glimpse of its incomprehensible span, its furthest bank reaching across countless worlds, its deepest point lying below everything. I'm offered a total knowledge of every league, every fathom, every inconceivable shore. My hand reaches down as the whispers continue, every bargain steeped in sweet beneficence. A moment later, my outstretched fingers brush against the soft grass and wrap around Marjorie's exposed arm. Digging my heels into the ground, I lean myself backwards and pull. The water ripples and splashes as I drag Marjorie's lifeless body slowly onto the bank. I feel the voices in my mind grow louder, erupting in anger as I back away from the lake. The promises had been convincing, each quiet solicitation undeniably persuasive. After seeing Marjorie's wretched face and the look of eternal betrayal in her vacant eyes, I found myself aware of a subtle undercurrent behind every syllable, a sense of desperation and timeless hunger emanating from beneath the lake's surface. I already have a clear understanding of what would happen if I had lost myself to those waters. I suspect it's no coincidence that of the countless shores it showed me, all of them appeared to be deserted. Marjorie wouldn't have stood a chance. She'd left the forest alone, grievously wounded and without a vehicle, She'd walked the whole way here, bleeding endlessly, the road's rejuvenating power battling every moment against her body's natural inclination to die. I suspect the road's influence wasn't strong enough, and when a whispering voice promised, ever so sweetly, to mend her, she would have been in no position to refuse. Her other sleeve brushed against my dry hand, her body leaving the water for the first time in decades. I keep pulling until my boots hit asphalt, laying her down on the grass just beside the Wrangler. After a moment of sober vigil, I walk to the back of the car and fetch Rob's foldable spade. A long few hours follow. I've never dug someone's grave before, and my injury is hardly conducive to the task. My fleece tied around my waist, pearls of sweat running down my brow. I manage to slowly chip away at the damp earth. 5 hours later, my back cramping, my hands raw from gripping the shovel, I attempt to lower Marjorie into the rough pit with some semblance of grace, her legs dropping limply into the soft soil despite my best efforts. It takes over an hour to shovel the soil back. It's a sobering and ugly task. As a layer of dirt covers her face, I realize this will be the last time a living person lays her eyes on Marjorie Guthard. Burying her suddenly feels disrespectful, as if it's an act I don't have the right to perform. Once it's done, I drop to my knees, a dull ache in my muscles as I smooth out the disturbed ground with the back of the shovel. You. Even before I turn to face her, I can hear a scowl in her voice. There's an odious depth to that one acrid symbol, a potent witch's brew of contempt and accusation that feels like it's been festering in her drowned lungs for decades. Reluctantly, I rise to my feet and turn around, finding myself face to face with the woman I just buried. She looks different now. Her clothes are dry, her skin clear, with nothing to be seen of the deep, dark gash in her blouse. Marjorie? Unlike the empty vessel below us, the woman in front of me is by no means at peace. She shakes and retches with the same indignant fury I witnessed when we first met. When she speaks, her words shudder under the weight of her own turbulent emotions. I chased you. I ran to you. I gave him up for you. I'm sorry, Marjorie. I don't know what you mean. Tell me what you mean. The things I saw, the things so beautiful, and I saw her. Walking alone through the new worlds, I gave everything up for you. I don't know quite what to say. It's pointless to ask her what she means and to try to understand her frantic ramblings. In the end, I can only try to speak her language. Marjorie, I didn't mean you to. Marjorie's trembling breaths burst into a despairing fit of laughter. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. And now you're here. Marjorie's wild and volatile demeanor shifts once more, her laughter degrading further into a desperate crying panic. And what did I do now? What do I do now? What do I do? What do I do? Marjorie cringes with the terror of this self-imposed question, placing her head in her hands and repeating it over and over again. As I watch her wrestle with despair, I'm struck by an idea I've never before considered. The disconcerting notion that, in death, we're not transported to a set destination by some ethereal attendants, that in fact, nothing is decided for us. Perhaps the manner in which we spend our afterlife is down to us, a decision we have to make ourselves. Marjorie is standing over her own lifeless body, still lost, still entirely unmoored. There is no sign of a boundless paradise, inescapable damnation or everlasting nothingness, and the common thread they share, a final release from the weight of our own agency, is similarly absent. Perhaps we never get that freedom. Perhaps we continue like we always do, accompanied by all of our imperfections, uncertainty, and discontent. Perhaps we must choose our eternity. After all the time on the road, that's possibly the most terrifying notion I've encountered. We never stopped looking for you. Marjorie snapped out of her wretched despair, instantly aware of who I'm referring to, staring up at me with an expression I've never seen her wear before. I saw him, walking on the road. He didn't stop. He was never going to stop. I think he was looking for you, Marjorie. He still is. Marjorie stares through me. For the first time since we met on that quiet finishing corner, I can see the faint spark of something other than misery and rage across her tear-stained face. I hold her gaze for a moment more, before pulling my phone from my pocket. In a single sweep of my contacts, I delete every number except for one. A number I pulled from the Nokia during our second night on the road. A number that connects to a lost wanderer of the road. I don't know if this can help, but stranger things have happened. As she stares up into my eyes, I feel like we're finally meeting for the first time. Without a word, Marjorie reaches out a quivering hand and takes the phone from my outstretched fingers. Before I can say anything more, Marjorie Guthert is gone. A few moments later, a refreshing breeze lands against my cheek, a soft zephyr cooling my still warm face. It's a welcome sensation, and the first movement I've witnessed in the air since I set out onto the lake. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I stare quietly along the bridge, the breeze picking up around me. It's a subtle wind at first, brushing stray hairs across my forehead, chilling the perspiration on my neck. Yet, as I reach my hand out and feel the air slip between my fingers, I'm witness to a steady rise in both strength and magnitude. The sound of the wind grows from a whisper to a howl. Seconds later, the hanging sleeves of my fleece begin to stream sideways. My hair lifts from the back, billowing in the throes of a developing gale. I back up against the Wrangler's hood as the air finally erupts into a roaring, cacophonous cyclone. My hands reflexively seek the sturdy frame of the Wrangler, my fingers wrapping around the grille, my arms tensing as the unrelenting wind threatens to drag me from the road. Squinting through the violent tempest, I focus on a single point in space, just above the threshold of the bridge. In the midst of the storm, a jagged line of white-hot light bursts out of the ether, tearing through the night's fabric, a crackling fissure that widens and yawns, forcing apart the curtains of reality as they frantically struggle to recombine. Staring through the shuddering fracture, I'm subjected to the briefest glimpses of a boundless and impossible vista. It's in a faraway place in both distance and time, an achingly beautiful and gloriously terrifying dreamscape, enduring on the majestic shores of infinity. Every moment there spans a millennium and unfolds in countless directions at once. Every passing shadow holds a darkness beyond measure, their edges burned by a glare of waking sun which looks across every conceivable world with a hollow, rancorous intent. In the midst of the maddening landscape, a singular entity approaches, gliding towards the portal with a clear intent to pass through. As it breaches the shuddering gateway, the wind dies down around it. I stare up at its grand celestial form. The being is unlike anything I've ever seen, composed entirely of electric arcs of brilliant, magnificent light, which burst from a violent and blinding central core. It sounds like a lightning storm, its plasmatic tendrils snapping and crackling, bursting chaotically through the night air before collapsing in on themselves as they fall back into the creature's center. They emit pale clouds of vaporous fractals that fade softly into the air. Somehow, even as my eyes barely adjust to the stark light, I realize that the entity usually burns much brighter. It's dampened its glow for my benefit, so that it can appear before me without scorching my eyes from their sockets. It's you, isn't it? You're the voice I've been hearing. You're the one who brought me here. The bristling maelstrom of light hangs in the air, crackling and shifting, its transient limbs strobing with chaotic incandescence. Part of me wants to hide, part of me wants to run, but neither are an option anymore. Releasing my hand from the Wrangler's grill, I take a single step forward, standing on my own and staring up at the entity's smoldering core. Can I get an interview? The creature doesn't react. In the following silence, I feel it observing me. When it finally responds, its voice ruptures the night, echoing through my skull.
There is little time, but you may ask what questions you have.
Each reverberating syllable forms a string of literal shockwaves in the surrounding lake, emanating outwards from the being in a perfect circle. I watch the waves roll into the distance, showing no sign of ever diminishing, and I think about what question to ask first. In the end, It comes to me quickly. A promise is a promise after all. What happened to Marjorie? Why did she do what she did? The being pauses, as if considering its response. When it does reply, it speaks with a calm sobriety.
She glimpsed an echo of the future, dreamed of the road, of the things that it passes through.
Like whatever's through there, I gesture through the gateway, which is now almost entirely blocked from view by the creature's spiraling form.
She dreamed of untold frontiers. She saw a lone woman walking them. Over time, the fulfillment of that vision became everything to her.
But it wasn't her. She thought she was seeing her own future, but it was...
It was you.
Those 3 words, as they burst into the open air, casting 3 narrow waves across the boundless waters, hit me with a deep and heavy force. Unbeknownst to myself, decades before I was even born, Marjorie had been driven insane by the dreams of maddening grandeur, of a life of boundless possibility and true significance. She had given everything up to chase a shadow that eventually turned out to be mine. I hadn't just pulled Rob into the game. I was the reason for everything. I was the cause for the tragedy that befell his entire family. She didn't just dream those sights. You influenced her. You let her see them. The same way you made Rob see me in Aokugahara. You pushed and you prodded wherever you needed to so that I'd end up here. Are you the reason Bobby got the rules in the first place?
Yes.
But why? You toyed with so many lives across decades. Why me? Why does it matter that I travel the road?
Because across all humanity, across every conceivable permeation, you are the one who makes it the furthest.
The creature continues.
I've watched you work your way here, through skill and through tenacity, and undeniably through luck. You were brought here because of these qualities, and they will carry you further along the road than any other.
Then why didn't you just bring me here? All that influence and you didn't lift a finger. After everything that happened...
Events transpired as they needed to.
As they needed to? People died. Marjorie, Bobby, Ace, Apollo, Eve, Lilith, everyone. They're all gone. Do you not care at all? In response to my words, the entity remained silent for longer than usual.
I care more than you know. There are things greater than your understanding, forces that exist beyond the realms of your comprehension. You would consider a threat to everything you hold dear. My actions were guided by a higher standard of knowledge. Your protests are predicated on false understanding.
You're saying I don't understand death?
You don't.
That still doesn't make it right.
Regardless, my influence is necessary. That which is necessary must be.
What even are you?
I cannot answer that question in any way you would understand.
That's not good enough. The creature doesn't respond, as if it doesn't feel it needs to. So far, it's returned my every argument with impenetrable certainty. From the domain it occupies, knowing what it knows, my arguments must seem entirely facile, even if it did feel the need to justify itself. After seeing the place it hails from, I wonder if there's any way I could ever comprehend its motives. Still, that doesn't mean my arguments are invalid. The creature's lofty disposition does little more than stoke my desire to oppose it. And what if I don't want to be any part of this?
You are traveling the aberrant strand, a singularly stable flaw in the fabric of reality. As it carries you further from the world you know, you will be freed from the influence of the old laws. You have already noticed the effects of those who settled the road. Those who were lost to it, and in yourself. Energy without consumption. Knowledge without requisite experience. You are shedding entropy and casualty. And in time, you will reach realms of understanding you cannot currently fathom. You will find the answers to questions you never thought to ask. You will discover absolute truth. For this reason, you will carry on.
That's the only reason?
Do you need another?
It doesn't come across as a question, but rather another blunt statement of fact. I understand the effects it's speaking of. Ever since the city, I've been encountering vague notions of fragmented ideas that occur to me randomly and without announcement. New avenues of thought leading to revelations that would otherwise lie beyond my mortal reach. I've started to comprehend things I could barely have conceived of back home, and thought the onset of these notions had been terrifying at first. They grow less so with every passing day. No, I don't trust you. I don't...
Your trust is immaterial. You will travel the road, regardless.
The creature's already stark glow starts to intensify.
I've watched you on every turn, across every moment of your journey.
One of the creature's countless protrusions lashes out at empty air, forming another harsh, glowing fissure. It wrenches itself open in a few stilted jolts. A transparent, almost crystalline membrane stretched across the gap. Through it, I can see myself, in the center of a cornfield, examining a block of C4 explosive. It's as if I'm staring into the past through a jagged shard of one-way glass.
I've watched you questioning.
Though we can't be seen through the aperture, I see the glass-like membrane shake with the force of the creature's voice. As the window collapses, I can see the rows of corn thrown into a frenzy. A second arc lashes out of the sky, forming a second aperture. This time I'm expecting the sight before me. I see myself crying in the forest, a silent radio by my side.
I've watched you struggle.
The second window closes. The creature has made its point.
I've watched you fight to make your way here. You will not turn around.
You make it sound like I don't have a choice.
You do have a choice, Alice, but you have already made it.
As much as I've grown to detest the creature's presumption, in that moment, I know it's right. What it's saying is true. I've done things I never would have imagined in order to get to where I am now. In fact, if this being hadn't arrived at all, I'd already be heading out over the bridge. I'm not proud of what drives me. That same ugly impulse that led me to refuse Rob's offer of return, that made it so easy to leave him behind in the silent city. But there's no denying the impulse is there. It's been with me the entire time, long before I ever arrived in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's been buried deeper than I ever wanted to admit. Do I get to say goodbye? The entity says nothing. It hangs in the air, flickering and coursing with rupturing bolts of light. The next thing I hear is a faint metallic hum emanating from the Wrangler behind me. Turning around, I pace briskly back to the car, opening the door and reaching into the passenger seat. My notebook is booting up, seemingly of its own accord. Picking up the laptop, I lift the lid as I march back towards the bridge. I stare up at the silent being before me. When I look down to the laptop, my email client is already displayed on the screen. How long do I have?
Long enough.
The entity begins to regress, its arcs diminishing as the being at its core turns away. Its message has been delivered. There is nothing more to discuss. As it passes through the gateway, into an unknowable world far removed from my own, I call out after it. I'm still not certain I trust you! The being focuses on me once more, as the fracture begins to close. A final set of waves pass across the surface of the lake as it solemnly replies.
I remember.
I stand motionless in the middle of the road, the entity's final remarks washing over me, its curious choice of words echoing in my head. In the renewed silence, the faint stirrings of an overwhelming and terrible revelation start to form in my mind. It could have simply said that it knew of my mistrust, that it heard the overtones in my voice, saw the disdain across my face, or otherwise sensed it in the space between us. Instead, the being spoke as if my current feelings were a memory, dwelling somewhere within its depths. It was undeniable that my time on the road was changing me, but In all this time, I'd never truly considered how those changes might evolve as my journey continues. I never thought about what I might gain, what I might lose, or about what I might inevitably become. A short while passes before I lower my eyes from the empty space above the bridge to the screen of my notebook. Lowering myself down, I cross my legs and rest back against the Wrangler. If you've been reading this from the beginning, you've finally caught up with me. I hope you'll allow me a few personal messages. To Rob, I hope you're able to read this someday. I'm so sorry for everything I've done, for everything I may do. I hope you understand that I didn't know, and that none of this was your fault. You did the best you could, and the days I spent with you were the most significant of my life. It was an honor to know you, and I hope that among these pages you find the answers and the peace that you deserve. To my mom and dad, I'm sorry, I won't be sending this to you. In the end, I was carried along this road by a profound selfishness, and I can't bring myself to face you. I can't imagine the pain I'll be putting you through, and I won't try to justify my actions. All I can say is that I love you, and I'm sorry that my last act towards you is one of cowardice. And finally to you, the person whom this message will be addressed, I'm sorry. I always thought I'd see you again someday, and that the roads I took would eventually lead me home. That doesn't look so likely now, though. I could say a lot to you. I'm not going to. But I wish we could have been friends longer. It feels like a lifetime since I first arrived at Rob Guthard's quiet street. I remember the uncertainty as I waited for him to open his door, with no conceivable idea what was about to transpire. Like so many other things, that's now changed. Despite being in an entirely new world, further from home than anyone's ever been, I know exactly what's going to happen next. I'm going to take a drive, take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. I will repeat the process ad infinitum until I wind up somewhere new. And from there I'll keep driving, beyond worlds, beyond time, beyond the bounds of my imagining, to a place where the lake runs dry, where the broken moon drifts away, and the stars disappear in the rear view, to a place where everything has fallen away, and the road is all there is. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. And if you'd like to help out the channel, you can share the video also. This has been an amazing series to do, and I hope you've all enjoyed the music that I've composed for it. If you'd like to, make sure to check out Neon Temple. The Things in the Woods, a compilation of creepypasta and no-sleep stories. Because you are my baby. My mother had the most beautiful teeth. Her teeth are my first memory. I remember them, long and white, and bared in a ferocious grin, shining under the full moon as she told me a story. Not a fairy tale or a picture book, but my story. The story of how I'd come to her. Or rather, how she'd come to me. When I was very small, too small to remember anything at all, my mother stole me from a man and took me to live in the forest. She stole me not as an act of love, but as an act of revenge. Though I was desperate to know, she never told me what needed avenging. One night, I finally asked, "Why won't you tell me?"
"Because you are my baby,"
she whispered in her low, wet voice. She stroked my face with long fingers. Her teeth glittered under the stars, rich and pale as polished ivory.
"My baby will never hear, or see, or know the cruelties that haunt me."
Cruelty was not the only thing my mother knew that I did not, although it was the only thing she refused to teach me. My mother tried very hard to teach me everything else she knew. Unfortunately, I was a very poor pupil indeed. My mother was a remarkable huntress. She felled elk and bear effortlessly. Sometimes she slid into the lake without so much as a ripple and returned hours later with a monstrous fish clamped in her jaws. Because hunting came so easily to her, Mother expected me to learn quickly.
"Men hunt,"
she hissed.
"They have always hunted. So shall you."
But I could not hunt. Not like her. My soft, small fingers were no match for her lethal claws. My clumsy little body, somehow so susceptible to both heat and cold, trailed after her whip-like predator's form. Mother caught deer and foxes with her beautiful teeth, striking from the shadows like a snake. By contrast, my dull teeth could not even crush rabbit bones. I persevered, but did not improve. One night, while Mother snaked through the shadows, communing with trees and evading the dark things prowling the night, I curled up and wept. She found me that way, weak and weeping. I covered my eyes and held my breath. I knew it was useless. Mother could hear my heartbeat from the other side of the hill, so surely she knew I was crying, but that small scrap of pride was all I had. Mother stood there for a long while. Then she crept forward and covered me with fresh leaves before lying beside me.
"I will feed you always,"
she whispered.
"Because you are my baby."
In addition to hunting, my mother was a phenomenal creator of shelters. Sometimes she lived within the earth, snaking through loam and tree roots, like treasure-hoarding dragons of old. Sometimes she lived in the trees. Many nights I watched in awe as her bones elongated and tore through her rough skin, stretching upward to twist among the branches like an ancient spider god. I would wait patiently, sometimes for hours, as Mother communed with the spirits buried in the roots. Sometimes she lived in the shadows, creeping through the darkness to flush out food and threat alike. So, Mother tried to teach me to dig burrows, but I could not dig like her. I was too small and too soft and far too frightened of bugs and moles that tunneled through the earth. So she tried to teach me to live along the tree branches, to rest and listen as the redwoods murmured the long, strange histories of the earth. But my bones could not stretch like Mother's. I could not twist my arms to match the branches. My skin could not interlock with the tree bark, and my blood was too sluggish to melt into the sap. So Mother tried to teach me to live in the shadows. But the darkness terrified me. Every night I hid and wept, imagining the legs of centipedes crawling along my skin. All the night creatures reveled in my fear. Owls swooped down to taunt me, and bats torpedoed toward me, giggling in their shrill, squeaking voices until Mother slapped them out of the sky. Finally, Mother realized the futility of these lessons, so she dug a deep burrow just for me. She lined it with leaves and slurped the worms and roaches from the walls. When she finished, I burst into tears.
"Why do you weep?"
she rasped. "Because you do everything for me." I knew the laws of forest creatures and their young. Young that were weak were killed in the nest. Young that could not learn to fend for themselves were abandoned to die. I was weak and soft and coated in terrible, ugly scars. "Why do you do everything for me?" Mother snaked forward, long, large hands sinking into the earth. She curled around me and pulled me close.
Because you are my baby.
Mother did not always live in the burrow with me. She roamed the mountains. She burrowed with moles, slithered with snakes, and grazed with elk, hunted with wolves, and stood with trees. When I was very small, I thought she ate the forest. But it was not that simple. She protected it, and in return, it sustained her.
My heart,
She told me one rainy night.
is the forest, so this is how it must be.
As I grew older, I developed rudimentary survival skills. I shied away from hunting big game, elk and deer, bears and boar, because I did not protect the forest. I gave it nothing, I only took. So I took as little as I could. I trapped rabbits, fished the streams, and ate wild berries. I dared take nothing else. Once I could reliably feed myself, Mother stayed away for long stretches. Hours, then days, and then finally weeks. I missed her terribly, with a deep, panicky ache. I confronted her about it one balmy spring evening. "You leave me more and more," I accused. "Soon you'll leave me forever."
Never.
She murmured. A breeze twined around us, raising goose flesh on my skin and rippling her long white hair.
I will never leave you.
"But you do!" I screamed. "You already do!"
Before you came, I lived among the trees, listened to their warnings. I slept in the warm earth as worms and centipedes nibbled my skin. I spent many of your lifetimes within the forest, little one. So many lives at a time that I forgot my own name. I do not leave you. I have left the forest for you.
"I didn't come here," I sobbed. "You took me."
I did. So I will never leave you. When you think I've left, silence yourself and listen. Listen for me the way I listen for the trees, the animals, the stars. If you are silent and you are sincere, you will hear me.
And then she left. Fury and jealousy seared my heart like a wildfire. She insulted me, she humiliated me, and after all that, she left me. Left me for centipedes and wolves and those stupid, chittering bats. "I don't need you!" An owl hooted angrily in response. "I don't need you at all!" Then I ran from my burrow. As the earthen door materialized before me, nodding with flowers and wild grasses, anger swelled inside of me. It possessed me. This wild ball of misery born of my own endless fear and inadequacy. It spoke to me. "Why should you return to the burrow?" it asked. Why indeed? It wasn't mine. It was Mother's. The entire forest belonged to Mother. Without her, the forest would have consumed me long ago. So I turned away from the burrow and kept running. "I'll find the end of the forest," I decided. "I will leave it once and for all." I ran for days, in the process treating the forest with contempt. I stripped the trees of their leaves to make nightly beds. I threw rocks at birds and rabbits. I uprooted bushes and stripped entire groves of their berries, eating until I threw up from sheer excess. And then I ate again. Not out of hunger, not out of any need, but out of malice. And one day, long after spring faded into summer, in a verdant explosion of heat and greenery, I heard voices. I froze immediately. The only voice I knew was Mother's. Wet, and low, and earthy, rib-shaking whisper. These voices were nothing like Mother's. They were high and somehow infantile, with strange, shrill notes. These voices were like mine. Trembling, I dropped low and crept through the underbrush. Sun-warmed leaves brushed against my face, smooth but painfully crisp. The sun was taking its toll on them. I snaked over the ground, pretending I was Mother, slipping through the forest like an invisible snake. I reached a break in the trees and peered through. In a small clearing were 4 creatures. They had pale skin and wore heavy clothing that looked suffocating. Their hands were small and soft, their faces were smooth and baby-like, somehow half-formed, wide-eyed and rounded, with soft noses and plump flesh. I touched my face, flat and smooth, and looked down at myself. mud-streaked, deeply tanned, and marked with a hideous mass of scars, but still soft, hairless, small, weak. There was no mistaking it. These things in the woods, these overdressed, half-formed beings with small teeth, no claws, and overlarge eyes, were like me. They were men. I stood up, propelled by panicking excitement, and strode forward. All at once they froze.
"What the hell?"
one whispered. He lifted something in his arms and pointed it at me. It was long and strange to me. Inorganic, not alive, with a wooden handle and a gleaming tube. Just then, I realized something. The forest was silent. A few birds chirped and sang. A few bugs emitted their persistent drones. But the vast majority, birds, insects, trees, were silent. No rabbits, no deer, certainly no bears. These things, these creatures like me, these men, had silenced the earth. They'd stolen the forest from itself. We stared at each other for a long time as the ever-growing summer heat filled the clearing like an invisible pool.
"Mother?"
I whispered.
"Mother, please help me."
She did not, so I turned and ran. The men immediately pursued. I could hear them yelling, crushing the undergrowth, stamping on blossoms and bugs, snapping branches as they ran. The forest's deathly silence was worse than any cry.
"There it is!"
One of them screamed. A second later, the forest exploded. A deafening boom shook the trees and ate through the air as pain erupted at my shoulder. I didn't dare stop or look. I pressed on, running and crying as the men came after me. The forest seemed to punish me for my earlier cruelty. Brambles scratched my legs and steps cut my feet. Branches swiped at my face, leaving deep, stinging runnels. I thanked the forest for its kindness. I thanked it for punishing me, rather than stopping me. The men gasped and wailed amongst themselves.
"What the hell is it? I don't know. Is it a kid? Look at its face. Look at its fucking face. That isn't a kid."
Something suddenly filled my ears, drowning the sounds of the men in the forest. A deep, musical rushing, like birdsong, transformed into a turbulent river. And then Mother came, erupting from the trees like a great beast of old. But that's what she was. A great beast. Surely a daemon of the ancient world. She pounced upon them. She clamped one between her claws, squeezing until his head separated and went rolling across the ground. One by one, Mother caught and tore them, shredding them the way she shredded leaves for my bedding. Blood streaked the forest, turning the dirt to mud and dripping from the trees like sluggish rain. Mother dug her claws into the skull of the last survivor and cracked it open like a fruit. Blood and gray brain glistened in the sunlight. The man screamed and screamed and screamed. Mother leaned down and extended her tongue. It curled outward, pale and orange gold like sunrise on a cold, clear morning, and delicately slipped his brains, curl by curl, like so many worms from my burrow walls. By the time he stopped screaming, the forest had returned to its loud, familiar glory. Murmuring trees, singing birds, and skittering insects, grazing deer. I smiled and ran to Mother. She reared up and screamed.
"See what you've done?"
Terror paralyzed me. I looked helplessly at her blazing eyes, contorted face, runneled with earth and wild flowers, sun-bleached bone and pale, spongy rot. My mother, my beautiful daemon mother who claimed me out of revenge and raised me out of obligation, staring at me like I was a man.
When you stone a bird, my heart stops. When you break a branch, my bones snap. When you selfishly strip the shrubs of their fruit, of their very birthright, my skin blisters. When you hurt the forest,
She roared.
my heart bleeds.
I fell to my knees and hid my face. Mother rushed forward on her many limbs, wrapped long fingers around my throat. She lifted me up, dangling me over the forest floor.
I killed men for you. Now more will come. They will trample. They will cut. They will burn. They will kill. They will kill the bears and the cougars and the wolves, for they will blame the predators for what I've done to you. Do you see?
"Yes, Mother, I see."
She dropped me. I hit the ground with such force it knocked the wind out of me. Mother pulled back and busied herself with one of the corpses. I looked up, shaking. Birds watched from the trees, quick and curious and full of condemnation. I averted my eyes as tears spilled. Mother returned to me. She extended an arm and opened her hand. Upon her large palm were 4 eyes and a large, glistening heart. I stared at them blankly and then looked up at her.
4 eyes, 1 from each man, and the heart of the one that shot you. Eat,
she said. My lips quivered. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the gore in my mother's hand. A heart and eyes, raw and plump, alive just minutes ago. Mother, I said, please.
Are you of me, or are you of man?
The forest became painfully silent. The animals, the trees, and the insects, all waiting with bated breath. I am of you, Mother. I plucked the first eye from her palm. It was round and curiously firm, with a sort of firm, watery texture. I associated it with rotten fruits. The pink, wormy optic nerve dangled. For a terrible moment, I thought I would vomit. Then I raised it to my lips and bit in. The eyes were awful. The heart was even worse. Thick and almost impossible to chew. Mother had to tear it for me, slicing it into manageable pieces with her beautiful teeth. When I finished, Mother picked me up, holding me tightly, streaked back to the burrow as night fell. That night I became ill. I shook and shivered and hallucinated for days. My mind bled with images of dangling eyes and glistening hearts and skulls cracked apart like pomegranates. Mother lay with me all the while, soothing me with ancient songs like bird songs turned to rivers, and cooling me with her damp, earthy breath. Finally, the fever broke. I sat up, gasping as the last vestiges of my nightmare drifted away. Mother sat across the burrow, hunched over tiredly.
You are well. I am glad, for I must leave.
I blinked tiredly. Why?
Men.
She said. But you killed them.
There are more. They creep into the forest, searching for their dead brethren. They are cutting the trees and crushing the flowers and killing the bears, my little one. If I don't stop them, they will even come for you. I have to stop them. My heart is the forest and so are you. I must protect both.
A lump rose in my throat. Shame, like I'd never known, enveloped me. I'm so sorry.
You are my baby. Babies must learn. By learning, they grow.
Mother, am I truly of man? Mother closed her eyes. For a long time, she did not speak. She then drew a deep breath.
I took you from a cruel man. Listen, I will tell you now of the cruelties I endured.
I listened, enraptured and horrified as she spun her sorry tale. Mother was once a young, beautiful human woman. Surely not more beautiful than you are now, I objected.
Listen,
she said. Mother was alone in the world. She had no family or friends. She once had a family, but they harmed her greatly, so she ran away. She lived in the forest, in a small, ragged tent. She ate wild berries, fished the lake, and boiled water to drink. Laws are strange things. Though Mother hurt nothing and no one, she was breaking the law by living in the forest. She was found and caught and imprisoned, separated from the trees and the birds. Mother faded quickly. Though she was only jailed for a short while, it nearly killed her. The day she was released was the best day of her life, or so she thought. No sooner had Mother gathered her meager belongings and exited the jail than a guard came up beside her. Where are you headed to? He asked. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Mother was ecstatic.
Take me back to the forest,
she said. The guard obliged, driving her toward the woods. Except he stopped too soon. He stopped at a house. His house, it turned out. The guard was a terrible man. He trapped Mother. He hurt her. He tortured her, abused her in every way. He cut her open and burned her. He snapped her bones. And he put a baby in her. Mother was so broken that he missed all the signs of impending childbirth. When I came, Mother died.
He dumped me in a vat of acid and scattered my liquid remains among the trees. But then, I heard you.
Mother told me. Mother smiled faintly. Crumbles of dirt and root fell from her face.
I heard your cry. Your need for me.
I don't understand what Mother said next. It is difficult to translate, but the closest I can come is this. Everyone sings a song to those they love. Most aren't able to hear these songs. If you can't hear, it can't help you. But if you can hear it, a song is the most powerful thing in the world. It kills, it calls, it consumes, it destroys, it strengthens, and sometimes it resurrects.
When I reformed and breathed again, I stole you from your father.
Mother said.
Then I brought you here, because you are my baby.
I wept silently because I didn't know what to say.
I must go,
she said.
The trees and the animals need me now. So remember, little one, when you are silent and you are sincere, you will hear me.
Then she whipped around like a wolf, a snake, and a hawk combined, and left. She did not return. At first I thought nothing of it. I had made a terrible mess. I had summoned men. I'd caused the forest to bleed. Mother had a great deal of work ahead of her. But summer slowly bled into fall, and still Mother did not return. When the first snow came, dry and cold, skittering across the landscapes like powder, I knew something was wrong. The forest drifted into its winter sleep, cloaked in ice and fog. Every night I made myself silent. I mustered all the sincerity I could, and I listened for my mother's voice. It did not come. I grew thin and sick. My skin burned even as I shivered. My chest grew congested, my throat so sore I couldn't sleep. My breath came in sharp pain wheezes. Soon, I became too weak to leave the burrow. I crawled to the doorway and ate snow. For sustenance, I slurped worms from the earthen walls. It was not enough. I knew it. Only then, in the quiet and peace and fear of approaching death, did I become truly silent. Only then did I hear the voice of my mother. I heard her in my dreams. The low, rushing voice like music made into water.
I am coming. I am coming because you are my baby.
I smiled and slept. Next thing I knew, I was cold. Cold and wet, shivering, but awake. I shot up and screamed as my skin brushed the thick, flour-matted hide of my mother. I spun around, smiling, and froze. Mother lay beside me, panting. Blood seeped from 100 wounds, crusting her hair. The exposed bones in her hair were crushed and concave, leaking gore and blood. Without opening her eyes, she smiled.
I heard you. I heard your song.
Tears blurred my vision. My chest began to hitch. I couldn't draw breath. It was like I was sick again, drowning in pus and trapped fluid. Only I wasn't dying this time. My mother was.
Then stay,
I said.
You have to stay because you can hear my song.
No. You needed to see me again, but you do not need me.
I need you, Mama. I need you.
No. I killed all who would harm you.
But what about the forest? The forest will kill me without you.
She chuckled. Her breath came terribly fast and increasingly weak.
You are of me. Remember, you are of me. You are my baby.
My mother, my beautiful, ancient mother, drew a shallow breath and lay still. I lay beside her for many days, and then, when she began to stink, I left. A hiker eventually found me. The stupid, solitary hiker with a soft heart and a great deal of patience and no fear. When I learned to speak the words of men, the authorities lost no time in telling me that Mother wasn't really my mother. They discovered my identity, at least in a manner of speaking, through DNA. My real mother, they say, was a vagrant, a Jane Doe who lived in a tent in the national park. She was alone and defenseless, two things that attract human monsters. After a brief stint in jail for loitering, my mother ended up kidnapped, imprisoned, and tortured by an as yet unidentified assailant who eventually tried unsuccessfully to dissolve her in acid. They think he attempted to dissolve my body too. That's why I'm covered in scars. It is why I frightened those hunters so long ago. The acid burns make me look like a monster to men. Since my real mother apparently died long ago, they decided that Mother, whoever she was nothing but a crazy homeless child abuser. But I know better. Even so, I adapted. I had no choice. I am of my mother, but I live among men. That's what animals must do. Their young learn, and grow, and adapt. If they don't, they die. But I am not adapting anymore. At least, I'm not adapting to live among men. My mouth is changing in ways that are terrible to people, but wonderful to me. It's my teeth, you see. I'm growing my mother's beautiful teeth. Looking at my teeth in the mirror, it was frightening and electrifying. Joy and terror ran through my veins in equal measure. It had to mean something. So I fell asleep. I became sincere. I listened, and I heard. I heard the voice of my mother. Low and rushing, like birdsong turned to a wild river. She tells me I do not belong with men, because I am her heart, and her heart is the forest. She tells me I must return, and she tells me she is waiting for me, because I am her baby. A monster used to tell me bedtime stories. When I was little, my mom bought an old farm in Colorado. It was the most exciting thing my 5-year-old self had ever seen. Forest surrounded us at every turn. A big creek cut through the property, so clear and clean you could count every stone at the bottom. Jagged peaks towered in the distance, choked with pines and capped with snow all year long. Our fields had long since sated to the wilderness, but the weathered remnants of hog pens and stables remained. The farmhouse, of course, took pride of place, fully restored and 3 stories high, with wooden shutters, a fireplace in every bedroom, and an overgrown garden that made me squeal with delight. The room was the best part of the house, a cozy little square in the basement with a wooden floor. Old-fashioned teddy bear wallpaper, my very own fireplace. Long and narrow windows along the ceiling provided a close-up of the flower gardens. To celebrate our first night in the new house, my mom built me a fire and slept beside me in my bed. She fell asleep immediately. I, on the other hand, was too excited to close my eyes. Eventually, though, the comforting crackle of the fire and my mom's steady breathing lulled me into a sleepy haze. Just as I was on the cusp of slumber, I heard a voice. "Hello, little one." I opened my eyes. "I'm Barry," the voice continued. It sounded muffled, as if coming from behind a wall or under a blanket. "I see you like my old room." I frowned. "Huh?" "I used to live here, right in this room. I suppose I still do." The voice was warm and gentle, and somehow old-timey. It made me think of wooden cabins and Conestoga wagons. I blinked sleepily. The teddy bear wallpaper came into focus in my dreamy state. I associated the bears with the voice. After all, wouldn't teddy bears sound warm and gentle? "Oh, I didn't mean to wake you." "Well, you did," I whispered irritably. I am sorry to hear that. How can I make it up to you? The wallpaper danced before my eyes, 100 little bears floating away on faded balloons. 100 little bears, wondering how to apologize. I know. I'll tell you a bedtime story. Okay, I droned. Barry delved quickly into a poetic tale of an elf prince and his human love. I don't remember the story, but I remember how it made me feel. Desperately sad and somehow cheated. I drifted to sleep with tears pricking my eyes. The next day, my mom and I had a beautifully busy day. So busy, in fact, I forgot all about my teddy bear storyteller. Until I was on the cusp of sleep that night, fantasizing about drifting through the silvery night sky on a cluster of balloons. Hello, little one, Barry said in his rich, kind voice. I tried desperately to ignore him, to fall into a dream of moonlit balloon flights, but it was too late. Stop waking me up. I covered my head with my pillow. This was a mistake. The cold underside woke me even further. I'm sorry, Barry pleaded. I know it wasn't kind. I'm just very lonely. His sorrow punctured my irritation, deflating it like the balloons I was so desperate to dream of. Why are you lonely? Everyone left me a long time ago, little one. I've been alone much longer than you've been alive. Oh, I'm sorry, I said in a small, embarrassed voice. I know it's silly, he continued, but I spend all my time thinking up stories. I suppose I've always hoped that a child would one day come along to hear them, and here you are. For a moment, his voice was a bright, shining bubble, golden and warm. Then it faded and shriveled into something cold. But you don't want to hear them. I do, though. I snuggled deeper under the blankets. Tell me one now. Do you mean it? I mean it. Barry happily segued into a thrilling tale of magical beasts, fallen gods, and the human monsters who tried to control them. I drifted to sleep before the end, mind filled with visions of beautiful monstrosities and unlikely saviors. This was our pattern, night after night. I don't remember Barry's stories, but I remember the visions they created. Horned shadow gods that exchanged immortality for the blood of countless innocents, magic paintings, flesh-eating genies, and daemons called forth to avenge schoolchildren. But as the year wore on, Barry's stories lost their fantasy flair. They became darker, more violent, more real, somehow. One in particular, a story about a bad man who blew half of his own face off before stumbling into his bedroom to scare his battered wife one last time, made me cry. Don't you like it? Barry whined. The husband's face filled my mind's eye, blasted jaw, bloodshot eye bulging from his skull. No, I sobbed. It's scary. Well, Barry responded coolly. I'll just go and let you be. How's that? The idea of hurting Barry's feelings, poor Barry, who'd been so alone for so long, hurt my heart. No, please stay. A sob hiccuped up my chest and broke my words into pieces. You're just such a good storyteller. I forgot it was a story. Everything is a story, he answered nonsensically. Even you and me. Shall I tell you another? Yes. He told me of a sick soldier who drowned his children in the creek right outside my house. And when the mother stumbled upon him, why, she picked up his axe and chopped his head off. I stifled a whimper. It happened by the hog's pens. If you go out there tomorrow, you'll find that very same axe buried under the forked tree. Curiosity and terror clashed all night long. In the morning, I checked the forked tree. I swept away a thick carpet of curled aspen leaves. There, half buried in the dirt, was an old, badly rusted axe head. From that point on, none of Barry's stories were the least bit fantastical. Each one left me unsettled and panicky. I'd lie awake, staring at the teddy bear wallpaper in hopes that it would ward off nightmares. Even so, I pretended to like all his stories. On the few occasions I dared voice my dissatisfaction with the story, Barry would cry. I didn't like making him cry. Spring settled to summer, and summer darkened to fall. One night in November, as wind came shrieking down the mountain and billowing sheets of hail crashed against the house, Barry whispered, "Little one, do you remember the story of the man who blew off his own fool head?" I whimpered. That man with half a head and dull, bloody eyes popping from his skull haunted my nightmares constantly. "Do you remember?" he repeated. "Yes, Barry. I want to show you that story." My guts went squirmy and cold. "I don't want to hear anymore. I'm sorry." "Not here," Barry said impatiently. "See, come here now." Quick, skittering scratches erupted over my headboard. I shot up, envisioning rats, bugs, or even hail punching through the walls. Instead, a small patch of wall quivered. It sank, almost like something was sucking it through the other side. Then it popped out like a drywall jack-in-the-box, sending a cloud of white dust onto my face. It was a hole, a tiny little door. Coppery light flickered within. Panic overtook me. Fire. "Mom! Shut up!" Barry hissed. "It's not fire. Look!" I tried to scream, but fear paralyzed me. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Mom wouldn't believe me. She would be angry, and why not? I'd done this myself, after all. I'd set myself up as Barry's only friend. And on top of it all, she'd be apoplectic if she saw the hole in the wall. "Hurry and look," Barry whispered. "You're going to miss it." I blinked back tears and peered through the hole. It was my room, but different. Wooden paneled walls and burnt orange carpet. Tea tables piled with art supplies ringed the room, and canvas covered the walls. A woman huddled in the corner, clutching a large canvas like a shield. A man sat at the desk across the room. His eyes were large and blank. A handgun lay before him, gleaming. The lady's shrill sobs filled the room. A firelight played across her pale hair and turned the tears on her cheeks to embers. She closed her eyes and silently mouthed something. A prayer, perhaps. Then she shot to her feet, still holding the canvas, and ran for the stairs. The man didn't move. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the air. They reflected his eyes like stars. A shadow moved behind his head, unfolding like a resurrected spider. No, not behind his head. Out of his head. Long tangled legs exploded from the back of his head. They curled down around his arm and threaded between his fingers. Then, manipulating him like a puppet, those arms forced him to pick up a gun. The man's eyes glittered blankly as the enormous spider leg shoved the gun into his mouth and pulled the trigger. His eyes widened and bulged out of his head like smooth, bloodshot domes. Blood and bone and spongy curls of tissue splattered the wall. The man's tongue lolled. The sky tonight is blacker than I have ever seen it before. It swirls with slow malevolence, growling and warning. My scarf is pulled up to my eyes, but my cheeks and nose are still burning pink with the bitter cold regardless. I'm in line with the others, waiting to board the ship that'll take me from the rig. The winds tonight are too powerful for helicopter travel, so a ship it is. It's a military vessel, Royal Navy. The gray-white waves crash against its hull. Spray carries on up to the Union Jack and sign stamped on the side. I'm not sure if the ship's military nature makes me feel more or less afraid, but I don't have a choice. 7 workers are always selected to board. Always. And tonight, I am one of those 7. My name is Reg. I spend alternating months working on an oil rig in the North Sea. The work is not as boring as you might expect. The pay grade is actually rather good. The boredom is the worst part. The isolation. Interspersed with moments of intense stress and lightning-like panic. We get Wi-Fi on the good days, but it's spotty at best. If you like your YouTube videos at 144p with 20 minutes of buffering time, then the rig is the place for you. There's about 200 of us at any given time, and honestly, it's kinda nice. During the day, in rare hours of warmth, the sun sparkles off the pipes and the railing in white and bright yellow. The mood is cheerful. Everyone has their purpose, everyone has their role. Then there's the other times. The other times, you'll find yourself stood on the bridge in the grim hours before dawn, frozen in place as you desperately trying to fix the shitty job the engineer before you did on the generator that powers the crane, made all the more difficult with the torn and battered gloves that limit the motions of your already shaking fingers. The protective goggles quickly steam to the point of uselessness, so you take them off, only for the icy rain to lash at once into your eyes. What can I say? There's good days and bad days. Can't complain. My shifts on the rig are typical. As I mentioned, 1 month on, 1 month off. We get helicopters back as a squad of about 20 or 25. We go our separate ways once back on the mainland, and then I'll see some of them again next month when we return to work. Occasionally, some of them will get moved to other rigs. It's pretty straightforward. But there's an anomaly, one that I've always wondered about. I've asked around, but no one is able, or perhaps willing, to give me a straight answer. 5 days before the end of my shift on the rig, 7 of my colleagues are selected. Randomly, or otherwise, I don't know. They are chosen late in the afternoon, told to gather their belongings, and then by night they are gone. Moved to another rig is all I'm ever told on the matter, when I can actually find someone to give me an answer at all. This happens without fail, 5 days before the end of my shift. Every shift. And has done since I first began the work earlier in the year. The people that are selected, I never see again. Most times, if I even know them by name at all, they are only acquaintances. But sometimes I've known them personally. I had the details of a man who was chosen 4 months ago, and a good friend of mine, a guy named Figs, was called for the previous assignment, but they've both stopped answering their calls. Most of us use crappy phones offered by the company during our shifts on the rig, so it's possible the devices were just ditched in favor of better models upon their return to the land. But still, I can't shake the unease. I'm not sure why I seem to be the only one concerned. Not that it matters now, anyway. Today marks 5 days before the end of my shift, and for the first time, I find myself as one of the workers selected. Normally, when I'm able to catch their departure for myself, they leave by helicopter. But tonight, the sky is too fierce, so the aforementioned military ship has pulled itself up alongside the rig. Why exactly our departure has to be on this particular night, why our journey is important enough to warrant a Royal Navy battleship to personally escort us to the new location, I don't know. I asked some of the other 6, my fellow chosen colleagues, but they know just as little. One by one we are ushered down the line, out of the biting rain from the edge of the platform and into the body of the ship as the storm hammers down overhead. We are led through cold and narrow metal corridors and into a meeting room of sorts, where we awkwardly take the offered seats. The ship groans and churns. The engine rumbles steadily from down below, and 2 men make their way between us to the front of the room. One walks slouched, his beard and hair scruffy, mid-50s perhaps. I recognize him. He makes appearances on the rig from time to time, but he's not a regular lodger, nor do I know his name. He places forms on the desk before us as he meanders from person to person. The other man's pace is measured and deliberate, straight-backed. He turns at the head of the room and takes us all in cool silence. He wears an immaculate white shirt beneath a blue-gray jersey, and a naval cap, also in white. It is ringed at the base and visor in sleek black and shining gold, and his shoulders are bedecked with epaulets in the same colors. Once the scruffier man has handed out the last form, he stands on the opposite corner, chewing his tongue as he looks us over. The man in white steps forward. "Gentlemen, my name is John Irons, and I am in command of this destroyer." Destroyer? What the hell? Why would a tiny team of oil riggers need to be transported on a bloody destroyer? I'll get right to it. The forms before you now, if signed, will bind you to the Official Secrets Act. Your involvement in this operation will be entirely secret. You will be forbidden to discuss the operational logistics, machinery, or any self-assumed purpose of the assigned rig, even to members of your own immediate family. For all intents and purposes, any military involvement in your assignments will be purely extraneous, operating on an ad hoc basis in the event of threat-to-life weather events. The captain clenches his jaw and scans the room left to right,
You have all been selected for this temporary position based on a combination of factors, including your specialist knowledge, your time served, and the results of your personality and psychological assessments. You are welcome to refuse this assignment. If you choose to do so, you will be escorted off the ship and back onto the rig, where you will see out your allocated time. If you accept the offer, you must come to a decision in the next few minutes. It is recommended that you spend the journey time reading through your contracts. If, upon docking at the assigned rig, you decide that you no longer wish to sign the document before you, then you will be given a room and confined to your quarters for the duration of your service, and may remain confined for a period of up to an additional 2 weeks depending on the schedule of the ship in question. Is that understood? His question is followed by a strange silence, one which eventually breaks into a series of low mumblings and bewildered nods from the people around me. Should you choose to accept, your pay rate for the following 5 days will be increased tenfold, and will in practice be worth the equivalent of 2.5 months of solid service. My colleagues exchange a series of glances and raised eyebrows. The energy in the room changes somewhat. You will be expected to perform your role to the best of your ability, of course. The captain continues, and, as discretion is of the utmost importance, to ask as few questions as will allow you to see out your duties. His sharp gray eyes stop on mine, just for a moment, before flicking over to meet those of the fellow in the corner, the scruffy man who occasionally visits the rig, my rig. A chill passes through me, but I say nothing. I will now ask if anyone would like to refuse the offer assigned and return to the rig. Now is your one and only chance to do so. Nobody moves. Nobody speaks. I thought about it. I really did, I swear. This whole thing has me set very much on edge, and this assignment, this offered assignment, this man, this military guy, who the hell is he to issue us job terms and warnings and ultimatums? A part of me wants to scrunch the document into a ball and throw it in his face, and march proudly back onto my rig where I belong. But this opportunity to venture out into the unknown, this is some real exciting shit. I don't even care about the money that much, to be honest. I've been given a chance to see behind the curtain, to find out what happens to the 7 who leave the rig, to find out what's so important about our destination. Mysteries have been presented to us, mysteries that demand solving. I have to know. I just have to know. So I stay seated. I listen to the dulled roar of the wind through the walls. Perhaps that's how they convince the 7 to stay every time. Maybe the money is just so we can rationalize our decisions. A tense moment passes. Then the captain looks over our shoulders and nods at someone at the back of the room. I turn in my seat to see an officer raise a radio to his mouth as he steps through the door, speaking into it as he walks down the corridor. And a minute later, the rumble of the engine below grows like a rolling thunder, and the ship, I can only presume, as there is no windows in the room, groans into slow life. The captain nods to us, and then the man in the corner, and takes his leave, strolling away at once. And so we begin our voyage to the assigned rig, plowing onwards through the storm. I read through the Secrets Act before me as we make our journey over the waves. There's some seriously cool concepts in here. Makes me feel a bit like a spy, though there's some terrifying stuff too. The time drags on. I wonder exactly where it is we're going, left with nothing but the sounds of the engine, the flicker of turning paper, and the occasional grunt or cough from my colleagues. My mind begins to wander. They swirl with curious, dark, clouded thoughts. Dread creeps up on me. It ebbs and flows, coming and receding like the tide, and I start to wonder if I've made a huge mistake. We were forced to decide so quickly. I tug at my collar. My stomach turns. I look up and meet the eyes of the man still stood in the corner. I clear my throat and sit up in my seat. Excuse me, mate. Don't I recognize you? I see you on the rig sometimes. The man is silent for a moment, then scratches his beard. Aye. Work takes me from rig to rig. You have a lot of good locations, less stormy than most. And what about the ones we're going to? Will it be stormy there? I ask. The man sighs, not with frustration, perhaps just with tiredness. Yeah, it'll be stormy, all right. The others seem a little emboldened now. The seal is broken, and the questions start coming. Which rig is it? Will any of us have been stationed there before? No, the man replies. No, you won't have been. This one ain't chartered. Officially, it doesn't even exist. Is it military owned then? Like a secret Navy supply of oil? Is that why we've been taken by a battleship? The scruffy man's eyes dart to the door at the back of the room, and he rubs his nose. It ain't an oil rig as such. The machinery and the systems will be similar to what you're used to. However, as the captain said, for all intents and purposes, any military involvement in this assignment is officially ad hoc. In the event of emergency, less said the better, etc. Well, if it isn't oil, I ask, my blood, for reasons unknown, pumping fierce, then what is it? What is its purpose, and why is it a secret? Silence falls, and the man, in a low voice, replies, Honestly, lads, you don't need to concern yourself with the rig's true purpose, nor do I recommend you try to understand. Please, I don't even know myself, I swear it, and it's better this way. I appreciate that this is a frustrating answer, but I must emphasize that it is in all of our best interests for you to just do your work, take your money, and go the fuck home. Do you understand me? I nod quietly, and the crew alongside mumble their acknowledgments. The gears in my mind begin to turn and grind bitterly as the curious ship sails on into the night. It was well into the earliest hours of the dark morning by the time we arrived, the sky still black and angry as we depart the destroyer. I slip and stumble against the rail as the ship rocks over the surface of the swirling sea. We all signed the secret acts, of course. How could we not? The captain alights the ship alongside us, and as we huddle awkwardly on the rain-soaked platform of the rig, he goes to exchange some words unheard with a man in a uniform I do not recognize, obscured mostly anyway by an enormous blue jacket. I squint my eyes through the downpour and take in my surroundings. The rig is colossal, bigger than the one we'd departed, and hectic. Even at this time of night, the place is alive with people in heavy overalls and military uniforms. Soldiers can be seen patrolling at every level of the giant metal derrick, rushing to and fro. A group passes right by us. Most of us have the British flag emblazoned on their arms, but a couple towards the back have Norwegian insignia instead. Lamps and searchlights illuminate the rain in thick, heavy streaks as they scan the bridges and platforms. Distorted shadows thrown across their surfaces by the rails and pipework. But inside the derrick, protected by the great iron skeleton, there is no pipeline for any oil. There is no hose that I can see, no drill line at all. I raise a hand to my eyes to shield them from the rain. I take a step away from the group and stare, even as a powerful beam of light washes over my face. Inside the crisscrossed metal tower is an enormous, monstrous chain, the largest that I have ever seen. Each link must be the size of a car at least. It is colossal and terrifying in a way I do not quite understand. And standing here on the platform only a few meters away, I find myself feeling very small. Very small indeed. The chain disappears behind the beams of the tower that supports it, and below the surface of the platform. It extends presumably deep down under the sea. For whatever purpose, I don't know. I am suddenly slammed into from behind. I stumble in shock and turn to see who pushed me. A roaming light shows me a man with a hard hat in his outstretched hand. His eyes bloodshot red and shadowed with dark circles. He's a mess, and when he looks at me, it feels like he's staring right through me. Are you lot the takeover crew then? He croaks out in a voice hoarse beyond exhaustion. I exchange looks with the men around me. Yeah, I reply uneasily. Yeah, I think we might be. A siren suddenly sounds at the far side of the derrick, a loud and obnoxious wail, and we jump and start in alarm. Well, us new arrivals do. The embattled man before me does not even flinch. He just closes his eyes and starts shaking his head. No, he mutters, then louder. No, fuck, no more! He slams the hard hat into my stomach and marches past. The soldiers have begun bellowing orders, but I cannot hear them above the wind and the blare of the siren. The platforms and the pipes light up alternatingly in orange and blue. Fear ripples through me as the platform beneath starts to shake. Captain Irons from the ship is suddenly in front of us, barking orders. He's hastily reading off a list of names, telling my colleagues where to go, and in a chaotic scramble, they do as they're told. This does not seem the time or place for questioning of roles. The ground shakes. I hear the waves crash against the legs of the rig.
And for that to even be possible, for me to hear them above the bellows and the roaring gale and the shriek of the siren, they must be colossal indeed. I can see some of the sea out of the corner of my eye, and it's a picture of wild, dark, and churning fury. But my gaze is focused on something else. Blood pounds in my ears to join the cacophony. I'm vaguely aware of the captain shouting my name, but I fail to copy his orders. He stepped forward now, shaking my shoulder vigorously, but I cannot move. I am frozen in place in blind terror, and do not even know why. There's something about this rig that isn't right. It isn't right at all. And I cannot tear my eyes from the great chain. The terrible chain, obscene in its size, is no longer still. It grinds and shakes with the storm, and I watch in disbelief as it starts to unravel, as if something of some unknown force is dragging it desperately below the surface. The great chain grinds. Its monstrous metallic howl reverberates through the platform that I stand upon with shaking legs. The chain is moving, there's no doubt about it. Something is pulling it slowly down below the surface. I can see a section unraveling. I watch as it feeds reluctantly through a series of monstrous gears from an adjacent, slightly smaller tower. The captain is still shouting into my face. The rain and the beams of passing searchlights wash off the shine of his gold-black visor. His words eventually start to break through the wail of the siren and the rush of the waves and into my petrified daze. Reg! Reg! It is Reg, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. The captain's eyes flash as he nods, drawing back a little. Look to the right of the tower, Reg. Just behind you. You see that gray cylinder? I do. Waves of the siren's orange and blue light roll across it again and again. Yeah, I see it. The reservoir, right? For the hydraulics? The captain laughs out loud. A disturbing and ludicrous sound amidst the tumultuous, relentless chaos. Smashing, he says, clasping a rough and heavy hand on my shoulder. And you feel your feet on the ground. You have your bearings. Yes, Captain. Brilliant. That's your station, old chap. Off you go, on the double. He tips his cap and strides off across the platform back to his ship. I watch him go for a second, then I feel the blood return to my legs. Let's go, Reg! They're counting on you! I hear from behind. Yes, right, this is my assignment. Here we go. Here we go. My feet splash across the surface of the platform as I head for the nearest metal mesh stairs, fastening the hard hat I'd been rudely gifted onto my head. The entire ground is like a rippling mirror, illuminated in flashes of white, blue, and orange. As soldiers sprint past me in formation, their shimmering reflections below run with them, distorted by the sheets of ice. My hands slip right off the watery rail as I ascend. I stumble past my fellow workers. I've already lost sight of the 6 I arrived with. They could be anywhere by now. I cross the bridge over to the reservoir. I can see the pipes and tubes to the hydraulic cylinders, not quite the same as the ones back on my rig, but similar enough. A sudden crunch from behind has me swear in fear and swivel at once, and through the iron cage of the tower, the massive chain suddenly jolts down, an entire van-sized link disappearing out of sight and into the shadows below. Good Christ, what the hell is this place? I mutter breathlessly, cold rain streaking down my face. I fight my way through the storm to the cylinders. There's a team of about 9 or 10, difficult to tell, all swarming around the pumps and control valves. A guy in goggles looks over to me. Hydraulics? He calls through the rain. A great boom of thunder shivers through the sky to accompany the scream of the siren. Fuck. Yes? I think that's me, I call back. The goggled man nods and points to a section of cylinder. Open that fucker up. See if it's working. Quick as you can, mate. Jesus. I push through the bustle of my new comrades, adrenaline pumping, and I turn to hastily look through a box of tools for equipment I'll need to remove the covering. A searchlight beam from afar scans across my immediate surroundings, and I catch a flash of blue coat, thrown about in the wind as its owner passes me by, crossing from an opposite bridge. It was the guy the captain was talking to earlier down on the loading platform. I turn to look up at him, drill in hand. It's embarrassing. It is what it is. The man in the blue coat says to the officer at his right as he strides past. He stands tall and walks with grim purpose. 4th siren tonight? Is this a piss take? This is the kind of shoddy control I'd expect over on the Danish rig, not the bloody UK, eh? Commander! The goggled man shouts, rain flying from his lips as he stands up straight, and the commander tips his hat to him in return. Status? The commander bellows. Back rigid and hands quickly clasped behind his back as the wind drags his coat about his shoulders. I don't have a good look at his face, but I can see a thick white beard whipped around his jaw. No major issues here, Commander, Goggles replies. Hydraulics understood to be clear. Fuck's sake, the commander mutters, casting an eye shrouded in shadow from his visor over my new colleagues. Then what the hell is the problem here? Too much slack on the chain? He turns to the officer to his right. Find out what UKB and the Norwegians are up to. The amount of times I've had to tell Norvig to sharpen their shit this month, bollocks to it. Let's bring this fucker under control. I don't want to deal with the 5th siren tonight. The commander and his entourage clatter their way across the bridge. I watch him raise an arm and gesture angrily to the groaning chain, looking like little toy soldiers beside it as they pass by. We work on through the night. The rain eventually begins to fall back into a more bearable drizzle. The sea calms and starts to settle. The waves against the rig's legs grow decreasingly violent, and the siren mercifully cuts out. The chain, too, is steadily, brutally hauled back up through the tower and mechanically re-raveled. Like a fool, I had expected my shift to end there, but for me to be allowed some desperately needed rest. But I was mistaken. My shift continued on through the night. It turned out there had been a minor fault with one of the hydraulic systems after all. But since the siren had ceased, we couldn't work out if this particular malfunction had been responsible or not. We agreed collectively not to mention it. It was not until the silvery light through the clouds above suggested that the sun had risen that I was dismissed. Like a zombie, I marched to my assigned dorm and collapsed onto a narrow bed against the wall, and fell at once into welcome and total sleep. I was the first one to awaken. My bunkmates were all snoring away. I rub my eyes and bring my legs over the side of the bed, gently cracking the joints in my arms and back. A clock on the wall tells me it's 12:20 p.m. 5 hours of sleep. Great. I run a hand down my face, but I actually don't feel too bad. A piece of paper taped to the wall below the clock tells me that Hydraulics Team B are expected to return to work at 1:30 p.m. I'm assuming that one's mine, based on the accompanying time that we were dismissed. Someone has scrawled across the paper in pencil in the margin. It's today's date, along with Commander's orientation, 13:15. I quietly open the door, and after a quick splash of water to my face, a change of clothes, and an admittedly rather gross brush with a borrowed toothbrush, I decided to use my spare hour to look around the rig. The weather was calmed, and whilst the sun is not exactly shining, it's pleasant enough for now. The rig is just as busy as it was last night, but the air of panic has dissipated, thankfully. During my walk, I encounter one of the 6 from my previous rig. We shoot the shit for a few minutes. I learn the location of the lockers where our belongings have been deposited, and immediately regret my decision to use the toothbrush of the unknown soldier. It's remarkably easy to tell which workers on the rig are new arrivals and which have been here for longer. You can see it in the lines on their face, in their eyes and expression, the way they carry themselves. The soldiers, however, are unreadable. I ponder their purpose as I make my way through the inner corridors of the rig's hub. If you walk like you have a clear direction in mind, you typically won't be bothered, I've found. I'm intrigued by what appears to be a small library nestled within the walls. A cluster of shabby bookshelves hold a range of battered books. There's some maps here too, of the North Sea and of the rig itself, taped to the wall. It's as I'm studying one of these maps when something catches my eye. A word scratched deliberately into the metal of the wall alongside. It's not obvious, but now that I've seen it, I can read it as clear as day. Figs, it says. Figs! A brief, sharp surge of adrenaline passes through me. Could this have been carved by Figs himself? By my friend? The very friend who was selected as one of the 7 for this rig last time? It must have been, surely. Knowing that he was here sets me grinning, and I shake my head in disbelief. Why would he carve his name into the wall? I look around the room. I undo the tape on the adjacent poster and peel it back. But there's nothing but blank wall behind. After a moment of consideration, I grab hold of the little bookshelf directly behind the scrawling and grunt with effort as I push it to the side. Sure enough, hidden behind and against the wall are a series of further carvings. I'm not sure why, but I feel compelled to shut the door to the library room. So I do so before squatting down to study what has been written. There's a number carved here. 41-1-34. A date, perhaps? Not like any date I've ever seen. Maybe it's a military system I'm not familiar with. There's also a drawing, a crude one. It looks like a little square, about to be devoured from beneath by a larger, bizarrely Pac-Man-esque shape, or half of him at least. A semicircle with a split for an open jaw. It's literally just a bunch of lines carved into the metal, but it unsettles me in a way I can't explain. Next to this drawing is the phrase, "Don't trust Potter," in capital letters. Potter? Who the hell is Potter? The sounds of footsteps in the corridor beyond bid me to grab the bookshelf quickly and drag it back into place. Workers push through the door and I nod to them upon my exit before they have a chance to ask what I'm doing. 41-1-34. Don't trust Potter. A drawing of a semicircle and a square. They all mean something, I'm sure of it. Figs left them behind. I know he did. With only 10 or so minutes left until the scheduled briefing by the commander, I decided to dwell on my findings on the rig's larger bridge, and an excellent vantage point for views of the surrounding sea. I can see a few battleships dotted around in the distance from here. One of them could well be the destroyer belonging to Captain Irons. I can see another 2 rigs like this one spread out in the distance, and if I squint, I can just about make out the rough form of a third far against the grim horizon. There's a guy stood nearby eating a sandwich. First person I've seen since arrival not actively engaged in a task of some kind. He seems in decent spirits, but his eyes are glazed and tired. He nods at me, and I nod back. Then he gestures to the faraway rig with his sandwich. "That's the Norwegian rig," he mumbles. "No rig, they call it." "Ah," I reply. I'm not sure what else to say. "My name is Reg. Nice to meet you, mate." "Hey," he replies. "You too, pal. Dan. Anything you can tell me about the chain, Dan?" "What chain?" he asks, and I furrow my brow in confusion. I'm about to gesture to the colossal metal links held in the tower when he chuckles at me. "I'm just screwing with you, mate. I know what you mean, but I don't have any answers for you, I'm afraid. No bloody clue." They're keeping something locked down, that's all I know. It moves with the storm. He looks out at the sea. And it's always stormy here. You been here long? 10 days. I'll be done in another 4. Second time they've assigned me to the rig. To my surprise, I feel a flood of relief. Ah, so people do come back from the rig then. And of course they do. The idea that they wouldn't. I silently brand myself a fool. Of course people move on from here. Why wouldn't they? Second time? I ask. How long was your first shift? 5 days. They keep trebling your pay with every subsequent return, apparently. He takes another bite, chews thoroughly. And a man needs it. So, what's up with the military presence? He shrugs. Who knows? Keeps the Russians away, perhaps? Whatever they're up to here, it's important shit. Clearly. I mean, look at all this. A trio of helicopters flies overhead as he spreads out his arms. I watch them pass. Yeah, maybe. I shift on the spot and think about what I saw scrawled on the wall. Would it be unwise to bring it up to this guy? To Dan? Screw it. You know anyone called Potter, Dan? He gives me a strange look and pauses. No, he replies. Can't say that I do. Though I only work on the uppermost deck, so my pool of acquaintances is relatively small. The military police here are nicknamed the Plotters, if that's of any meaning. No, but thanks anyway. He eyes me again, his expression changing, and he stands straight up. You know, you ask a lot of questions, Reg. To be honest, I'm wondering what you're even doing here. They don't normally send blokes like you. Not in my experience. I laugh awkwardly, but Dan does not return the laughter. He just holds my gaze for a tense moment, then shrugs and looks back out to the sea. I breathe. I guess your skills are just in demand right now, he muses. Realizing the time, I thank the guy for his conversation and head down to the briefing by the commander. I'm cutting it fine, but thankfully I'm not the last to arrive. He doesn't say much, really. Just gruffly goes over some basic logistics, highlights important duties for the day, and officially welcomes us to the rig. It's not a particularly cheery welcome, nor is it particularly interesting. He mentioned that we would all be subject to a lengthy debrief in Norway upon the end of our service. And then there's something else he says. Something that stands out. Something I dwell on well into the day. Whatever you may hear, he says, scanning the room, one eye bright and shining like polished brass, the other blinded, a scarred white gray. Whatever you see, it is suggested that you push that shit aside and save it for the debrief. I would remind you that the British government takes dissension from the Official Secrets Act very seriously. Very fucking seriously indeed. His eyes meet mine. As do I. And I'm worse than those fuckers in London, I can assure you. The tension holds the air still and thick and heavy. Then it breaks away like ice with a sudden clap. The commander nods and gestures to the door. It's clear that the meeting is over. My day is uneventful. I learn little else and make no mental progress on the mysterious scrawlings, presumably left by Figgs himself. My shifts are broken up into 6 hours on, 6 hours off. Rough. And it's nighttime when it gets rougher. The rain returns, the swirl and the seethe of the storm, as if it's angry about the rig's very presence in its waters. I shiver as I check the lights on the enormous control valve before me. The tension now is palpable, far beyond anything I experienced in the commander's briefing. This is something else. All teeth are set, every pair of eyes itching to glance up at the silent siren. Soldiers and workers alike all on edge. Waiting, praying that the siren doesn't go off. The impending potential shattering of the peace is perhaps worse than the shattering itself, and eventually, of course, it does. The siren cuts through me like a knife, and the world of metal around is cast in glows of orange and blue. Orange and blue all along the bridges, the rails, the metalwork and the gears, the multitude of platforms and the giant, towering derrick skeleton and the chain groaning inside. The chaos returns. It's stressful beyond words, but the problem, wherever it came from, is after 15 minutes or so fixed, and the siren stops. We breathe a collective sigh of relief as the brutal orchestra of our contemptuous domain cuts us some slack. For a while. Because after another tense hour, it sounds again. And then after that, it sounds again. I feel sick. This is relentless. Is this why they're so desperate to get us here? Because the previous crew were literally fit to collapse? But this time, the siren does not stop. It just keeps on wailing, screaming its distress out into the night. Fuck, it's so fucking loud. The frustration we feel grows into anger. Anger which quickly breaks down into shivering nerves, and then melts further into cold fear. Why won't it stop? Where's the commander? The guy in charge of our section, Goggles, as I've nicknamed him, removes his helmet and runs a hand through his hair. Again! He shouts. Check through it all again! Have we missed anything? The chain jolts. To my horror, it swings slowly to the side and crashes into the side of the metal tower that contains it, the vibrations of the shock thundering through the entire rig. Oh hell! Goggles bellows in dismay. Where's the fucking captain? And then there is another noise. A boom that ripples through the air from the distance. I rise on shaking legs and lean over the rails, looking through the rain out to sea. A warship of some kind, closer than before but still a ways away, is firing upon the churning waves. Its turret lights up in brilliant white, and then half a second later they are followed by the booms and the rattle of fire. There's something in the sea. More ships are coming through the haze. I can see them. I can see their lights, and the water between them shifts and swells in ways that don't make sense. The dark waves rise, colossal. I wipe the rain from my eyes. I can't quite make it out. And I realized everyone is distracted by the light show out at sea. The workers have shifted away from their stations. I can see all around. If I'm going to look for answers, the time is now. So I seize the moment, and with a quick look behind, I sprint away through the shadows of the rails. Keeping my head low, I make brisk pace down the shuddering stairs. I cross the platform, trying to look like someone who has a clear goal in mind, and am about to push through the central hub of the rig when 4 helicopters fly overhead. My mouth drops. To fly in this, they must be insane. But they're carrying something. Between the 4 of them, they're carrying the length of a colossal chain. The same type as held in the tower, and weighed down at either end by what I'm presuming must be massive, gargantuan anchors. I know I shouldn't be wasting my moment, but I can't help but watch as they fly out to sea, illuminated fleetingly in the glare of the warship fire. And then they hover in place, as much as they can given the weather, and the chain is released. It drops down through the dark towards the swirling sea and smacks into the surface with a crash, the spray slow and massive as the iron sinks. Blood pumping, I turn and push into the hub. The map I saw in the library I recreate as best I can in my mind, and I orient myself. I head to the staff quarters, the officers. I march with purpose past the groups of hurried soldiers, careful not to make eye contact, and at the end of the corridor, I found what I'm looking for. The map in the library had to be marked only as a door, with no room beyond, but that was impossible. And sure enough, there's a room here, shrouded in darkness. Filing cabinets line the walls. There's a desk attached too, empty except for a bottle of vitamin D tablets. But this is good. Filing cabinets, personnel files in here, perhaps. Maybe I can find information on Potter or about the chain. I know I'm an idiot. Most would just take the money, keep themselves to themselves, and go home. That's presumably why they get selected, but I'm not one of them. I'm just not. I run a hand over the cabinets, all locked, of course. Curious steel padlocks are attached to each and every door, all in the pattern of 00-0-00. A light bulb goes on in my head. I recognize that pattern. It's the same as the numbers Figs wrote on the wall. 4134. All right, fuck it. I mutter to myself, cracking my knuckles before setting to work. Starting with padlock number 1 and working my way down, then across. Don't fail me now, Figs. I work fast, and I can't be more than a few minutes, but the time feels like it drags on. I'm expecting to be rumbled at any second, for some officer to barge in and arrest me, but they don't. And on cabinet number 7, the padlock snaps open. Ah! I grunt with desperate glee, dragging the door open and rifling through the folders and files within. I grab a handful of them and drop them onto the desk, flipping them open and trying to absorb as much as I can. I don't really want to stick around. Frustratingly, the files aren't arranged alphabetically. There doesn't even seem to be any coherent order at all. There are pages and pages of reports. some with reports scrawled across in pen or black redacted bars stamped over them. All drilling operations at Site Arskine 3 to cease immediately. Report to Commodore R. Cleese, December 1986. I flip through another. I'm careful not to let the rainwater drip from my face onto the paper. Urgent. Redirection of UK nuclear program, Trident. Budget to Arskine 3 Discovery, 17 to 18% recommended. Pending. January 1987. I don't have time to take in all the text, I just absorb what I can. Personnel to be assigned to new rigs, UKA plus UKB, for no longer than periods of 2 weeks maximum. Standardization with Norwegian and Danish rigs, NO plus DA recommended. Greater personnel numbers suggested during winter months. Entity's true nature to remain at highest level of classification. I expel a breath of air from my lungs in a cold and unwelcome burst. Entity. I lift the file up towards the room's sole source of light. It flickers as the wind howls outside and the siren blares. A scrap of torn brown paper falls from amidst the file and lands on the desk. My heart pounds as I pick it up and read it through. It's a segment of a poem, handwritten in fine ink. Alfred Lord Tennyson, 1830, it says at the top. Below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath the abysmal sea, is ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep. The paper is torn, and the poem ends there. It's almost like I'm watching myself from above as I stuff the papers back into the file with pink-tipped and trembling fingers. As I slam them back into the cabinet and remix the combination on the lock and stride, pale-faced and stomach lurching back through the corridors, I realize that I've made a terrible mistake. I should never have agreed to make the voyage here. I should never have signed the Secrets Act, and I should never have allowed myself to get caught up in this madness. The entity's true nature. The entity. Don't panic, is all I can tell myself as I return into the storm, as the rain batters renewed against my head and my back, as the lightning flashes, and as a terrible and alien roar sounds out over the sea. It stops me in my tracks. It is by far the worst sound I have heard since my arrival, and I've been privy to a great many disturbing sounds. It echoes out over the writhing waters and up into the swirls of the sky, and a great, jarring force from below suddenly throws me to the ground. I slip across the surface of the platform, scrambling up onto my elbows, barely able to believe my eyes as the edge of a huge iron wheel is forced up against the far side of the rig from beneath. I watch it as it smashes into the crane, one which promptly disconnects from the rig with a sound of tearing metal and crashes down into the churning sea. The chain grinds against the tower. All around me now is pure panic, and with a cataclysmic crash, I am powerless to do anything but watch as the great chain wins the struggle and smashes through the side of the skeleton tower in a shower of broken metal. It tears through the edge of the rig, it swings round towards me, and it brings with it an enormous wheel from below, dragged around the edge of the cracked far platform. And my screams become one with those of the siren, and a pair of rough hands grab me by the back of my jacket. I am hastily hauled across the platform through the rain as the chain swings by. It becomes clear that the links run through the colossal iron wheel, and between them, they tear up the edge of the rig and smash the loading bays and the remaining cranes to shreds as easily as if it were made of paper. The roof of the rig's central hub is destroyed in a hail of shattering beams and concrete as the chain crashes relentlessly right through it. The hands release from the scruff of my neck, and I slump to the wet ground with a splash. None of this feels real. I'm in a dream, a terrible swirling nightmare. I turn to look up at my savior, and a flash of lightning out at sea illuminates the profile of the commander, his good eye shining in keen copper, the other shrouded in shadow. His coat is torn and his beard is whipped wild. "To your stations, lad!" he bellows in a voice like the rippling thunder, glancing between me and the chain. "This night's not over yet, I tell you now." I scramble back through the puddles and grab a hold of a nearby rail, trying to bring myself to stand. "What the hell is this?" I shout at him. "What are we going to do?" "Our duties," he barks back. More helicopters fly out overhead, struggling through the wind, as the shuddering chain is steadily dragged out to sea overhead. The rig trembles. "Confirmed, Commander," the officer shouts. "Catastrophic failure in the accused section. But it's too late, they say. There's nothing they can do now." "They'll be dealt with come the morning.
The commander replies, "Tell me about the pneumatics, the emergency reels. What have we got?" "Pneumatic reel 1 is gone, Commander," the officer replies. "Completely destroyed. Reels 2 and 3 are fit for operation, though reel 3 has been damaged. Get them affixed to the tower, or hell, what's left of it." Soldiers sprint past in manic squads across the platform. The battleships fire into the waves in great rolling booms. "Both of them?" the officer asks uneasily. "But, Commander, the chain's current duress would suggest..." He stutters. If we lose both the reels..." "Get them affixed!" the commander roars. "Now! Fucking now!" The officer swiftly brings up his arm into a salute and sprints off through the broken, shifting shadows of the rails and metalwork. "Don't make me ask you again," the commander grunts at me. Then he turns to take his leave, but I call out after him, foolishly and desperately over the groan of the storm. Never in my life have I felt such dread. I'm drowning in it. It feels like the end of the world. "What is this place, Commander? You have to tell me. What's down there? I know, all right? I know about the entity. What is it? What are you hiding?" The commander stops in his tracks. His coat ripples and thrashes in the wind, in time with its distorted image, reflected in the flooded platform below. He lights up from all angles in glaring orange and then blue, orange and then blue. Random bursts of white from the searchlight, from the lightning, and from the artillery fire of the distant warships accompanying the colors of the siren in intermittent flashes. The shadows thrown are ever-changing and void black. He swivels on the spot and marches right up to me. I stumble back in alarm, but he grabs my collar. "Questions, questions, questions," he mutters loudly above the clamor. "I hate when the questioners are brought on board the rig. You know that? I fucking hate it." His eyes are wide and mad as he begins to drag me across the platform. His worn and hardened features, his white beard, they're deceptive, I now realize. The commander is strong and must be years younger than his looks would suggest. "You know where they love questions, Reg? That is your name, isn't it? The submarines." His words register sharp. A tide of panic crashes against my broken constitution. I try to fight the commander away, but he trips me, throws me to the ground. "They're struggling for crew," he says. "They weren't prepared for active deployment tonight. I was about to order them down anyway. But you know what? I think they'd benefit from your expertise. You're of no use to me on the rig tonight." Visions of being trapped in a submarine flash through my mind. Claustrophobic, cold, unforgiving metal, surrounded by only the icy, churning black waters and the horror beneath the waves, the pressure growing as we sink deeper and deeper. "No, no, I won't!" I shout. His features are shadowed once again, but his silhouette shines bright against the thunderous night sky. "So you know about the entity? Well, you're not the only one who knows things, Reg. I know that you abandoned your station last night. I know that you shrinked your one duty to the rig. And I know that the hydraulics section during your departure has catastrophically failed." With every no, he takes another step closer, his voice rising. My heart lurches in distress. "Get your ass in that fucking submarine, and maybe I'll forget a few things. You understand me? Now on your feet. Are you a man or a fucking dog?" He hauls me up and drags me through a corridor of crisscrossed pipework and down onto a lower platform on the opposite side of the rig. A section with an edge that remains crack-free, unharmed by the drag of the colossal and broken iron wheel. He squats and hauls open a door in the ground with a clank. It reveals a rusted ladder that extends down toward the sea. He looks at me. Oh God. My options whirl around in my head to the beat of the siren's wails. I force my rain-soaked fringe from my eyes. What the hell do I do? What can I do? Could I run somewhere? And then what? If by some miracle the rig survives the night, they'll find you eventually, won't they? There's nowhere to run to, and you'll be court-martialed. Can civilians even be court-martialed? Would I just be shot on the spot, or worse? Forget being court-martialed, this is about your life. I swear with frustration. And what if the chain pulls the entire rig into the sea? What then? A submarine might literally be the safest place for you, but why the commander's change of heart? What the hell is this game here? All these thoughts and more froth and bubble like the foam of the great waves below. But at the end of the day, there's no point pretending that my decision wasn't already made. In times of intense stress, chaos, and disarray, when your options are as complex as mine, it is just easier to simply follow the orders of the person in charge.
Maybe with hindsight, I would have acted differently. I would have come up with some genius plan, but I don't have that luxury in the fire of the moment. So I furrow my brow. I call the commander a prick, and I ease myself down onto the ladder, bracing myself against its icy rungs. "See you on the other side." The commander shouts at me. I see him raise a radio from his belt to his mouth. He kicks the trapdoor closed as I begin my shaky descent. Down I climb, rung by slippery rung. The sounds of the sea below grow louder. There's a monster down here, I'm sure of it. What else could it be? The entity. Rung after rung.
"Oi!"
shouts a megaphone distorted voice from below, breaking my train of thought, and I nearly slip from the ladder in fright. I grab a tighter hold and twist my neck to see below. There's not much of the ladder left. It goes down a couple more meters, and then the end is lost to the swirling, swelling waters. The uppermost hub of a great gray submarine has surfaced beside. It rocks subtly in the churn. I didn't even hear it rise. A man in overalls has opened the hatch on top of the hull, his upper half visible. He waves at me.
"Hydraulics?"
His voice blares through the megaphone. I nod as obviously as I can. I force the fear from the lungs to shout out a reply. "Yes! Fucking yes, that's me!"
"Great! Jump!"
He replies. "Jump? I can't bloody well jump. Shouldn't there be a boat or a bridge or—"
"I can't hear you, mate."
Megaphone replies.
"Come on, quick as you can."
I bang my head against the ladder in anguish, but before I can psych myself out any further, I use the adrenaline to the best of my ability, powering down the remaining rungs of the ladder, turning, calculating, and I push myself off. My legs kick through the ice and salt of the sea air. My arms flail and I land with a thud on the hull of the submarine. Megaphone reaches over and grabs my jacket. He hauls me through the hatch and down into the vessel's body. I use the rungs of the submarine's ladder to slow my descent, but essentially crash to the floor in a rain-soaked heap. I roll onto my side, coughing. "I'm in hell," I choke out. "Not yet, you're not." Megaphone replies grimly, helping me to my feet. He then climbs the rungs, reaches up, and draws the hatch closed with a slam. The sound of the storm and sea are muffled instantly, largely replaced by a low and all-surrounding rumble. "Terry," he says, sticking out his hand. I take it, shivering. "Reg. Thanks for coming down, Reg. We appreciate it." "Yeah, well, I didn't really have much of a—" I feel my surroundings shift. I flinch as my ears pop, one after the other. We're going down. This is all so sudden. All of this, it's just go, go, go. It's insane. Only moments ago, I was watching the chain get ripped out of the tower itself. What could do that? What kind of thing has such power? What if the whole length of the chain unravels? What then? The recent memories flash through my mind, and I have to grab a hold of a nearby line of pipe to keep myself from staggering. Terry looks at me with sympathy. "Hang in there, mate. You're better off in here than up there, trust me. They tell us they're losing the chain." I nod, breathing deeply, in and out, in and out. "Come on, I'll show you to the exhaust valves. They aren't operating quite as they should be. Wouldn't normally be cause for major concern, but, you know, these are relatively uncharted waters, if you'll pardon the pun." I don't respond, but straighten and follow him to the engine room further below. The rumble of the water around us is paradoxically rather calming, if I don't think too much about it. Terry continues. "We're glad to have you. Our normal hydraulics guys were stolen yesterday for maintenance on the Hodor." "The what?" He gives me a look. "Don't you know? The drill. It's an acronym. Hydraulics Operated Deep Drill. We call it Hodor." Military folks sure love their acronyms. I remember what I had to read in the report, in the secret file. All drilling operations to cease immediately. 1986. Report to Commodore R. Cleese. I thought they stopped all the drilling. Yeah, for oil, obviously, but the Hodor's tiny. They send that thing down on rare occasions for samples from the seabed. Bewildered and struggling to process, I come to a stop in the engine room. Terry clasps me on the shoulder and directs me to the tools, then takes his leave, telling me where to find him if I need him. And so, like a programmed machine, I just set to work. I do what I do best. It's why I'm supposedly here, after all. I look around me as I work. There's no windows. I haven't seen any since entering the submarine. I quite like it. I can sort of pretend that none of this is happening. I can pretend that I'm back on my own rig, working happily. I haven't been blackmailed into a military submarine. I'm not trapped hundreds and hundreds of meters beneath the sea. I was never sent on an uncharted rig into the middle of the ocean. I'm not at risk of losing my life in a world of unimaginable nightmares. And I'm not at the immediate mercy of an unspeakable terror that sleeps beneath the surface. Except it's not asleep anymore, is it, Reg? I push these thoughts aside and work as best as I can on the hydraulics before me. I don't know how much time passes, but once I believe I have completed my tasks to a satisfactory degree and head through the submarine corridors. They are narrow and cold. The clanks of my footsteps echo and reverberate softly around the walls. They are also curiously empty. I always imagined military submarines to be busier. I do, however, find some other people when I push through a metal door at the end of a corridor and into a room near the front of the top of the submarine. A room affixed to the central hub. The level of light is low and green. The room is illuminated by a series of dim bulbs overhead. To my surprise, the front of this room is curved and not made of metal. It has instead been built with glass, or at least some other thick, transparent material. Beyond is only the deep and dark of the sea. The submarine's weak beam lights catch on nothing but water. There are 5 others in here with me. One is clearly the captain, a man in gray. He turns in his chair and nods at me. Another is Terry, who smiles. I'm still taken by the glass. What the hell is this? I ask. Military subs don't have walls of glass, do they? I thought they were solid metal. Terry shoots me another questioning look. Well, of course they don't, but this isn't a typical sub, is it? Some of the other members of the crew have turned to look at me with similar curiosity. One of them, I realize to my bewilderment, is shrouded in what appears to be religious robes of some kind. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I choke out. What are you doing on board? Well, I'm the submarine chaplain, he replies cautiously, raising an eyebrow. What? You mean like a priest or whatever? Why would they need one of those on a submarine? Everyone is staring at me now. The confusion on their faces even greater, perhaps, than the confusion on mine. It becomes clear that I am not the type of person they were expecting to get sent to them. Their silence is sharp, the engine grinds, the sea rumbles. And then several of them lean forward and start asking me questions at once. Wait, you were briefed, right? You've done the exposure training. You do know about the entity, right? Did you even get the psychological assessment? No, I stammered in return. I really don't. I just wanted to... Fuck, the man in gray shouts suddenly, running his hands through his hair. Who the hell sent you down here exactly? The commander did, I reply with frustration. For fuck's sake, what the hell is this problem? This is fucking insane. You shouldn't be here. I know, I sputter out in retort. The chaplain steps toward me. He takes my hand in his and speaks earnestly. Are you religious, son? Are there any spiritual convictions you feel comfortable drawing from? No, not really, I reply. Look, if someone could just tell me what's going on, I would really, really, really appreciate it. Is there a message from the Bible I could read out for you? Something to ease your soul? The chaplain asks. I pull my hands away and grimace. I'm sure he's only trying to be helpful, but to be honest, his presence here is freaking me the fuck out. What kind of submarine needs a chaplain? I don't even know any Bible passages. Well, not really. I know a couple, maybe. The classics. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. He sure does. I mumble this last passage out loud. The chaplain nods at me. Yes, the Book of Job. Chapter 1. A work of true literary prowess. Alfred Lord Tennyson himself called it the greatest poem of ancient and modern times. Alfred Lord Tennyson. Where have I heard that name before? The gears turn in my head. I can see before me so many pieces of the puzzle in my mind's eye. I just cannot fit them together. The eyes of the crew bore into me as we stand there, cast in the grim green glow of the submarine's luminescent bulbs. I'd like a reading from the Book of Job then, please, I say quietly as the submarine pushes through the deep. The chaplain nods and draws a small Bible from his pocket. Certainly, lad. Any particular passage? The numbers scratched on the wall in the rig library returned to the forefront of my mind. 41, 1, 34. Yes, actually, I mutter. Chapter 41, verses 1 to 34. The chaplain furrows his brow but nods. I'm not familiar with that particular passage, I must admit. He thumbs through the pages, and as he scans over the lines, he pauses and shoots me a look. I hold his gaze, and perhaps reluctantly, the chaplain begins his reading. His voice is low and somber, every word a wave upon the rocks. Can you pull in Leviathan with a fishhook, or tie down its tongue with a rope? The atmosphere in the room tightens at once, but the chaplain licks his teeth and continues uninterrupted. The cadence of his speech like drums, dark drums drawing us down into the deep. Can you put a cord through its nose, or pierce its jaw with a hook? Will it keep begging you for mercy? Will it speak to you with gentle words? Will it make an agreement with you for you to take it as your slave for life? Can you fill its hide with harpoons or its head with fishing spears? If you lay a hand on it, you will remember the struggle and never do so again. Any hope of subduing it is false, the mere sight of it overpowering. None are fierce enough to rouse it. Who then is able to stand against me? Who has a claim against me that I must pay? Everything under heaven belongs to me. The chaplain's chest rises and falls in time with the beat of his words, but I am not audibly aware of his drawing in of any breath. He dutifully reads on through the verses. When it rises up, the mighty are terrified. They retreat before its thrashing. The sword that reaches it has no effect, nor does the spear or the dart or the javelin. Iron it treats like straw, and bronze like rotten wood. His reading brings me to nothing but distress. I can see this distress reflected in the faces of the crew around me, their features caught in the shadows of the rippling green, but they can no more ask him to stop than I can. It is hypnotic. The chaplain goes on, but sure as the night must fall with the sunset, he too must eventually draw to a close. And he does so, with a voice that shudders and ripples down through my core. Nothing on earth is its equal, a creature with no fear inside. It looks down on all that are haughty. It is king over all who hold pride. Shapes emerge through the darkness ahead. The external beams of the submarine reveal a section of the great chain through the murk, and I watch as we drift past it. There is energy in this place, in this submarine, in this secret world beneath the stormy seas. I drop my gaze to meet the eyes of the captain, the man in gray. Please, just tell me, I whisper. Tell me about the entity. A beat passes. The man in gray turns his back to me and looks out into the water, adjusting the submarine's course, but he replies, The entity was discovered by the oil drills in 1986, he says somberly. We don't know what it is, to be frank. Nobody does. I admit, however, that it is entirely possible that the folks at the top know more and are just keeping the information a secret. The sonars give us an idea, a rough picture of the entity's form, but we have never been able to see it all at once. We believe it to be asleep, but it's always churning, ever-changing, writhing within the deep. A shiver passes through me. The man in gray speaks on. The entity seems to be more or less alert with the varying cycles of the moon and different seasons of the year. We use firepower when necessary to try to push the entity in directions we deem desirable and keep it down with the chains. There are further chains connected to the other 3 primary rigs, UKB, the Norwegian rig, and the Danish rig. The chains are easier to attach at the beginning. He swallows. It's harder now, they tell me. They're afraid that the entity is going to wake up, though given tonight's report from the rig, it's quite possible that the entity's sleep has come to an end. My head throbs, and my mouth has gone death dry, but I lick my lips and give voice to my clouded thoughts. So why don't you just destroy it, nuke it or whatever? Surely it must be more cost-effective and less dangerous than whatever the fuck is being done right now, right? It's not about the entity itself, Reg, says Terry to my left. What do you mean? How can it not be about the fucking monster? The massive, sprawling... Intel suggests, Reg, that the entity is sitting on something, slumbering above it, something important. Important beyond our understanding. The current working assumption is that the entity is situated above what we believe to be a gate. Of what manner exactly we don't know, but the fear is, he sighs. The fear is that if the entity goes, if we actually succeed in destroying it, then whatever lies beneath the gate, it would be wide open. I finish. Unguarded, perhaps. Terry nods. And we don't know what might come through the other side, he says quietly. Shadows dance in the corners of my vision. A deep and terrible cosmic fear rushes through me. I've never before felt such a sudden and powerful surge of vicious realization, of understanding, of seeing for the first time how utterly, truly tiny I am, how comically insignificant. I am barely comparable to the smallest spark in the shortest wire and the most purposeless machine in the entire rig. Bile rises up to my throat and I choke it down. My stomach contracts and my breaths come sharp and shallow in time to the sudden beeps of the sonar. I am vaguely aware of everyone rushing back to their stations. I can feel the submarine further adjust its course. The chaplain is muttering under his breath, a low and steady chanting, and the shifting gray, black shapes beyond the submarine's windows light up a little brighter with the boost of the beams. The beams reflect off massive lines of chains, all interwoven and connected, dragged across the submarine's field of vision through the deep. They're huge, so impossibly huge, and the water in places beneath and around the chains hardens. It shimmers in ways that don't make sense. It absorbs the light like the black of space, and yet somehow seems to return it in strange new patterns across its form, shifting gray to green to black over and over. I cannot look away. I'm aware of shouting voices. The vessel